My God. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Now, I am so glad I went out yesterday. I don't know if you'll be able to hear this. I'm gonna put the microphone up to my window. Hello. Yeah, can you hear this? That is the sound of rain. It is hissing it down. Like we've got a thunderstorm at the moment. Oh, there's the thunder. Oh my God. Holy shit, dude. Props for thunder. I am very hungover. What's new? Nah, I'm alright. Hello, thank you very much, Itagon. Hello, hello. I'm thinking, well, maybe we could do Stick of Truth today? Nom 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 nom. Mulbean, hello. Jen. Thank you. For the 73 months, that's huge. Thank you. Are you kidding me? Oh, cool. Mm-hmm. Oh my God. It said on my Twitch that I had an ad. I am very hungover today. But it's okay. It's okay. We're all good. We're all good. We're all good. How are you guys doing today? Let me tweet. Hello, I'm live. Thank you for listening. Maybe. Oh boy, I love video games. That's why I don't know what to play. Smile. Thank you. Please subscribe. Live. I'm live. Thank you. Twitch.tv/Kiwo. Post. Oh, it's Turbo. No, I had Twitch Turbo. I think. I don't know. I am. Ah. What should we play? What should we play today? Fallout New Vegas? I mean, honestly, I'm not in the mood for Oxenfree 2. I should at least try a video game. As a video game streamer, I made myself a smoothie, but I was running out of frozen fruit, so it's a pineapple and blueberry smoothie. It's pretty intense, but also delicious. I need something that doesn't take too much brain power. What should we do? What should we do today? I still can't believe the weather. Ba 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 ba. Okay. Okay. I mean, Stick of Truth is always a good time. Hey, Applebee's Flip Flop, how you doing? Dan with the gifted sub. Thank you. Thank you very much. Problem with doing Fallout New Vegas, I don't think I can play with a controller. I don't think I'd want to play with a controller, to be fair. Oh, god damn. Video games, man. Video games. We could do Stick of Truth. Now, like, Fallout is in my brain. Fallout is in my brain. I didn't like Fallout 4. I much prefer Oblivion. I'm sorry. Four had its moments. Honestly, I think the best time I've had playing 4 was in VR. I think I just... Oh my god. Throwback. Throwback video. Throwback video. there. Like, he's watching.
So washed up. Ooh. Oh no. What? Feels weird.
Absolutely.
I'm in the mirror. Am I the mirror?
mirror?
I'm just like crouching above the sink, just a little fucking goblin. He's just loitering. Oh no, my immersion's been ruined. I don't like perching up on the sink. Okay. I might have broken the game because I sat down. Oh! Wait, what? The fuck was that? Oh, my husband.
I am so short.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can hear it. I included this because I was out of my boundary, and you can hear me walk into the wall here.
Yeah. Why am I? Ow! Fuck.
I believe it's almost Halloween.
Husband.
It's a matter of utmost urgency.
Thank you, Nimbus.
Maybe I don't want to talk to you.
No.
Music.
Flashes, blinding flashes, sounds of explosions. We're trying to get confirmation.
Just
Lost contact.
your tiny wife
Yeah.
just presses her face up against the TV screen.
Husband.
Reports,
Baby.
confirmed reports of nuclear detonations in New York and Pennsylvania. My God.
Want my tea? God help us all.
We need to get to the vault.
Uh-huh.
Now!
I was drinking drinking tea.
Yeah, I'm coming. Oh! Hey! Come on. Husband, I'm slow up hills. Where are the clouds? Oh, they're there. Oh!
If you're in the program, step forward. Otherwise, return home.
Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
Oh!
Come on. What's gonna happen to all those people outside
It was
the gate?
so
Everything we can.
disorienting.
Now keep moving.
This is my Fallout experience. Well, I played it when it
Where's my-
released.
Oh,
Almost there. Is Sean okay?
He's fine. We're gonna be okay.
I'm gonna do all the...
I love you. Oh my God!
This was actually so fucking.
Hold on!
It was so cool.
Oh, that was sick!
It was so
really
cool in VR.
That was really cool. Oh,
Underground.
he looks down at me.
Yes, we don't get caught up thinking about that. You're safe now. Everyone, just
Wait,
head up these stairs.
is it actually tracking my fucking head? Oh my god, now you know how short I am.
You'll need your suits
I...
Hi.
The pod will decontaminate and
can't-
pressurize you before we head deep.
Husband, I'm so short. Oh. My
Yeah, I get
plastic
nice phone.
hands. Husband. It's the wall. It's too real. It's the wall. Husband. Baby. Husband.
I'll find who did this. And I'll get Sean.
Oi.
The
Slap
movement
the
was-
piss out of this boy. eh, eh, eh. Oh, I should get close to the ground if I'm fighting. If I'm fighting roaches, I must become a roach. Oh,
I hated the combat. Also, this was fucking.
Where's everyone?
It gets
They're
skip.
dead! Oh, come on. I'm fucking tiny! Oh.
When they jump at you in VR, dude, shit's scary.
Oh no! No, I don't. I don't. I don't want I don't like the roaches.
Oh, it's so weird. Like the old chat. Combat is a lot harder, but I didn't realize how shaky my hands could be.
Door cycling sequence initiated.
I think this is just, I just escaped.
It's honestly fucking terrifying.
But then there was this one. I get out of the vault, and then this happens. And I was ready to go like this one punch mode.
Oh.
One mount.
Oh! Oh! It's on my hand! Oh! What?
And I installed the Kiwo companion.
Excuse me.
Oh, it's just.
I hate this voice line! Come with me! Yeah?
No. Wait, what? Really?
In me!
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
The Kiwo companion mod.
I have a fedora. Come on, Kiwo. Come
And
on,
it's
Kiwo.
actually the character.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Sorry.
Just listening. I was listening to this.
Punch him. Why am I short? Oh. Go, Kiwo. Ooh.
I was gonna die, dude.
Run away! Run away!
I won't say anything if you don't.
I just kept listening to One
Kiwo,
Punch Man.
I wanted.
And I couldn't kill anyone because Kiwo kept killing them.
Kiwo, I wanted to fight. My Preston. Kiwo, you scare me. Kiwo! What the fuck? Float flies.
I don't set the world
Get him! Woo! Get him! There's only so much dodging I can do, Kiwo.
Well, I mean, I guess.
I don't want to set the world on fire. Oi! Yeah! Oh.
Oh, that's when I get the suit on.
Oh.
This was so badass. It was so much fun.
Can I punch it? Oh! 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 I died. Fucking killed me.
Hope that one day they figure
Fuck
out
me.
how to realistically carry heavy weapons. Hey, wait, trust yourself. Thank you for the 21 months.
Oh. Okay.
This is when, like, this was honestly, like, super harrowing.
Oh! Fuck.
I run up to the death core and exit my armor.
Go Kiwo!
Kiwo gives no fucks.
Are you just gonna stand there like
Don't mock me!
That's when... No, she doesn't die. She just falls over. That. That explosion.
What was that?
That explosion changed a lot of things.
Wait, what? Is Kiwo dead? Wait, what? Oh! Oh! Oh no! Oh!
Honestly, fucking harrowing. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? Okay. So. We can play many games. We just need to work out which game we want to play. Excuse me. I miss VR, not gonna lie, but I don't have the space for VR. Oh, this. Although I haven't played the first one.
Now, focus. Where are you?
I'm trapped in my past.
Come now, Alice. It's only a dream.
It's not a dream, it's a memory. Oh, my wonderland's shattered.
Now it's time to put your blade to work.
A minigun, huh? I mean, we could. I have so many games. I remember playing this with Dodger, I think. Oh my god, I got this when Outstar and I were just playing terrible games. We just had a stream where we played terrible games. If you guys enjoy Baldur's Gate 3 shitposting, say shitposting, it's fucking amazing. Outstar produces gold. What is this? Why do I own it? Wow. Cute. Oh. 10th anniversary? Is it? Dude, I swear I have like a really weird fucking timing when it comes to looking at video games. I would have turned 11 years old yesterday, and now I'm sat here looking at it. Huh. Happy game. Happy game. Did this get an update? I think this got an update. Dude, I wish I could get into Subnautica. I really, really wish I could. I just doesn't. Thank you for the 25 months. Thank you. God, I had so much fun playing this. This was great. This was a really, really fun stream. 2 streams. We did it over 2 streams.
Out of the darkness comes an evil that will destroy us all. Out of the light comes a roadie.
Bring on the impalement.
Armed with the power of metal and destined to become a legend.
But it is a DMCA nightmare. The Deponia games, I've never played these. This is in Marek's library.
Have you ever been with a predator before?
Well,
Well,
Small case. We'll wrap it up in no time.
What kind of case?
The kind of case where if you come with me right now, you're not on duty anymore.
What a pleasant surprise. The roaster copper's in person.
Clucking hell. Get yourself together, bird. Hey, is that how you greet two old friends?
Hey, I'm not joking, Sonny. I got a shotgun under the bar.
Whatever happens, never fall in love with that woman.
That's exactly what I was thinking. You see, what the hell could have happened here?
The last clucking color left this city years ago. And slowly I'll turn gray, too.
Enter. Love Child of Light. But I am in no mood to do any voices. So many voices. Hi, Ty. Such a good look. Lords of the Fallen. Dude, I don't enjoy Souls-likes. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. There's no way I actually played it for 14 hours. I think I left it open. Shadows of Doubt? I have not. Right, so we had...
Have you ever been with a predator before?
50.
Well...
Mornstead has fallen. Its great army decimated by the legions of Adir, the demon god. But one light still flickers in the ever-growing gloom. The light of the Dark Crusader.
Yeah, I want something that's fully voiced.
The radiance of Mornstead.
You know what? You know what? Actually, no, we need to... Sorry, no, we're watching this trailer. Because it actually looks really cool, sorry.
The radiance of Mornstead withers.
Yeah, Remnant 2, I've got my eye on.
Darkness threatens to desolate our world. Ascend to Aureus, my child. As his holy redeemer.
In light, we walk.
In light, we walk.
Burn their very souls to ash.
Your flesh has been made sacrosanct with the mark of the Dark Crusaders.
Man who walks alone. I love this song, dude.
Great potential dwells within you, doubtless, for you to be chosen thusly.
Fear of the dark.
Honestly,
Prove yourself worthy of
honestly,
this gift.
using this maiden song, it's so good though.
By your radiance, grant me the strength to continue to endure these dark days.
Relinquish the lamp, and your suffering ends.
This actually looks fucking good.
Another unfortunate made a slave to unceasing hunger. I pity you.
Why does this look so good though?
Reignite the blessed beacons of Mornstead and thwart Adir's cataclysmic resurrection.
Why does this look so good?
After an age.
Okay. Wait. Shit, what's that game called? Okay. I think it might finally be time for me to play this.
In the great city, at the end of the world,
I think today's the
there's
day.
a dead body behind the hostile cafeteria. And a strike that's about to become a war. Precinct 57 sent their finest.
Might do me pain.
Precinct 41 sent you. Prove them wrong, or lose your mind.
I think talking should be fine. I think let's do it. It's installing. I'm installing it. Disco. Man. I can't change my category to Disco Elysium. There we go. Playing, smile. Yeah, and keep in mind that tomorrow we have the Red Dead 2 roleplay thing that we're gonna do. Ba 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 ba. I'm gonna try your hardest to not backseat. Dude, I'm actually excited. I'm actually excited. I have wanted to play it for a while. I've owned it for a number of years. I think it's just the Yeah, we're gonna play it, Crumbs. I'm still taken aback by that Lords of the Fallen. Oh, it's a bit expensive. Tech swap. I've wanted to play this for years as well.
Rocky is a modern-day tale of courage and adventure. A game about monsters that shouldn't exist. Join Tuve, a young girl touched by magic. Explore an uncharted world of hidden legends.
Cute. Look how cute it is.
Discover.
It's so cute. Right. We're on this scene now. Library. Disco Elysium. Properties. Also, what did we think of speed dating for ghosts? I thought it was super cute. Oh shoot, sorry. Door is closed. I'm gonna let me what's it called?
Have you ever gotten lost in one of those big furniture stores? Well, I've been stuck in this one for days. It just seems to go on forever. I tried to find help, but there's something wrong with the staff. Even worse, at night the lights go out.
I hung out with the guy that made this.
Door is shut. Why haven't you left?
I think.
Out now!
I survived on food from the cafes and made use of what I could find around me. But lately the staff have been more aggressive. If I want a chance of finding the exit, I'll have to go deeper into the store.
Manager to aisle 403.
Store is closed.
Was this like viral on? Yeah. I hung out with him one Develop a couple of years ago. He used to be a streamer. He used to be a Twitch streamer, I think. The game's changed a lot. You know, when it comes out, it's gonna be like that game is gonna be the next like Five Nights at Freddy and Bendy. Okay. get my token? Where do I get my token? I need my token. I don't know how to get my Twitch token. I want you guys to ruin my life. They can also view the streamer's character sheet and journal. Oh, you legend. Still. Wait, it's not working. It's not giving me my token. Do not show this key. Don't share it with anyone else. It's literally not. It's not giving me that key. Okay, I don't think that I can get the token, guys. I don't think I can get the token. Okay. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, it's fine. No token. Create my own character? Okay. Should I be average? Prepare to be overwhelmed? I mean... Come on, guys. Me, overwhelmed? I am a... god gamer. And you know that. Yeah? Should we go full average? Actually, no. I want to be dumb. Loggish is immediately. I think I want to dedicate this. I want to dedicate this playthrough to pissing off Loggish. Strong. We wouldn't be agile, but you know what? We're gonna be strong and sensitive. Yes. We shall be a himbo. Please, no. Next screen is the big one. I mean, how hard can it be? Oh. Okay. Huh? Where's the info tab? Art of persuasion. Call for undercover cops, thespians of the stage, psychopaths. Conceptualization has a special role it wants you to play in the role, not the role of cop, but art cop. Fresh associations to delve into world concepts for Jang cops, postmodernists. Okay, you know what? Logic will be able to help you solve. I think logic makes you a know-it-all, turning your mind into a database of facts, enables you to draw on these facts innately. Wealth of background knowledge of all things related and unrelated to your case. Who knows? I want to go with logic. I think we should go logic. I think logic. This is just put a +1 in a skill. Yeah. But I think all in all, logic's probably going to be the best for me. And the playthrough that I think I'm like, yeah. Wait. Dreamers, paranatural investigators, mental creators. Invisible dimensions of reality, gaining insight into what they can't. Empathy, authority. Suggestion. Yes. Well, one in suggestion. We could grab... We'll grab one in Inland Empire. Oh no, we can't. We can only do one. Wait, I get one in total? Oh. Improve your health. Ignores damage so you can push on. Fires. It enables you to take drugs with fewer negative side effects. Surprise haters. Dude, this is a lot. That's okay though. We fuck with it. We fuck with it. Hand-eye coordination, trick shooters, snipers, jugglers. Perception wants you to be open to the world with eyes, ears, and nose working at full capacity. Reaction speed is the agility of your body and mind. At the moment, you're an angry drunk who is sensitive. Yeah. Interfacing wants you to connect to machines. Call people. I reckon. I mean, composure helps keep your shit together. Honestly, I think with this playthrough, how we're doing it, no. We're strong and emotional. So this is... I want to be the crying brute, yes, at higher levels. Work your way through invisible dimensions. That sounds fucking fire. I don't know what it means. You say it's a fan favorite? God damn. No more in 10 hours. Let's do it. If it's a fan favorite, nah. Charm. Yes, charm. This screen. To be fair, though, you know, you could have, you can just go with one of the default characters. I think that I think, honestly, like, this stuff, it can be overwhelming, but, you know, if I play D&D, I love that shit. Let's do suggestion. We're doing suggestion. We picked suggestion. The Furies are... the Furies are at home in the mirror. Is their address? Even the clearest water, if deep enough, can drown. Y'all ready? Let's go.
There is nothing. Only warm primordial blackness. Your conscious ferments in it. No larger than a single grain of malt. You don't have to do anything anymore.
Huh?
Ever. Never, ever.
Never, ever, ever?
Never, ever, ever, baby.
Okay, I'm okay with that.
An inordinate amount of time passes. It is utterly void of struggle. No ex-wives are contained within it.
Give me some more.
You got it, sweet brother. Nothing upon nothing upon nothing.
How about you cough up some more of that sweet, sweet oblivion?
Coming right up, sir. Smooth passage.
Alonzi, let's go.
All right. Nothing town to fuck all borough.
A return trip to the Silence, please.
Do you want me to upgrade that to a one-way trip, sir?
Don't stop, keep singing. Sing me the Song of Death.
The Song of Death is sweet and endless. But what is this? Somewhere in the sore, bloated man-meat around you. A sensation.
What sensation?
Like a fly to the ointment, your conscience sticks to it. The limbed and headed machine of pain and undignified suffering is firing up again. It wants to walk the desert, hurting, longing, dancing to disco music.
You can take it. You're a champion.
Huh? Mother, help me. There's a head attached to my neck and I'm in it. No, stop. I don't want to hear anything more about this sensation. Take me back to the formless, disembodied nothing.
The stench of liquor rises from your mouth, and with it, an ungodly headache.
Oh, cut my head off. It's trying to murder the rest of me.
A fiery streak penetrates your skull, trying to force your eyes open. It's a sound, a clarion call from hell.
I don't want to open my eyes. Gale? I need to make sure. Did I put... Okay. Oh. I love the aesthetics of the game. I really enjoy that. Wait, what's that? What have I...
You hear a jingle. Keys are clinking in the pocket of your flare-cut pants.
Ugh.
It says, whirling in rags, on the aluminium keyring. There is a single key on the ring. The number 1 is etched on it. It should open the door.
It's very unique, isn't it? It's very unique looking. I really, really like the, all the icons, the artwork. Sound design's lovely. How you doing, Krusty? Oh. Why is my tie on the fan? Yeah, it's good they added the voice acting.
A mirror hangs above a bent and broken sink. In a fierce discharge of masculine energy, someone has ripped half the faucet off. Hot water sprays from the base and steam covers the mirror. You cannot see yourself, just the outline of a man. Suddenly, you realize you have no memory of the face that awaits you there, underneath the soft vapor.
Really? Nothing?
Really? All recollection of the person you are, the people in your life, and even the world you're in has drowned in a sea of blood alcohol. This was no mere night of drinking. It was a deluge of world-ending proportions.
You've not been doing... Have you been doing VR Fallout? We watched some of my old Fallout VR videos earlier at the start of the stream. And so, like, when I think of Space Monkey, I just think of Fallout. Yeah. I have... There's some... Where is that clip of me? I'm literally playing with the Space Monkey in VR. The clip was called like Kiwo Dies. You know the one, that horrible jump scare. With the scorpion? Fallout. I'm trying to find it. I really want to find it. Found it. Found it. Found it. I found it. Hold up. Here you go.
He's dead. Fuck off! Oh my god. No.
Kiwo fucking dies. I love that I still have this. Okay. Okay.
With all the synapses you've extinguished, it's a miracle you can even think this sentence. You've interrupted a true act of self-annulment here.
Yeah, I'm so glad they added voice acting because I wouldn't be able to pronounce like half these words. Really? Nothing? Wait, why don't I?
As you slowly reach your hand towards the surface of the mirror. Abort. You clearly have not thought this through. You won't like what you see there, and you will never unbecome it.
I don't care.
Behold.
Dude, I love!
You have no idea who this thing is, do you?
Of course I do. I think I'm a superstar.
It appears you're also dead. There's clearly rigor mortis on your face. Oh wait, is that an expression? Are you trying to make an expression with that face? Why?
I think it might be because I'm a superstar.
Please stop. It's horrible.
No.
You're scaring yourself.
No, this is what superstars do.
You can't, can you? It's like it's not even voluntary anymore. You have worn that grin into your face, and now it won't come off.
Perfect.
What does it even mean? What is the emotion you're trying to convey?
I think I'm supposed to look suggestive. I'm afraid it's meant for the ladies. It's an expression of pain. No, superstardom.
You should check yourself for a pulse, superstar. From here it looks like a cadaverous spasm.
Let me check for... I'm gonna check for... Just give me a second.
You find no sign of life on your swollen neck. However, putting your hand on your chest reveals an irregular heartbeat. You appear to be alive, for now. Like the rest of you, it comes from a bad place somewhere in the past. That's all you know for now. It's too late. Like an image on film. The expression belongs to your primary motor cortex. It would take a minor neurological miracle for you to cease producing it.
Okay, fine. Fine.
This fan has two chain pull switches. One ends in a tiny fan, the other in a light bulb. A truly horrific necktie has somehow attached itself to one of the blades. Or has it been consigned there as punishment? You feel as though this creature is your friend and wants to reattach itself to your neck so that you may continue your adventures together in this strange world.
Medium, I'm doing it.
You reach out to grab the tie, but what's this? Diffuse, radiating chest pain. Doom comes over you.
Uh-oh.
This is bad. Feels like sharp stones grinding in your chest and keeping you from moving. For quite a long time. Still ongoing. Now is a good time to start worrying. Finally, the pressure recedes. You find yourself covered in cold sweat and trying not to move, hoping it will keep you from dying. The blades come squeaking to a halt. It should be easier to reach the tie now. Oh no, it's happening again. You didn't catch it, and now there's a numbness in your left arm, plus half your chest.
God!
It's even worse this time. Maybe you should stop trying to catch the tie.
No!
Still happening. Definitely worse than the last time. Finally, the stabbing recedes. You could try doing it again to see how painful it gets. But you would probably die. A terrible mistake. Turn the lights off immediately. You can practically feel the photons burning a hole in your brain. It's just a little hangover-induced photosensitivity. Don't overreact. The lights are off.
I want my fan. No, not my fan. I want my necktie.
window stands broken in its frame. Cold wind blows in. What do you mean, assess the damage? How would you do that? What are you even trying to do? The morning light hurts your eyes. It's hazy, but you see the ocean and some war-torn buildings.
Hi, welcome to my stream. I'm gonna spend all my time in here. Give me 1 second, I gotta run downstairs right quick. I have soup. Yeah, sorry. We've had no successes, and I don't know where my shoe is. I've lost my shoe.
Hello, officer.
Sounds like Evie.
The young woman raises a cigarette to her lips.
Officer?
No.
There's only one solution to this. You're a businessman.
Why did you call me officer?
Because you're a police officer, sir.
Goddamn right I am.
Okay, cool. I won't.
She means it. She wouldn't defy authority, however sweaty and bloated it may look.
No need to be alarmed.
Okay.
Whoa. Something wants to come out of you. A bit of vomit. Thankfully, you keep it down, because your body does not control you.
How did you know I was a police officer?
Sir, you've been here for 3 days. On official police business, as you put it.
Dude. How is he so fucked up? What business is that?
Couldn't say. In truth, so far, mostly drinking.
Suggestion.
Try the expression.
Yes!
Come on, why are you still doing this?
That's what's up. I'm a death still bloated again and still. Does the longing ever stop?
Alcohol raises testosterone levels, especially in men. The levels remain elevated after inebriation ends and the pain begins. You seek comfort. It's only natural.
She puts out her cigarette. She looks back at you, a light glinting off her eyes.
And now, it never stops. Goodbye.
Oh, hell yeah. I can hit spacebar, cool. This game... Oh no.
You should pick that fat, juicy cigarette butt from the tray, light it up, and smoke the living shit out of it.
Nah.
The door is closed. This door can only be opened with a key or from the inside. As you hold the metal, you sense the warmth left there by her hand. There is no answer. You hear the shower being turned on, somewhere inside. A tremendous loneliness comes over you. Everybody in the world is doing something without you.
Like showering. That's fine. You don't abandon me in all this ugliness.
The door does not care.
Knock again.
Still no answer.
Knock again.
Still nothing. You should punch a fucking hole in it.
No. What? Violence?
You slam your fist into the vinyl. It does not produce a hole. The door sits sturdily in the frame, and your fist hurts. This was all a very good, normal thing to do. Not to mention, great exercise.
Half-Light is darker. Oh, there's my shoe. I threw it out the window.
There they both are. Two identical shoes, both copiously green and indiscriminately snakeskin, reunited on your feet.
Just how I needed them, baby. How do they fit?
Good. They're balanced. Comfy. Feels like the only good thing about you right now.
Nice. Baldur's Gate, who? This is crazy. Oh, this is bad. This is gonna be bad. Oh god, I have a really bad feeling. I have a really, really bad feeling about the... Big old karaoke mic.
You should totally sing karaoke here, the first chance you get. Your emotions need to be expressed. People need to know your vast, oceanic soul.
My soul is immense.
Utterly. And it needs to be heard. Through a PA system. By other people.
Yes.
Whether they like it or not. Ram it up their ears, says your adrenaline gland.
Oh, no.
Violently express yourself.
This goes well with the theory I'm developing that I'm a down-on-my-luck superstar.
Who is mistakenly identified as a cop for his prominent jawline? Yes, sounds likely. You should probably go on stage and pose for a moment when you're done with this thought. See if it works.
What should I sing?
You have not yet stumbled on the right lamentation, but it's out there. It'll come to you. You will wreak havoc with it. Don't worry.
Lamentation sounds good. They'll really get a gauge on my soul. Something happy. Get the people going.
No. Don't sing the happy song. It's stupid. Sing the sad song. It's profound. You have to find something tragic to sing first, though.
Dude, I fucking love this. I love this. I really like this.
A man in his late 20s stands behind the counter, inspecting a stuffed seabird. As you approach, he gives you a sideways glance, then looks down again.
Hello.
That was disdain in his eyes. Even now he is purposely ignoring you. Looks like he's not a fan.
I sense you're not a fan of mine.
Oh no, you're a hero. A real hero cop.
You're being sarcastic.
Am I? Or did you ride in, take the body down, solve the murder, and not trash my hostel room?
That's no way to talk to an officer.
Oh, it's not?
He raises his shoulder like he's gonna say more, then he gets a hold of himself.
You're right. It's not.
Yeah, you bastard.
He has no respect for you personally, but this man sees himself as a law-abiding citizen, and you a representative of that law. He tries to avoid outright conflict.
You the bartender?
No, I'm not the bartender. I'm the cafeteria manager.
You look like a bartender.
That period of my life is over. Not everyone who stands behind a counter is a bartender, okay? I'm the cafeteria manager.
What's the difference?
I have 3 cafeterias to manage. 3. Sylvie tends the bar here, not me. I'm only standing in.
Where did Sylvie go?
She just, you know.
There's something there, and it's not good. That's all you know for now.
Stuffed bird.
A competent work of taxidermy. The white and brown seabird lies among piles of coasters and drying mugs. One of its wings broken. The man is trying to mend it.
How did it break?
Looks like the bird was ripped off the shield that was used to mount it, most likely on a wall. Something about it makes you feel bitter.
What happened?
Look, your buddy is over there.
He looks at doors where the man in the bomber jacket is tapping his foot.
Why don't you go and talk to him, okay?
Again, with that insubordinate tone.
He pretends not to hear you, concentrating on the bird instead.
Dude, I am going to be a gatekeeping, gaslighting girl boss. With dark urges, apparently. I am a gatekeeping, gaslighting girl boss.
Oh no, you're a hero.
Oh,
Or am
I did this already.
Oh, it's not. You're right.
He has no respect.
Sorry, I did that before. Soft power of an electric juicer comes from the kitchen. Someone is working. Gatekeep, gaslight, girl boss.
Hello, sweetie.
Hi.
You shouldn't keep your colleague waiting.
I'll do what I goddamn want. The man is sleeping at a table wearing mud-caked boots and rolled down overalls. The back of his shirt also reads Wild Pines. I read that as penis.
On the counter, rolled out of his open hand, you see a blister pack of headache medicine.
Wake him up!
You gently shake his shoulder, but nothing happens.
Why?
This man could probably sleep soundly in a ship's engine room.
Yoink.
The man does not mind. You probably need them more than he does.
You've just picked up some magnesium. This item is stored in the bottom left corner of the screen above your character portrait. Use magnesium to heal your morale if you have morale damage.
Wait. Oh, hello. You also have like 5 seconds to heal? I don't understand what that means.
The door is closed.
Emotional damage. I want to see...
This fan has 2 chain pull switches.
Oh.
One, or has it been consigned?
Yeah, I see that's how many healing items I have, but I only have 5. I need to find a song to sing. Okay, I hope my buddy helps me. Hi, buddy.
A bespectacled man in an orange bomber jacket is tapping his foot on the floor. Looks like he's waiting for someone. As you approach, he narrows his eyes and extends his hand in greeting. If an assault were launched on this building right now, if the windows came crashing down and the whole world descended upon you, this man would hurl himself in death's way to save you. You are sure of this, but why?
Who is he to me? Hey, shake his hand.
Hello. I'm Kim Kitsuragi, Lieutenant, Precinct 57. You must be from the 41st.
You realize he is waiting for your name. This is your chance to come up with a really good name for yourself. Get creative. Conceptualize.
Fuck, dude. Here we go.
Raphael Ambrosius Cousteau.
It's so cool.
Yes, it is. Raphael Ambrosius Cousteau is one classy name for one classy cop. Say it.
Raphael Ambrosius Cousteau is... Oh, my name.
Yes, well,
He doesn't even process what you just said, just moves on.
it looks like we had a little scheduling error on Sunday. Saturday too, actually. Have you had time to talk to the manager here?
You mean him?
If you don't mind, we should talk to him again. Ask him for a rundown of the area. Now that I'm here as well. I understand the scene is out back, right? It also wouldn't hurt to assure him the police are finally here. In full force, I mean. Have you mapped out the initial interviews?
Yes, the police. I am aware I am a policeman.
Right. And the interviews?
I haven't.
Okay. We'll have time for that after we take a look at the coroner's case. Have you removed the dead body from the tree?
No.
So, the body is still in the tree.
This is the first time you detect a weariness in the lieutenant's voice. It is obvious he would have preferred for the body to no longer be in the tree.
Where it has been hanging for 7 days straight. We should go there as soon as we are done talking to the owner.
What a shame. Get to it now. Rip that body down from the tree.
Don't worry, I'll rip it down.
After it's been up in a tree for that long, any kind of ripping is inadvisable.
What did I tell you? I'm not really a police officer.
We all feel that way sometimes. There is no such thing as a police officer, I'm afraid. What remains is that there is a dead body in the tree. Someone has to figure out who put it there. If we don't, no one else will. But first, we have to take it down.
How can you be so sure?
I was sent here to meet a detective from Precinct 41. You have the insignia of the Citizens Militia on your sleeve and on your back. I suppose you could be impersonating him. You could have gotten the insignia from the black market or forged it. But for now, I'm going to set those possibilities aside. I'm not from the Inspectorate General.
I fucking love these character portraits. Oh my god, what is this game?
Internal affairs. And I'm not them. I'm from criminal investigation.
You mean these?
Yes. They're not just white rectangles. They bear a halogen watermark with the letters RCM and a pattern resembling the street grid of Ravachol West. I would ask you to step into the headlights of my motor carriage, but again, it's none of my concern. I just need you to do your job. You mean you don't have a badge?
I have my badge, I'm a policeman, and I have my badge.
Oh, if you didn't have your badge, then that would be very bad. You would need to report it on my shortwave. But since you do have it, we can go straight to the task at hand. After you, officer.
Lieutenant Kitsuragi is now in your party. You can talk to him whenever by interacting with him.
F5. Hey, Kitsuragi, what's this?
The door is closed. Still nothing. The lieutenant gives you a quick glance. He doesn't like where this is going.
As an empath, I don't think he likes where this is going.
You should punch a fucking hole in it.
Hey, what is your problem?
That felt good. Everyone is a whore. Now punch a hole in the door. Don't. Everyone is a whore. What does that even mean? Breathe in and walk away. You slam your fist into the vinyl. It does not produce a hole. The door sits sturdily in the frame, and your fist hurts. This was all a very good, normal thing to do. Not to mention, great exercise.
Stop that.
Oh yeah, we need to speak to him again.
The man with the unimpressive beard notices you approaching. He drops the ledger he was holding and turns to the lieutenant.
Mr. Gart, right?
You run this place?
You run this place.
Yes.
I am Kim Kitsuragi from Precinct 57. This is an inter-district investigation, so joining me from Precinct 41...
Oh. Detective Raphael Ambrosius Cousteau.
Right. Now, I know it took us a while to arrive at the scene. It also took you a while to call us and report the dead body. It was you who placed the call, yes?
No, I only just got here. It was probably Sylvie who called you. She usually works the bar here. I'm only temporarily taking over her duties.
Do you have her number?
As a matter of fact, I do.
He looks behind a pile of coasters, finds a slip of paper and hands it to the lieutenant.
You said you just got here. From where? Are you a local?
What, of Martinez? No, I live in Jamrock. I only sometimes come here to keep an eye on the place. This is just one of the many, many cafeterias I manage.
Yes, one of 3.
But you still know your way around, yes? In case we need directions.
Yes, I know where some things are, but as I said, I don't live here. I just used to work here. And I'm not going to start working here again, if that's what you think.
I didn't imply that. Detective,
What?
It's your turn.
Oh, questions.
Yes, yes. He means, do you have questions for me, like a police officer would?
Where exactly is the body?
Behind this building, there's a courtyard. They hoisted him up on a tree there.
And how do we get there, then?
That's easy. See that door there? First you exit through that. Then, to your right, you should see a big hole in the fence. A really big one. You can get to the courtyard through there. No need for the keys. The hole is big enough for the Franco-Nigerian cavalry to fit through.
Does he want you to feel guilty of making that hole? It's implied in his voice.
Who killed him?
I don't know who killed him. I'm not the police. That's your job.
Did you?
What are you, crazy? Of course I didn't kill him.
Suddenly you tense up. Blood is being pushed to your muscles. You should hound him on this. Hound him hard. The prey drive says.
Oh, God, why did I didn't even pick Half-Light. It's just... I wanted to be strong. I just wanted to be strong. Did you kill him?
No, I didn't.
You can tell me you killed him.
I didn't. I don't appreciate this. What is this?
Why did you have to kill him?
Do I have to answer him? Is this mandatory?
The lieutenant stands motionless, his expression unreadable.
Did he hurt you? Is that why? Did you get some kind of sick kick out of killing him?
What are you, an idiot? I told you I haven't killed anyone.
Anyone? Have you killed someone else?
He ignores you. More. Press on. Push through.
God fucking damn it, dude. Did you kill Sylvie?
Fuck you, man.
That's enough.
You can't tell who the remark is aimed at. You will.
A very silent wave comes from the lieutenant, like the distant echo of a drum roll.
You have not entirely
It's
convinced
approval.
me.
That's a real pity.
Why did Sylvie go away?
She went away because none of your business.
This is the second time you've avoided the subject.
Oh my God, what is your obsession with this Sylvie person? Get over it.
Maybe it's he who's obsessed with this Sylvie person. Certainly sounds like it.
Let's go.
Not so fast. You owe me 130 real.
Uh-oh.
As you blow this joint, behind you, a whiny voice shouts.
Real mature, man. Real mature.
Wait, how do I get out? Oh. That was slick. Thank you. I need to find a song for karaoke. That is, honestly, that's my top priority. So how are we enjoying my strongman playthrough? By strongman, I mean gatekeeping, gaslighting, girl boss. Mm-hmm. It's already so good. Mm-mm. I'm just munching. want to kick it over. No, what is wrong with me?
The RCM in Martinez. What can I help you with?
You sound surprised.
We don't see a lot of police around here, that's all.
I have some questions.
Of course. What can I help you with?
What's this fuck the police business?
Excuse me?
He doesn't understand.
She's uncomfortable. Maybe you should drop this line of questioning.
The street sign.
Oh. Well, I didn't write it there. I'm just sitting here.
I didn't mean to startle you.
Okay.
Who are you?
Me? I am just a gardener.
Good to meet you, just a gardener. No, cool. And what are you doing?
I'm working.
Working on what?
I have a greenhouse in the yard there. I've been trying to get some work done.
There's discomfort. She stops mid-sentence.
But?
Well, as you probably know, there's a corpse hanging from a tree there. It smells pretty bad, so I have to take breaks.
Don't worry, miss. We are here to clean it up. You can get to work soon.
Need
Thank you.
directions.
Since the street sign's messed up?
Oh, excuse
Okay.
me?
What do you need?
Corpse, where is it exactly?
It's there. In the yard, right through the hole in the fence.
Where am I?
What do you mean?
Just tell me where we are.
We're in Martinez, sir. This intersection is called Roundabout North, I think.
What is up in the north?
There's the pier, the Cape Side apartment buildings, some more tenements. Not a lot, really.
What's in the east?
The harbor gates. Some kind of commotion, I think. I don't follow the local politics. A fleet store, too.
The south?
Some shops and a bridge. The canal bridge leads to the coast, but it's broken, I think. Some kind of accident, probably.
What's on the other side?
Just coast. There's a little fishing village there, and a fish market. But that got closed down ages ago.
Rows of stalls under a broad roof, where silvery fish were heaped on newspapers. Water everywhere, pouring from the heavens in the shadow of the old church.
What kind of fish market is this?
I don't know. The abandoned kind? It used to gather every spring, but there's nothing to do there now. Just drug addicts.
What's in the west?
It's just water. No, actually, I think they call it the Martinez Inlet. There are some islands in the bay, but they're hard to reach.
Thanks.
No problem.
I gotta
Of course. I won't hold you back.
Her gloves. You get the feeling that you need them. You have a dead body to deal with after all.
Can I borrow those gloves?
Sure. Keep them. I have another pair.
Ah, thank you.
Really? None. Maybe just a tiny bit of annoyance.
Thank you. Oh, dude. I'm never gonna take these off. Oh no, they're much hunkier. They're not silly, they're amazing. Don't feel threatened by handsome men. Yeah, I don't.
Welcome to Yeahhhh.
Ooh. Why are you addressing my partner like that? Huh?
Don't you welcome to Yeahhhh me. My grandfather came here from a 3,000-year-old racist isolationist culture, while your ancestors came to this island a mere 300 years ago. Every school of thought and government has failed in the city, but I love it nonetheless. It belongs to me as much as it belongs to you.
You tell him.
It's men like you who keep Revachol divided, making it that much harder for everyone to climb out of this post-war limbo.
Limbo?
Oh, come on, man. I just said welcome to Revachol. It's a lorry driver thing.
I know exactly what you meant. You think my kind doesn't belong here, that I should watch myself and behave. But you see, I'm an officer of the RCM. It's actually my job to make sure you behave.
You fucking tell him,
I would
Kim.
advise you to remember that.
Silence. The air between them becomes tense. Your partner needs backup. Now's your moment to shine.
Fucking A, Kim. I got you back.
You two make a cute couple. You know that?
The lieutenant exhales and resumes his regular calmness.
Now that's settled, we got a couple of questions.
Whatever you say, officers.
What are you hauling?
Oh, not much anymore. I'm here to pick up some cargo, but the dock workers are on strike, so it's a sit and wait on your ass situation.
What kind of cargo?
Apples.
Apples?
Yeah, apples. I take it you had other questions?
He's given you the runaround. Let's be honest, you were bested.
Damn. What was that argument all about?
It's about biological determinism, natural law, the sorting of the races. Not the most popular topic nowadays, with the coalition in charge and all. You might want to change the topic. That is, bury your head under the sand like common sheep.
Oh, I'll be right back, guys. Sorry. One moment. Oh, God, my legs. Oh, my legs. Oh, God. Yeah. Sorry. Continue.
Change the topic.
Fuck's
The
sake.
way he says it makes it almost sound like a threat.
So you're just a racist.
I'm not just racist. Look, I've read books, huh? The science of racial theory has all been proved, even if some people don't want to accept it. People who've studied these things say that you and me are superior by design. So, naturally, we Occidentals should be in charge. Obviously, you can see the merits in that.
Does the controller work with this game? Oh my God. Okay, what else have you thought up?
So, lately we Occidentals have experienced an unfortunate downturn when members of the superior race cease to believe in their
Can I
innate
punch him yet?
superiority. They stop competing for resources.
It's a problem.
The problem? The damn Kips are showing a real good game lately. Same with the mosquitoes. And the other introduced species too. They're on the precipice of cultural victory.
What?
It's what the Kips of Boogie Street are going for, right under our noses. And the others too, on the radio. Heard any chansons lately? Heard any motetos or leader? No. Dominating culture is how they plan to win.
This
They
piece
sue
of shit,
themselves.
right? Cultural victory, what is this, Civ 4? Right.
It's true. Also, you need to realize the dangers of
really-
mixing races. Who knows what might happen if people don't stay in their birthplace?
Dude, I hate
You might
this
end
guy.
up with a new sub-race, with unknown characteristics, leading to extra competition. That's why you've got to control the offspring.
Oh my god. What the hell? This is... No, I'm not gonna say one. Fuck that. Fuck that. Kim's our boy. Go fuck yourself.
Don't push your luck, Runt.
I love my gloves. Yellow roses.
The tear machine stands in the corner. A sign says, 1 bottle equals 10 cents.
What is this?
Oh, that's the tear machine.
What is it?
It's a machine for tear. You know, you find tear outside, like bottles or whatever, and put it in the machine, then it gives you money.
Life's really hard on a council estate. Life's really hard on a council estate. I see.
You need a bag, I guess. We used to have some, but we gave them all out, so... Feel free to use it if you find a bag, though. I'm sure there are some out there. Some.
Huh?
The tear machine stands in the corner. A sign says, you see several packaged raincoats fill a low shelf beneath a display of croissants and juice bottles. The raincoats are transparent, except for the big Fritta slogan on the back.
What's that?
What is what? It's a raincoat. If you want to buy one, then it's only 4 real.
Oh, yeah, we're gonna... words. We're gonna wait for the ad. We're gonna wait for the ad so that we don't progress. Ad break dance. Excuse me. Don't forget to subscribe with Prime. Charming. Sorry. Spagooda dude, thank you for the 14 months. Listen, I'm drinking a can of cola. Orlando. Thank you, Orlando. That's very kind of you. Thank you. If you subscribe, do you get to hear all the Kiwo ad burps? Listen, okay, I'm hungover. Is the ad still going or is the ad finished? Thank you, Orlando. Thank you. Royal, thank you as well. Ad's done. Awesome. Thank you, guys. Thank you. I want to buy.
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles, nasal sprays, and blister packs. They all bear the Saint Baptiste Pharmaceutics logo.
Just ask me if you need anything from Saint Baptiste. We don't stock prescription meds, but we do have Nosafed, Duramine, Magnesium, and Hypnogamma.
What do they do?
I don't know. Let's see. Nosafed is a nasal spray. Duramine is a really good painkiller. Magnesium is a dietary supplement. Hypnogamma is... I don't really know what Hypnogamma is. I guess it makes you feel less shit. It's recommended to use after lots of partying, studying, or exercising.
Oh! Sign me up!
No. Sorry. I'm not like a doctor or anything.
Nosafed heals +1 health. Duramine heals +3 health. Magnesium heals +1 morale. Hypnogamma heals +3 morale.
Saint Baptiste?
Saint Baptiste. You know, the pharmaceuticals company.
I said Baptiste. What's wrong with me?
Saint Baptiste Pharmaceuticals. The one that sells meds out of Saint Baptiste. That one. There. Welcome to Frit. Feel free to look around or something. Everything is out on the shelves.
What's that magazine she's reading?
What is this, Frit?
I don't know. Frit?
And what is?
A 7 to 11 grocery store.
Why is it written with 3 T's?
I think they think that the extra T makes it funkier. It doesn't.
What magazine are you reading?
You mean this?
He looks at the cover, boasting a colourful photo of 2 girls kissing.
This is Pop Stars. It's got, like, famous people in it. It's not for sale.
Looks like it also has something called Police de la Mode, featured on page 34. This speaks to you.
I approve of this.
She pops her raspberry-flavored bubblegum and nods. The lieutenant frowns at you before turning to the clerk with an apologetic half-smile.
I have some questions.
Okay. I'm not really supposed to be chatting to anyone, but...
Can you tell me anything about the dead body?
I don't really know anything. I mean, I know it's there, but I haven't seen it, so...
Do you know the man?
Not really.
Not really?
No. I didn't know him at all.
How long has it been there?
I don't know, really long.
What do you think happened?
I don't know.
No need to worry. It's just standard procedure for us to ask around. If you hear anything, let us know, okay?
Okay.
Thanks.
Uh-huh.
Damn, that felt good. Your heart's pounding nicely. You should tell people to fuck off
Oh,
more
it's from
often.
that earlier.
No, you shouldn't. You're an officer of the law.
Kim, I think I should tell people to fuck off more often. It felt really good.
Not as a general rule, but that one was justified. Better to get the lay of the land before telling people to fuck off.
That means you should do it whenever you feel like someone's disrespecting your authority.
Fuck yeah, motherfuckers.
That's the spirit. Never forget, the whole world's a wooden house and you're a goddamn flamethrower. Before you stands a motor carriage. The bodywork is covered in blue and white livery, bearing the number 57. Vapor emanates from the large engine on the back of the vehicle. It hasn't had time to cool off yet. In the cabin, you are welcomed by a set of steering levers, a radio microphone on a hook, a pull-out toolbox under the seat, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
Pick up the radio.
The frequency tableau lights up, and a green button labeled Prime Line glows like a feline eye. And then you hear something. The soft purr of electrical kittens, radio waves cast far and wide over the metropolis. A woman's voice greets you through the static.
This is Precinct 57. Hello, Lieutenant. How may I assist you?
Hello, Alice. Please assist our colleague from the 41st precinct here. I'm putting him on.
Hi, this is the officer from 41st.
This is Officer Alice Demetri, Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
I need you to connect me to a civilian, Sylvie. She may have reported a murder.
Of course. What is her number, officer?
Kim didn't give you Sylvie's number?
Yes, hold on. Her number is 005 1944 298.
Received. Hold on, officer.
Start slapping a marching rhythm on your thighs.
Give it a minute. She might be busy at the moment. Takes a bit to get to the phone.
Just wait. Relax.
Officer, I have Sylvie Malaika on the line for you. Yes, hello?
Oh. Hello. I have some questions about your last days at work.
Oh, right. Hello, officer. What can I do for you?
You can hear resentment in her tone. She's not thrilled to be talking to you again. There is no resentment in her tone. She wants you to ask her out. No question about it.
Why is electrochemistry here? You don't have to listen to them, but intrusive thoughts.
No, absolutely not.
Ugh. Why did you quit your job?
You mean, why did I leave the bar? Honestly, I'm not really comfortable discussing it with you, sir.
Why?
Let's just say I left because I needed to get away from someone.
From who?
You know whom.
You think you hear a sliver of accusation in her words. Don't be paranoid. She's obviously talking about someone else, not you.
You mean me?
I really don't want to talk about this. Let's just forget about this, okay?
Okay, are you ever coming back?
Maybe, I don't know. I just know I have to take some time off right now.
Did you call the police?
No, not me.
But why? Well, do you know who made the call?
No, sorry. I don't. Not a lot of people have phones around here. Copper thieves take the wires. People don't have the money to have the cables put in again. They use the Union's film, or the one on the coast.
It was someone else. We'll find them sooner or later, officer. It just might take a while.
But why?
What? Of course it bothered me. But I thought the Union already knew about the corpse.
What does this Union have to do with anything?
No one calls the police. The Union would get angry.
What do you mean by that?
You know, what the Union says goes. People listen to them and they take care of their own, which is like everyone here.
Garbage.
Wait. He's speaking the truth?
Legally, no. In reality, yes. Martinez is de facto policed by the dock workers' union.
Words are not necessary to feel the lieutenant's discontent for the situation.
I love how my... Is it psyche and physique are super high? So that whole, like, emotionally... I'm emotional and strong. And they are, like, polar opposites. Tell me why do you...
I didn't want to get in trouble with the others.
Push her further. Show her the error of her ways.
I really like Authority. I think Authority was a great... I'm really happy I picked Authority. I really like that one. I really like Authority, dude.
No, don't push her. It sounds as if she's about to cry.
Let me get this straight. You ignored the law to save your own skin.
I didn't know I had to report it. I thought someone would take him down eventually.
The fucking nerves on her. Trying to hide behind weakness. You're a god. An angry but just god.
I'm a god. You report to me, not the Union. Is it clear?
Hey, if you cannot restrain yourself, then I'll be handling the interviews from now on, and you can quietly take notes.
You've got your methods, I've got mine.
Fine. But know that I don't approve of such gratuitous volatility.
An angry cop refusing to face his demons and taking his frustrations out on others. Just a badge and a gun away from those he's manhandling. A fast-burning candle. That's the side you just exposed to the lieutenant. He doesn't judge. Has seen it too many times already. You both have, probably, but he takes a mental note. Breathing on the other end suggests that Sylvie is still on the line. She heard everything.
Next question.
Okay.
I think I got everything I need.
I do hope so. Please, don't call me again. Bye.
Wait. Why does she seem angry?
No, she doesn't have a problem with you. It must be someone else she's angry about. Some other guy. Like Gart.
You made her cry, so you failed the test. Emotional damage. Yeah.
You know women and their constant problems. Yak, yak, nag, nag. How's one supposed to get the love going like that?
Okay.
That's where you step in. You're Lieutenant Love, matchmaker extraordinaire. Help the poor girl out, lest she turns into a spinster.
What? Oh my god, not a spinster.
Not a spinster, my God. You have to intervene on behalf of love. First, calm her down. Tell her you've got everything under control. And then go have a boys' talk with God himself.
Fuck, dude.
Think you can do that, Lieutenant Love?
Two is so fucked up, dude. Okay. Are you still there? Listen, I've got everything under control.
No. What?
To be fair, you're not really credible as an under control guy. Here we go, incel Claire. Oh, no. What have I done, this poor woman? You know what? Hey, it's me, Big Papa. Get out of here, Kim. Yeah. Say no more, Papa's got this. Fuck. What do I do? What one do I do? Sweet woman child thing that makes men go crazy, especially a man like Gart. No, I'm not backing out of this. No, I've chosen this. They're actually, honestly, I think the Big Papa line is probably the better of the two. You and Gart, right?
Big Papa is happening.
Why did you come electric chemistry? Thank you for your input.
Oh God. Please, just stay out of my life.
I've got a hunch your love life is about to take a very pleasant turn.
What? What is it?
You'll see, Lieutenant.
Call was terminated by the other party. Anything else, officer?
It's on. The love quest is on. Too late, everyone. It's on. Take it to Gart now.
Please connect me to
Just a second, officer. Sylvie Malaika on the line for you, officer. Yes, hello?
Hi.
Oh, great. What else do you need, detective?
Nothing.
You hear the call breaking up on the other end of the radio, and then the already familiar voice.
Anything else I can help you with, officer?
I'm done.
57th, over and out.
In the cabin, you see a set of steering levers, a radio on a hook, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
Pull out the toolbox.
A metallic drawer slides out from under the seat and clicks into place. The tools inside are neatly organized.
Take what you need, officer. It's going to be a long case. I'm not protective of my tools, like some men are.
He's clearly a little protective of his tools. But what can you do? Work is work.
I'm gonna take the Flashlight.
It's robust, weatherproof, and well made. Police issue.
Oh, I can take everything?
Blue lets you see things in the dark you would otherwise miss. The pry bar feels nice and cold in your hand, heavier than you'd think. Cold and heavy, like truth. You feel like you're reunited with truth once more. Useful for opening all sorts of doors and lids. The handles are long and sleek. Snap, snap, go the cutters in your hand. The pull-out toolbox slides back into its nest. Preheater gauge casts a warm glow on the steering levers and the radio on its hook.
Steering levers.
The white suede feels luxurious under the touch, and the metal clutch handle so very familiar in your palm. As you tap on the gauge, the indicator pin jerks as if startled. It's in the large orange sector, indicating the engine is warm. Next to the gauge is a red switch labeled heat.
Like a game that, oh my god, it's so fucking good.
There's no use pressing the heat button. It won't start without the ignition key.
Alternative translation. Don't even think you can drive my MC.
What is this?
This is the Kupris Kinema, my motor carriage. You can use the toolbox and the radio if you'd like.
Motor carriage, motor carriage. Something bad with a motor carriage. A dark lump rises in your throat.
Do all policemen have cool motor carriages?
The Kupris motorcar does provide most of our patrol vehicles, yes.
What was this sinking feeling I have with the words motor carriage?
Nothing, nothing. It's probably nothing. Forget I brought it up. Please proceed with the carefree lollygagging.
Can we turn it on?
No, I'm afraid not. We have a murder case on our hands, remember?
Yeah, but what is it?
A motorized vehicle, officer. I'm sure you are familiar with the concept. We've had these for nearly a century.
In the cabin, you see a set of steering levers. The worn and beaten wooden planks of the bench do not look overly comforting.
We can sit on benches after we've solved the murder. Let's go.
You can revisit the bench if you ever need to pass the time when Lieutenant Kitsuragi is gone.
Cool. Dude, there's so much to, like, do. Oh no.
Life doesn't need to be a struggle. I'll be with you in a moment, officer. Let me just finish my sandwich. Talk to angry old René first.
Have you no shame? Whining about your back every time you bring out the measuring tape.
René, you're a man with a fork in a world of soup. Please, let's just try to enjoy the game, all right?
Look, in his hand, going into his mouth, the sandwich. It's hauntingly beautiful.
Why? What? Okay.
I'm trying to, but you keep breaking my concentration. You're old. I can see that. We're both old. Now stop grabbing your ass like it's a girl.
These manly men are playing balls. This is a ball game. Grab a ball and play it. Don't ask questions. Shoot first. Ask questions never.
Balls!
That's the spirit. Don't even waste your breath asking about the game. They wouldn't know anyway. They're way past their prime. You are immediately surprised by the ball's lack of weight. No matter, you'll make it work. God, this is right. You feel the familiar tremble of excitement and adrenaline that precedes every victory. Time has frozen.
Feel the ball.
The cold metal ball is surprisingly smooth against your neck. It has a pattern on it, probably a sponsored ball. Yours would only be covered with bumps of learning and scars of victory. Already your muscles are adjusting to the weight, the nervous system calibrating, until you and the ball have merged into a single entity. A chilly breeze ruffles your hair as you stand there, feet firmly planted. All sounds, smells, even the wind, everything fades until the only thing left is the union of man and ball.
Dash Tom, hi.
West, in the Grand Couronne area, a sharp overhand left from Arsène Luc Edelbrock sends the Samarin heavyweight champion, Kostya Miasnok Kostanica, flying to the mat. The crowd goes wild. Revachol loves her heroes.
Have one last glance.
An embodiment of pure motion, a fine-tuned locomotor running at maximum efficiency. Behold the fear and confusion reflecting in the eyes of the two feeble geezers. They are in awe of your superiority. You are a god to them. Some would still say you're a cop, but I guess we're beyond that now.
The inertia can be contained no more. No more than a bullet leaving a gun. Let go, be the bullet.
Merde! Bordel de merde! What the hell is your problem?
I'm a god of track and field. Why would I have a problem with anything?
I don't care if you are a cop. You do not just ruin someone's game. It's so goddamn disrespectful.
What do you mean?
A man his age getting worked up like that? Better watch that blood pressure.
Don't be a sore loser. It's still a fair game between you two. Second place is a podium position.
You vandalized our game, son. We can't play pétanque with 5 bull.
P-tank?
Yes, pétanque. You ruined our pétanque game. We want our bull back.
Take it easy, René. This is just a misunderstanding, isn't it, officer? No harm done.
Of course there's harm done, you orange slug. You owe us a goddamn bull.
All right.
Good. Mistakes are forgiven when men at least try to right their wrongs. I believe you will try. Now, why did you approach us?
Just talk. It'll smooth things over. Old people like attention.
You know anything about the man hanged in the back of the Whirling in rags?
Unfortunately, I don't. Unlike most of the locals, I have no qualms about assisting law enforcement. But this affair has passed me by completely.
And?
In Martinez, the union is the law. So can you really blame them?
Hey, Steely Dan, thank you.
Cop is a pejorative term. I don't have a problem with policemen. On the contrary, I admire the effort to bring order to our streets.
So you don't know anything?
If I knew, I would not be afraid to tell you. I simply don't. I'm an old man, not a coward. The daily business of the riffraff no longer concerns me.
You'll be playing in a crater.
Yes. The terrain here provides an interesting variety to a familiar game.
You know who created it? Or what created it?
I do. Fire from heavy artillery.
Oh.
Heavy artillery fire, you say? That's the best kind of artillery fire. Very interesting.
But why?
Why what?
Why was it used?
Because that's what happens when communards hijack your country, execute your supreme leadership, and turn your capital into a slaughterhouse. You use heavy ordnance to clean up your home.
Who?
Commies, communists, socialists, anarchists, call them what you like. They just chose the name to feel special. Senseless sentimentality.
Did you use it?
Sadly, no. It was the foreigners who brought them to their knees. We fought valiantly. Too valiantly. So valiantly we got licked.
He had squeezing a bull in his fist.
Should have fought dirty, like they did with their suicide sex cult propaganda and mad anarchist women strapped to shrapnel bombs. We didn't though, and we lacked caliber. God bless him, but the suzerain's cannons simply weren't big enough.
Why sell them here?
Because this place is a damn beachhead. Had to soften the commies up first.
Beachhead?
Yes. The military coordinated amphibious landing to take back Revachol.
He finds your lack of historic knowledge troubling, a sign of mental deterioration in the preceding generations.
Martinez was used as one of the 3 footholds in Revachol during Operation Deathblow in 08. The other 2 are off in Stella Maris and the Delta.
That place sounds grim.
This here is Blood Ground, where Coalition boots first made landfall and cleaned those rabid dogs out. Most likely, we're playing pétanque on their mangled corpses.
Blood ground. You got old René going there. Like he isn't hungry enough already.
Don't get me wrong, officer. I hate those foreign dogs,
You gotta use the
but
controller, I think.
the enemy of my enemy and all that. They're the lesser evil.
I have zoned out throughout most of this conversation. I feel really bad.
Damn right, son. They lit the fire of hell on the city before they stormed it. And it worked, too.
Hey, Christopher, thank you.
He approves of this radical approach, knows it was necessary.
Oh.
The rest of the city got cleaned up, but Martinez they keep as a monument. And now the Union Socialists are practically running the place.
Well, it's your own damn fault. You, we, the Coalition, Revachol, whoever you want to blame, never finished the job. Officially, the party never surrendered. Of course they still hold influence.
You don't even begin to truly understand the players on the table, let alone the specific circumstances surrounding the... What do you think?
Nothing, I don't think, I just do.
I'm just so damn sorry it had to be the Coalition. After 8 years of fighting those hyenas, boiling cats for food and drinking piss in the mountains, I would have preferred if the Right Honorable King Guillaume returned through Revachol, or even if that damn clan Frissel had risen from the grave and led us. Sadly, that was not the case.
This royal failure weighs heavily on him.
Instead, all that is just, holy, and beautiful in the world was wiped away, and now it's neon signs with toothpaste ads everywhere. Foreign influence peddling garbage and stupid music on the radio. This is just what the commies
I
wanted.
really got him going,
This
huh?
was the plan all along. This is what they wanted to replace the role of the suzerain with. Damn Frissel. He was the king we couldn't protect. The Carabineers failed him, and the crown. He died in the hands of the Hyperlay, in a very public execution. A true king in both blood and mind led Revachol before Frissel. He would have been better, but the damn commies drove him into exile. The suzerain is the king! Has everyone forgotten already? They've forgotten already. It's no use talking to you. You were still in Daddy's balls when it happened. When we took our last stand against the filth and rode the cavalry straight into gunfire.
All you observe is a veteran refusing to let go of the past and his old uniform. This is not uncommon.
This is the uniform of the Royal Carabineers in service of Frissel I, Guillaume le Lion, and the valiant King Philip V before him.
Don't you mean Frissel the Fan?
You do not speak his name, Craven, although he was a clown. But he was our clown, ours to ridicule and to mourn.
There's something you missed. You will get to it. Don't worry.
I don't know how to... Oh god damn it, I don't know what the controls are.
As you turn, a bright light catches your eye, making you squint.
Where's it coming from?
From a distant sunset, a stage light, flash photography, nowhere in particular. It's just what superstar law officers do. They squint at lights, and they solve shit.
Actually, now that they hear superstar and law official, they sound... No. Yep, that's me. My superstardom.
Yeah, you have. You're a big dick cop, Dick Mullen. Salam Rocky Bayi, badass on-the-edge disco cop. Time to recede into a ludicrous fantasy world. Here we go. Camera, lights.
Action!
With a sudden flash, the world freezes around you, and you along with it. In an iconic monochrome solution, a black silhouette against a rasterized orange world. It's on.
Dude, I don't know how to, like, select things. Problem. First, let's make this absolutely clear. No one is saying you're an actual superstar in the groupies and cocaine riddled with hepatitis C strikes a lioness pose with a mic kind of way. Nowadays, you're a metaphorical superstar. You bring rock and roll, authority, and passion to a line of work where people don't expect or want to see it. Okay, controller is confusing. It's a problem. Oh, I see. So it's like feet. I am definitely gonna internalize this. I need a second, give me one moment. Have you ever drank so much water that you just want to throw it back up? But since you have like full and total amnesia, you're like a blank state. I mean, -2 logic when it's already so low sounds like it's serious. Hey, there's gonna be... Sorry for the abrupt leaving again. I feel very bad today. So every now and then I'm gonna be I might just vanish for a couple of minutes because I don't feel good. Oh, right. So this is temporary. Sorry. Again, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for leaving. I didn't grab my bloody vape. So, yeah. Did you already choose what kind of cop? Well, it's my first time playing, so I don't actually know. But we're going to internalize superstardom. Is that bag? Nice, that's what's up.
This coin-operated viewer is facing southwest. Its coin slot is full of fossilized bubblegum, rendering the machine permanently inaccessible.
Poor little viewer.
The metal feels cold
you
and wet
guys.
under your palm. It looks unhygienic.
Look inside.
A thick layer of graffito covers the lenses. You spell out the word Onug, written on the other side, with N and C scribbled backwards. Under the graffito, a sea of blues and greys appear. Behind the water lies a coast studded with concrete and reeds. On it, a church on stilts, lanky weather-worn wooden planks, an X-shaped cross topping its tower. The church looks old and weather-worn. There are no lights in the windows.
Probably some kids.
So what is Shivers? May it seem... I don't understand what that means.
This coin-operated viewer
Yeah.
is facing south. The instruction manual says to insert 25 centimes and pull the handle while looking inside. Then use the focus knob to zoom in if necessary.
Let's do it.
Your money disappears into the coin slot. A clunk, the ring of metal. The curtains on the display open. You lean in to catch the view. It's blurry, different blues and greens. In the middle of the shimmer stands a drab grey shape, like a ghost.
The church.
The lenses shift. The ghost
Oh.
sharpens into an islet in the bay. In the ruins, a man-made structure is visible, a half-sunken sea fort, its concrete almost reconquered by nature. It looks as if it was abandoned quite some time ago. Nothing but a rotten tooth remains of the anti-aircraft tower. A lonely birch tree grows out of it. Its leaves ripped from it by the winter wind.
Hang in there, little one.
The little brave birch tree seems to wave back in the wind.
There are ruins.
Really? I don't have the eyesight to make it out.
It's just shiny. Oh, I'm gonna be mean to the child.
Hello, sir. Step right in. The store is open.
Hello. No, I am the law.
I know, sir. Are you interested in a new and exciting book?
Okay. It's okay if I...
Okay, sir. I'll try to answer any questions you have. I hope they're about books.
What's your name?
My name is Annette, sir. My mum, her name is Plaisance. She owns the store. She's inside minding the register or organising the stock.
Then suddenly wait, the girl gazes at the window, then suddenly jolts, her eyes wide as if recalling something.
Feel free to step in and browse our wares.
Standing out here in the cold because...
I'm signalling that the store is open. Otherwise, people might not know. They'd miss out on the crime, romance,
This isn't
and
the
biographies
character
of
that
famous
sounds like me,
people.
is it?
A sudden gush of wind turns the pages of the books on the counters. She covers her face,
Okay.
smiling. But she's cold.
Such a good trooper you are. Already learning the value of hard work. Pat head.
Thank you, sir. I'm happy to help Mum out with the store.
Shouldn't you be at school?
I do my studies at home at the moment. I have to help Mum keep this place running.
School is stupid. You're lucky not to be there.
Mum says it's necessary to do both because it builds character. Mum says a proper worker is dutiful. That's how you get ahead in life. You succeed.
How's business?
Mum says it's peachy. She was a little afraid at first. There's talk about this house being cursed.
Behind her, the window has been boarded up. You sense the boards creaking, twisting for a second, and some kind of doubt in her tense shoulders.
Cursed?
Cursed in the way that makes them say that no business has ever really thrived here, sir. That they all go...
bankrupt.
Exactly. But we've been doing fine so far.
That sounds rather serious. I should look into this.
We can go into the bookstore and ask about the case, but I don't see much more to look into here.
Yes. Please do also look at our wares inside. The postcards and board games are there, sir.
How does this curse manifest itself?
It does not manifest itself in any way. It does not exist. I liked it better when we were talking about whether it's appropriate to stand out in the freezing weather.
But Kim, the plasmic manifestations.
No such thing.
Anything else you wanted to talk about, sir?
What do you know about other failed businesses?
Nothing really, sir. Mum doesn't allow me to sneak around in the back rooms or the cellar. I don't really know what's there. Maybe I can tell you about some of our books instead.
What is this crime business?
Crime fiction is about murders or burglaries or things like that, and the work of a policeman or a private detective who's trying to solve a crime and catch the criminals.
Oh, I get it. Crime murder gets the people going.
And it's kind of like a puzzle too. You can guess who the criminal is or how the good guys are going to catch him.
I'm a policeman myself, by the way.
You don't look much like a policeman.
What do you mean? What does a cop look like then?
Didn't mean to offend, sir. Sorry, sir. It's just that you don't look like Dick Mullen.
It's not your body that's important in police work anyway, it's your brain.
Head. Yes.
Head.
No, it's your soul.
Yeah.
Your blue soul. No, your resilience.
Oh my god. Great, a total disregard for personal safety. You gotta take the pain.
That's a bit childish.
A dick with no balls. Bam, Mullen's no real deal. He's got nothing on me.
Obviously, sir. He's just a fictional character. He's no match for you. Maybe you can show me some real police work, sir. Like in the books.
Alright.
You fail to deduce anything substantial.
Fuck's sake, dude.
She waits intently.
I'm a detective, and I deduce that you are very small.
Come on, don't be silly. That's not a proper deduction.
What is romance?
It's the type of book where there's a rich lady and she has to choose between the good man and the bad man. Or there could be a story about a poor lady getting a rich man. It's about man and lady business, sir.
What about a book where the man and lady business doesn't work out at all?
I haven't read many of those. Maybe you should ask Mum.
You think she has one about an excruciatingly painful breakup?
I don't think it's a romance story if the main characters break up, though.
No, think about it. One where they plunge into a torrid spiral of pain and recrimination. Only it's really long and drawn out, scarred for life, phantom limb.
No, I don't know.
You can take this. Blossom like a pain flower.
And it drags on for years with no resolution.
The girl is at a loss for words.
Each of you filling with resentment and bitterness for having ruined each other's lives.
She shifts and sways on her feet, looking confused and uncomfortable.
Each of you tearing at the other's innards, leaving a gaping emptiness, a vacuum heart that still hurts ceaselessly.
I'm sorry, sir. I don't know how to help you.
I don't need help, I need a real book that tells it how it is.
Sir, sorry, sir. I'm still little. I can't...
It's time to leave it be. You're about to make a child cry. Are you proud of yourself?
Damn right I am, proud as a lion.
Excuse me? I'm not sure I heard that
I
properly.
said I'm proud like a goddamn lion.
Wonderful.
I'm sorry, sir.
You heard me, I'm full of pride and I'm ready to talk about books.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Where are these who are the famous people?
Oh, kings and queens and generals of old, or artists and writers, or musicians, those kinds of people. There's usually something extraordinary about them.
I'm not a monster. I'm just... I'm a goddamn celebrity.
I think that's why people read them, to find the secrets of their fame.
Can I be famous?
I don't know about that, but I imagine life is great when you're famous.
They're all dogs.
Famous people sound like a bunch of dorks.
Annette's expression remains ever so helpful, but she doesn't say anything.
Mm-hmm. You heard me.
Isn't that kind of a childish thing for a grown-up to say?
What makes you think I'm a grown-up?
You look all wrinkly and hairy, like an old person.
Mm-mm. Okay, rude. We're gonna wait for ad. Finish. We're not hitting the child. One moment. Ugh. I almost made her cry, but I didn't cry, so stop villainizing me. Lights off. Another pillow. Yeah. Excuse me. Sorry. Disgusting. Text Mum. Okay, I might have added too many solid, but okay. Wrinkly and hairy like an old person.
You also feel old, tired, hardly able to catch your breath, your joints aching constantly.
It's what happens to people.
I wonder how I'll be when I get old. Maybe I'll also get all wrinkly.
Okay. There's so much to look at, and
The display rack is brimming with worn paperbacks featuring an extremely muscular, sword-wielding barbarian on the cover. Nearly all the titles contain the word Yeahhhh somewhere.
Tell me about the Muscle Man books.
Oh, Man from Hjelmdal. A very popular series of adventure novels. They're awfully immoral and violent books. Blood and violence, scantily clad women, epic narratives, all those mystical things he encounters. They're bound to grab those with little imagination and nothing to do.
That's a bit rude. Sounds good.
What does it matter? They're all the same. However, the customer is always right, they say. If you're a novice of the series, I'd recommend Hjelmdalaman, the Man from Hjelmdal. It's supposed to be a good introduction to the series.
Rows and rows of Hjelmdalamen blur your vision. You make out some titles. Man from Hjelmdal and the Mammoth Riders. Man from Hjelmdal, Return to Hjelmdal. And the solipsistic Man from Hjelmdal and the Hjelmdal Man.
Okay. Good God.
Maybe 100. Man from Hjelmdal and the sages at the end of the world. Man from Hjelmdal and the false god. Man from Hjelmdal and the scorched earth. Man from Hjelmdal, the Hjelmdal colonies. Man from Hjelmdal and the swamp beast. Man from Hjelmdal and the snow crabs. Those snow crabs are worse than they sound.
That all?
Not even close. Man from Hjelmdal in hell. Man from Hjelmdal and the forest of slaves. Man from Hjelmdal under the lake. Man from Hjelmdal, Hjelmdal burning. There's even The Trial of Death, a pastoral combat game book set in the world of Hjelmdalaman, and so much more.
Do any of the books fall out to me?
A twinge at the back of your head makes you flinch. Your eye starts twitching.
What is it?
Your hand reaches toward a book with glossy cover art of the very muscular Man from Hjelmdal in chains, kneeling in front of a staircase leading to a throne. A woman sits on the throne, leering at the man. She's laughing at him, belittling him. Between the throne and the Hjelmdalaman lies a bonfire, casting shadows on the wall. The shadow of the woman's headdress looks like a pair of devil horns. The title reads, Man from Hjelmdal and the Devil Woman.
I am not I am not going to be that kind of cop.
The display rack before you is burdened under piles of Man from Hjelmdal novels.
We're not gonna be an incel, I'm sorry.
This bookstore is not strictly about crime, romance, and biographies of famous people. There's also a wide range of paranatural literature. Amidst the various books, you find one written by someone named Matthias W. Dundas. It's about wholeness, unity, balance. The point of the book, and many others on this shelf, is to give people medicinal advice in situations where they don't have access to paid health services.
Bless me. Uh-huh. How does that work?
It serves platitudes, while also telling everyone that traditional medicine, the kind people don't have access to and which costs more than this book, is garbage and would only give you cancer anyway, without even curing your cold or anything. Wholeness, unity, balance, on the other hand, can basically take care of anything, though it is important to note. When it's up to your mind to heal yourself, then it's because of your mind that you're ill in the first place. It's your own fault if you're ill. Got it?
Like say anything else?
The book features chapters on topics such as how to find magnesium.
Oh.
It even lists plants you can harvest magnesium from. How to continue drinking if you're an alcoholic who has destroyed his liver. And there's even a chapter on the ancient Seraïs tradition of using duck gallbladder preservatives to treat and prevent sexually transmitted diseases. Pre and post factum apply. Nothing. This is just mundane garbage. What's even paranatural about this?
Find something otherworldly.
The throbbing in your head increases with every passing moment you gaze at this shelf. Suddenly, as if out of nowhere, a small green book becomes apparent. The title of it reads, Medicinal Purposes of the Pale.
What's the pale?
The book contains very little explanation on the matter. This knowledge seems to be taken for granted. The book contains descriptions of various pseudoscientific therapies, alternative medicines, and folk remedies involving the pale, also known as le territoire. For example, it recommends vigorously swatting one's naked body with a venik, or hand broom, made from the leafy twigs of a young birch tree from the near pale. Even better if you can find someone else, preferably a large man dressed in nothing but a towel, to thrash you while you're spread naked and helpless on a cool slab.
Sounds invigorating.
It is, and good for the circulation too.
What else?
It also recommends consuming distilled spirits like vodka or whiskey that have been aged in the pale. Readers are instructed to cover these jars in a shallow hole just inside the pale and leave them there for 30 to 60 days, depending on the potency desired.
And what does this pale age liquor do?
Among other benefits, it is alleged to restore a damaged liver to perfect health.
I should probably get my hands on some of that.
For general health and well-being, readers are encouraged to take regular strolls through the pale, though a sidebar cautions readers to limit each stroll to less than an hour. These strolls promise to cleanse the mind of worries and the body of toxins, especially if the perambulator performs this ritual in the nude. Nudity figures prominently in a number of these prescriptions. This is exactly what you need. I don't know. I don't want to be the party pooper, but this pale territory sounds sort of dangerous. Maybe you shouldn't walk in it naked.
Huh?
There's an entire section devoted to cures for men who are struggling to perform their marital obligations.
I certainly don't need that. Actually, I need that.
Excuse me, sir. I believe you've been perusing that particular volume long enough. If you'd like to continue reading, I must insist you buy it.
Gosh darn it.
Welcome to Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People. My name is Plaisance. Be welcome, and please take responsibility for the energy you bring into this space.
So you're the owner?
I am. The proudest owner of our little shop of culture.
She has fine-tuned her voice to find the most welcoming approach for attracting new customers.
Your daughter
It doesn't work.
Your daughter is the one standing outside?
Annette, yes, my daughter. I hope she wasn't slacking off again with her nose in science fiction. Wonderful. Did you talk to her?
Yes.
Great. On a scale of 1 to 10, how compelled were you to buy books after talking with her?
Her opinion of her daughter depends on how well she lured you into the store.
10. She's certainly very polite and helpful.
My precious, her dedication brings joy to my heart. If you have children, I hope they turn out as great as my Annette.
I'm here to dismantle the free market and abolish child labour.
You must be kidding. There's nothing like that happening.
Depends. How much do you pay the kid?
Good sir. What does a young child do with money anyway? No, I save it for her, as a fund. She's securing her financial future out there.
Okay.
Indeed. Are we done with the jokes now?
Yes, we've had quite enough fun here. Right.
The way you're handling her strikes me as wrong.
Mind your own business, sir. In our society, people don't get to tell each other how to raise their children. It's none of your or anyone's business.
Okay.
The woman before you scans the store, her shoulders rigid and tense. Every now and then, she nudges her glasses.
The girl outside mentioned that this place is cursed.
Cursed? Who said that? Annette? I will have a word with her. This place is not cursed. It has a robustly magnetic energy. Good for commercial activity. My business is thriving, sir.
What if I want to buy a book?
Goodness, you were already doing good, browsing the shelves. Why'd you stop? Don't you feel compelled? Go, go. Get back there. The books await you.
What books do you have?
Everything is on the shelves. Take a look yourself.
All right.
She smiles and nods, seemingly relieved.
Farewell.
You see a set of tattered curtains blocking the way to another room. A strange cage-like trinket dangles from the curtains.
Excuse me, officer. The back room is strictly for employees only.
What's behind the curtain?
Nothing. Now please go back to browsing the books. Don't you feel compelled to look at the books? The books are all you care about.
Oddly enough, the more she tries to draw you away from the curtains, the more alluring they become.
Them the trinket.
You see some kind of charm, an irregular polyhedron assembled from bones, sticks, and straw. Inside, a disturbing fish head with empty eye sockets stares at you. Aside from poking at it suspiciously, there is nothing else to do with the fish head charm at this time. The curtains remain shut before you.
Pull them open.
Just as you're about to pull apart the curtains, the petrified voice of the shop owner cries out once more.
Sir, don't touch that. I told you it's off limits for the customers. Parapsychologically speaking, we're done if you decide to open them. I won't be held responsible for the consequences. It's too...
She looks away, mumbling.
Dangerous?
Why is everyone always messing with the curtains? Why can't they just buy books like normal people?
This about the curse? That's why you're afraid?
No, it's just a storeroom for the employees, I told you. Now please step away from the curtains.
Ma'am, this is different. I'm a police officer.
Why? It's not like anyone was killed there.
She stops abruptly as her hand flies over her mouth, baffled by her own bluntness.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to be so impolite. Just please don't go there. I can't allow that. You'll only make things worse and unleash the powers.
This place calling.
You do? My God. Even more reasons not to mess with the curtains. Just step away, dear sir.
I don't care. You can't stop me.
No. Please just talk to me, officer. Come here and let's talk this through before you decide to do anything extreme.
Lies. Rip them open, we say.
Well, if Half-Light says it.
There is something mysterious about the curtains. Be careful. The curtains, tattered with age and covered in dust, hang before you, as if taunting you.
Right.
The curtains, tattered with age and covered in dust, hang before you. You see a dimly lit room full of dusty furniture and trash. A doorway stands in the back, covered in dozens of scary little cage-like trinkets, your shadow looming over it like an omen.
I warned you. You're unleashing forces beyond your understanding.
Merely looking at that unmanly haircut threatens your masculinity. Okay.
A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens, if not hundreds, of little oddly shaped trinkets and charms. It appears to be locked. What if you just break it down?
Maybe I should just break it down.
That's right. Take in your surroundings. You need to have a solid ground and a proper posture if you want to succeed.
First, check your posture.
Steady breathing. Solid core. You've got this. With one shoulder forward, you're ready to smash into the door like a battering ram.
Check your surroundings.
The room is dimly lit and littered with old barbershop rubbish, but the path to the door is clear.
What about the door?
It's made of a solid block of wood, but it has stood there for ages. The hinges are old and coated with a carmine layer of rust. It should be doable.
Knock.
Only an echo. No one is there.
Let's go. Ow.
You smash into the wood and see a small crack appear on the doorframe. It's going to take one more try to break through to the other side. But you've done it.
You're not thinking of trying again, are you?
Fuck the system.
What is this place?
It's an adventure.
No, it's a gym. Though it looks like no one's been here in ages. I doubt the electricity still works. Good thing we have a flashlight on us. Don't forget to take it out of your bag before we move on.
An eerie feeling rises in your chest.
What if there's a reason no one's been here for ages?
Yes, because it's closed. No need to look for supernatural explanations where a banal one will do. Now let's move on, shall we?
Oh. No.
A barbell lies on the floor. The color has worn off its weight plates. It's 60 kilograms. Your triceps hum at the sight of these weights. Show the world what kind of beast it's dealing with. Lift them. Why does it feel so familiar?
I'm a weightlifter?
No, it's not that. It's the stale smell of rubber, the squeaky sound of sneakers, your bruised knee against the mat, and a whistle. Then the feeling is gone. A memory from another life, when you were young and fit. You manage to hoist it off the ground, but the barbell feels wobbly and dangerous. Your hands slick with sweat. Turns out you're no beast, just an old man with bad form. Even your body has failed you. It's a miracle you didn't injure yourself.
Fuck you, stupid barbell.
Weightlifting was never my favorite either. At the station gym, I mean. I prefer running. It clears your head.
I love that I shouldn't be here. Oh!
This appears to be some kind of machine with a cube-shaped heart and a wired framework. The keyboard has a rectangular on-off button. A piece of paper still hangs from the printer.
A radio computer. Just sitting here without anyone inside.
You think I should turn it on?
We have one of these down at the station, but I never really learned how to use it.
Turn it on.
The machine lights up like some prehistoric animal stirring from its slumber, revealing fluorescent play and print keys on the keyboard. The hatch on the machine's central compartment is wide open.
Look inside.
It's empty like a beehive without its brood. Some cables have been left dangling, disconnected.
This is where the memory should go.
Play.
Nothing happens.
Press play again.
Nothing happens.
Print.
Nothing happens. Tiles on the cube are... Your flashlight slides over an old green chalkboard covered in scribbles, sketches, and schemes like some ancient cave mural. Some of the writing has faded with age, but you can still make out sections here and there. Photos and drawings have been pinned to the board.
Cool.
These lithe, pointy-eared creatures appear to be different types of welkins. You make out autumnal candle welkins casting wax-based magic. Translucent welkins with organs shining under their skin, and even ether welkins hailing from the vast emptiness of sidereal space. Who are all those creatures? Fantasies of a tortured, feverish mind? One of the welkins, towering among the rest, appears to be different, however.
Examine.
It's Vara Hamira, a high welkin, his face white and scarred like cracked marble. This is clearly a welkin supremacist. The note says, all non-welkin races will be purged. The Haldor, the Tworg, the humans, and even headless men, all of them, purged. Imagine a world filled only with welkin, green welkin, dread welkin, and the high welkin to rule them all.
An inordinate amount of time has gone into drawing these little welkin creatures.
Who drew them? Are they real?
This looks like concept art for a project. It's not really real. Political commentary. That one has a great beard too. Some people really like building a world, I think. Even if it's just for a game.
Meta. Educational.
Just look at those details. So much effort.
And for what? All gone.
Inspect the photos.
The photo collage depicts barren, icy landscapes wrapped in perpetual night. You see permafrost and glacial landforms, dead trees grown in under the snow. Entire oceans have been frozen from shore to shore. There are pictures of settlements on dried-up riverbeds, abandoned in a storm. Animal corpses in the dark, carcasses and bones. Albeit dark and cold, this vision also feels cozy in its own way, like eggnog or morphine, a much-needed respite from our own world. A pinned postcard reads, "The heat death scenario, a desperate fight for geothermal energy engulfs the world as Wirral becomes untethered from its sun, drifting through the universe. This is a monthly calendar from the year 50. Cryptic words like sprint, daily minimi, and GPI span the marker-drawn grid, the grand scheme of production and money. As time goes on, the numbers in the boxes grow rarer and rarer. The board becomes an empty snowfield in the final days. Only failure and regret dwell in this region.
Looks like they didn't make it.
A note in the bottom left corner of the chalkboard says, "See the prod schedule filament for details." The handwriting is only partly legible, but you can still make out 3 slogans: Call in, Tune Out, Wirral Untethered, and Heat Death of the Universe. Outside, a cold wind wraps the building in its bosom. Snowflakes in the wind. An old woman passes what the locals call the doomed commercial area. She tries hard not to look at the bookstore windows. It's unwise.
Cool.
Some kind of superstar.
Yay!
They say the world isn't ready for a rock and roll cop. No one wants their state monopoly on violence to be mixed with celebrity worship. They claim to know it would be dangerous for detectives to rise to the ranks of demigods and have sexual encounters with barely legal cover girls. It would be insane, they say. To all this, you say, "Fuck off and die," in a cool voice. You people have no idea how good these cops are gonna get. They're gonna crack 20 cases a day. In the future, cops will be like astrophysicists, or prime ministers, or prophets. And you're the first one.
I mean, I am pretty cool. Cool. People are gonna see my stats just like, I feel really bad that we couldn't get the Twitch stuff working. So for that, I'm sorry. Hmm? Not a delusion, it's the truth.
This old fireplace is covered in lines drawn in blue and red marker, the mesh spreading over the stone like blood vessels on alabaster skin. It looks ghostly and strangely ancient.
Could go check out the body.
Radio frequencies, it seems.
I could.
UKV 123.6, UKV 123.7,
Oh.
UKV 123.9. Some written notes, too. Sparse and cryptic.
What?
Unclear. It looks like a cardiovascular system split into veins and capillaries. Very advanced.
Dealing with something medical?
You think so? The web is comprised of radio stations, all lead back to one red heart, titled The Game Master Frequency. A note says, this one can listen in on any station it wants.
Ooh. Trying to get comfortable.
Looks like a surveillance program.
It's really not comfortable. Who's the game master?
Someone very important. the leader of a massive on-air game built by these people.
It's a game then, who's playing?
Whoever decides to call in to a call-in station, it looks like. All of this is gone, left unrealized.
My God. It's as if the less money they had, the more ambitious their project became.
Why do you say that?
The schedule. I know doom when I see it. The company was running out of funding.
What else?
Nothing. It's just lines on marble. An echo from times long gone. No one has used the fireplace in ages.
Okay. I need to... oh god, that noise is horrible. The cracking? Okay, right. I need to... Give me 1 second. I gotta grab something. And I need to work out... Darn it. Hang on. Hang on. Bag, hang. Alright, go on. Okay. Okay. Right, now it's time to try and make my chair more comfortable for me to sit in, because I kind of want to sit at an angle. Because why wouldn't I? I sit at an angle, but then it's got like there. Back. But none of those skills? I mean, the way that I see it is you're gonna have so many. It's a unique experience, right? Unique experience. What? Okay, I think I've got my chair in a way that is comfortable. One in. You know what? I'm turning the. Lots of new stuff for you already, huh? Hell yeah. That makes me happy. Oh. I don't know how I feel about electrochemistry. Electrochemistry knows it loves you though. True. Right. Why is it so high? Why is it a 6? Oh, my clothes. I see. The gloves. I think I might do. Composure. Cool card. Cool people. Actually, no, we're unhinged. Unbearable show-offs. Yeah, perception would be good. Unbearable, I don't know how to pronounce this. Makes you the king of cool. That's me!
Okay. What do you think is going on with that computer, chalkboard, and fireplace?
Failed business.
Yes, that is the question. It looks like one of those popular pen and paper role-playing games, only these people were trying to automate it, make it work on radio computers.
Sorry if you can hear moving.
Utter madness, he thinks, as a compliment.
How are they planning to do that?
Through call-in stations. None of the players have to be physically present. Anyone in the world can participate in the game, as long as they have a two-way radio.
Cool concept.
Then there's the game master frequency that listens in on the smaller call-in stations. I think that was supposed to coordinate the stories, functioning as a master of ceremonies of sorts.
His fascination has swept aside other concerns for the moment. He's a little hooked.
This was a role-playing game?
Indeed. Those Welkins are a dead giveaway. Role-playing people love that stuff. The world looks like a modified version of the WeWorld board game, with hit death thrown in.
Has anyone done this before?
Not to my knowledge. They make automated games in Graz, Messina, Königstein. You know, places with industry. But I don't think anyone has attempted to create an inter-isolary game before. We just don't have the technology.
What do you think happened to the company?
No idea. They stopped filling out the schedule on the chalkboard.
Wow.
Indeed, it's ambitious and untethered from reality, but...
They were insane.
Yes, especially in here. Okay, let's keep moving.
There's more to search. Ooh.
An iron safety curtain curves before your eyes, folded like a bellows. It covers half the room, blocking the way into a colossal industrial chimney. What an odd thing to do. Nothing happens. Still nothing.
Even
No.
harder.
Those curtains prove to be
Ow!
surprisingly sturdy. Your fist hurts now.
I knew this was gonna happen.
Can you please try to refrain from attacking random things?
This is significant.
Why do you think there's something on the other side, necessarily? In any case, there's no way we can get in right now. That's...
Bent metal, broken glass. Your path lies strewn with the broken forms of everyday objects. You are the destroyer, the bane of inanimate matter.
Gaze upon me, stuff and despair. Yeah, I rip shit apart.
Kudos.
Oh. Internalize, let's go. Oh, wow. You save. Oh my god.
You see a terrifying ice bear with a strange compartment in its belly. The door is covered in frost and the bear's eyes are glowing red. This ice bear is a hyper carnivore. Be careful.
What is this thing?
The lieutenant doesn't answer. His eyes are glued to the animal. A sharp slice of light shines out from its mysterious belly door.
Crack open the door.
A gust of freezing cold air rushes to greet you. You hear a low grumble as the bear regulates itself. This is the inside of a refrigerator. The lieutenant takes a peek inside. His hand has found the holster of his gun. The shelves are empty. All you see are crumpled ice cream wrappers with the brand name, Revachol Ice City. A handwritten note has been attached to the door. The fridge is huge.
Take the
You
knife.
pocket the note and the little fridge magnets keeping it on the door.
Nice.
You've acquired an interactable item. Investigate this item further by going to the Interact tab in your inventory.
A friendly cartoon bear smiles back at you from a glossy cellophane wrapper. It looks nothing like the fridge.
I wonder if I can... Oh, excuse me. I wonder if I can simultaneously use controller and... Because I don't want to use my mouse. I'm lazy. There's a giant bear-shaped fridge.
Good question. It looks like an ice cream fridge. I know. What an unfortunate marketing choice. What is even worse, the bear is still costing them money to this day.
The fridge buzzes with energy. The electricity bill on this thing must be catastrophic.
Okay. Like... Ah! But the problem with the controller is I don't know how to interact. I literally don't know how to interact with anything. Directionals are healing. Oh, you aim.
2 cables are plugged into the breaker box. The red one leads to the ice bear fridge, and the black one to the ice cream maker nearby. An electric sizzle. The room is slightly quieter now.
Woo! It was ridiculously high. Oh my god!
An old call box with a matrix of push buttons lists all the companies in the East Delta Commerce Center.
Take me back! Hi! Hello! Hello, I only just... Hi! Bloody faster! Hello! My first time playing this, and I've had it for years. And I am a menace. And I'm living my best life. I think. Don't be afraid of a lot of options. I will be afraid of a lot of options. I am so hungover today, you have no idea.
A few bricks have fallen off, revealing a compartment behind the wall. It's too dark to see in.
I am strong. I am drinking a lot of water to the point where I want to be sick. Where are we?
Seems like an old bunker from the revolutionary period. Look at all those rifles. Must be an old weapons cache. There is, yes. And there also appears to be something inside the hole.
Ooh.
Interesting. Do you want to take a look?
Yes.
Your hand reaches deep into darkness and spiderwebs. Rummaging around, you find rusty rifles hidden away.
Rifles, Kim?
Are these any good?
Facts.
Most of them are rusty and inoperable, like the rest. But one catches your eye. A bolt-action model with a fine wood stock, in better cosmetic order than the others. Take it. You're a police officer. Police officers carry guns.
True.
That's a rare sight. Seems to no longer be functional, but still a beautiful thing in its own way.
What does this mean? A rifle here?
It means there are firearms, albeit inoperable, still lying around in Martinez. It's an interesting coincidence, I would say. Might come in useful in the future.
He likes this find.
Nice. Oh god, I can't use a controller. Huh.
A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace, coloring it pitch black. Looks like this furnace has a face, and it's a face of agony.
Look inside.
It's dark and grimy here. In the darkness you can hear chatter. It's coming from above. A voice or several voices talking to each other. Near the smoke chamber, upstairs.
What are you doing?
I'm hallucinating. Kim, just let me do my thing.
Wait, really? Take your head out of the chimney, please. It's not safe.
It feels safe to know that the lieutenant's got your back, now and always.
I really love him. I genuinely feel bad that I am such a fucking psycho.
This sounded real, not imagined.
Smear my hands with coal.
A lush layer of coal now covers your skin, sinking into the wrinkles. Your hands look ancient. Maybe you could paint something with this coal. Leave a cave painting for future archaeologists. No, that would be stupid.
How dare you?
Still, it's good to have this dirt on you. Real men wear coal for makeup.
Kick it.
A hollow ring echoes
God
through the
fucking
furnace.
damn it!
Your toe hurts.
Look.
Looks like it. Looks like an old central furnace used to heat the building. It's connected to the chimney. No one has used it in ages. No signs of any recent fire. Only dead rats.
F5, I think.
Only the black cable is something close to you, dies with a soft electric purr.
Why did you do that?
I don't know why. I do things without any reason. Yes.
The lieutenant raises his brows, but doesn't say anything. The electric distribution board now has one cable missing.
I'm so sorry, dude. Oh.
The note is written with a blue pencil on a piece of lined office paper. The kitchen magnets have left spots on its surface.
Does it say anything interesting?
This is tangential at best, but the lieutenant's detective instinct is still active. Someone has scribbled, S. I can't believe the off-site copy is still here. The illiterate ginger kid keeps stealing stuff from the studio, so I had to hide it somewhere safe. You'll find the filament memory with the off-site copy in the frozen ice cream maker. Please take it home, ASAP. It's important. I'd do it myself if I lived in a civilized place with a freezer.
Ooh.
Take care, Sully Soif.
Some local miscreant, probably. There are tons of them running around in Martinez, ready to stir up trouble. We usually dispatch our junior officers to deal with them. It belongs inside a radio computer, storing its memory. It's like a tape. You listen to disco tapes, right? It's like one of your disco tapes, only for a computer.
It's like the production schedule you found. Only this one's an off-site copy.
Looks like someone from that radio game company upstairs. I'm a little surprised they just left their property lying here.
Maybe they're
That's a plausible hypothesis. I don't know. I assume it's somewhere close to the iceberg fridge.
Didn't you see one right next to the breaker box?
Going back.
This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner and an electric freezer. The ice around it slowly melting. Turning the crank feels oddly satisfying, like stirring your childhood dreams. In the distance, you hear water dripping. It's all gone now. You'll never become a poet or an entrepreneur. What better to assuage the creeping sense of failure than some frozen fat and sugar? You slip your fingers under the frozen lid, but the ice is too cold for you to get a good grip. A pry bar would come in handy here.
Yo.
If you want to try again, then you need to have the pry bar in your hand, detective.
Equip the pry bar by going to the Tools tab.
I love the tutorial agent.
This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner and an electric freezer. The ice around it
Oh, we got an
slowly
ad.
melted.
We got an ad. We got an ad. I will wait. I will wait. You believe? I mean, the -20 is that's not great for us. I bet I can do it. Do it. I will, Mip. I will, and I'm gonna succeed. Just believe.
The ice squeaks beneath the pry bar. You think you've got the bar jammed in there pretty well, but the lid simply won't budge.
Thanks. Thanks, Chrono. This is all your fight. This is all your fault, Chrono. What is this?
You see the pry bar's metal handle bending right before your very eyes.
Yeah, well, that's a good pry bar. I'm not criticizing it, but this ice cream maker is frozen shut. It takes an advanced tool to get it open.
Advanced?
I have no idea, officer. This ice cream maker isn't important enough to requisition a special tool.
Sooner or later, you will stumble upon a tool mighty enough. Then we will know what's in this mysterious ice cream maker.
I had a thing I can use with a thing. It's my first. I've never played this before, so I did turn it off. Oh, the filament thing. Oh, it literally won't let me move without the flashlight out. Okay.
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering, casting the framework in a soft glow. Fluorescent play and print keys shine on the keyboard. Like a smooth draw, the filament slides into place. On the keyboard, the play key starts blinking.
Press play.
A bar of fabric right above the keyboard starts producing a soft hum. The sound of static seeps through the machine's planar magnetic driver. Oh no. It was already glowing and now it's also making a sound. It's probably some alien CO-like technology. The static gets louder, slowly filling up the abandoned hall, until a voice speaks out, crackling and old, cutting into the air.
Good afternoon. Fortress accident en rue de Saint-Ghislaine. This is East Insulindian Repeater Station 1. Please repeat. Is this the production schedule?
What's the production schedule?
The filament you have inserted into the reader.
You mean the glowing thing I put inside?
Yes. Is that the production schedule?
Yes.
Good. Please repeat the password.
You should ask her for a hint.
Can you give me a hint?
No.
I don't know the password.
Received. I will register this login attempt.
That sounds bad. A login attempt. Something a criminal would do. Don't worry. Passwords have a way of turning up sooner or later.
Fortress accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today?
What are you, a machine, or are you alive?
Yes, I am alive. I am 74 years old and my name is Yvonne.
She repeats passwords. Programming people are all paranoid.
Well, my partner tells me that you're here because radio computer guys are all paranoid.
They are merely cautious. It's my job to protect their filaments as a password repeater at the East Insulindian Station.
How did you know where I was? Where I am?
I work as a repeater at the East Insulindian repeater station. It's my job to know where you are, Fortress Accident. As for me, well, I am sitting in my cubicle, surrounded by a wall of radios.
On an island on the river Esperance, a small woman, all skin and bones, sits in a room filled with audio equipment. Thousands of tiny lights are reflected back from her prescription lenses, like stars in the dark. Doesn't it get lonely, sitting there all by herself?
Does it get lonely?
Lonely? Why would it get lonely? I get to talk to people all day.
I mean, yeah, she's got a point.
That's why she does this.
Now, please tell me if there's anything else I can do, Fortress Accident.
Why'd you call me that?
Fortress Accident is the company on whose name the terminal you are currently using
love her?
has been registered to.
Any other information?
One moment. Fortress Accident SCA produces revolutionary interactive call-in radio games. That's what the catalog says.
What is this?
Any other questions?
That's all for now.
Thank you, and goodbye.
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering, casting the framework in a soft glow. Fluorescent play and print keys shine on the keyboard. Nothing happens.
Alright, let's get out of here. Oh, we're back here. Let's go see the dead body.
There are several footprints in the mud,
Oh.
left by work boots. Anywhere from 6 to 12 pairs have walked here. What do you think you are? A super detective?
God
You're
damn it.
hungover. These are just dents in the mud. No pattern emerges for the time being.
What kind
Every
of deals?
worker's boots with reinforced toes and hobnails. all over the yard. There are several footprints in the mud, left by work.
Kuno's got this!
Okay.
Oh yeah! Nappa Gumpy, Kuno!
This isn't a character you think sounds like me, is it? You motherfuckers. Hi, Danoki, thank you. Hey, kid. Police business.
Right in the dick, Kuno! Get him right in the dick!
Love it in the dick!
Don't like you, Kuno.
The boy is sweating profusely. His eyes are like two black holes and
Don't
his
like
jaw
that.
is twitching as if trying to break free from the empire of his body.
Stop using slurs.
Can't talk, pig! Shit's coming up strong! Throwing rocks!
Can you let us know when you're speaking, Kiwo, so we can tell you apart? You motherfucker.
Shit coming up strong. That sounds good. Joyous. You should hang out with this kid and see what that juicy shit is all about.
You see what now?
I mean drugs. The kid's on drugs.
Yeah, Kuno! Ride the lightning, Kuno!
Kuno's riding at sea!
The rake, Kuno! You should throw the rake at him, Kuno!
The fuck does Kuno know what a rake is? Kuno's not a gardener.
Scouser.
Goddamn right he's not a gardener. He's an athlete. Every rock connects, making the battered corpse look just a little bit worse for wear.
Wanna hang out? I'm not a narc.
Fuck no! Kuno doesn't buy that shit. Fucking entrapment shit.
Look, I got questions.
Alright, entertain the Kuno. Show me what you got. What you got there? What you got, huh? Show me what you got.
What do you know about the what do you know about the body?
Shitload, pig. What's your question?
Don't tell the pig shit, Kuno!
Help me out. What do we need? What...
If I were to want to waste my time, which I do not, I would ask them who he is, how he got there, and the usual.
You have no idea what the usual is. Just ask whatever comes to mind.
Know who he was?
Kuno's fuck imp. Kuno uses the fuck imp for target practice.
End of conversation. Very strong. You should be this stoic.
Probably climbed. Kuno was busy down the road when that shit went down.
So you didn't see?
You heard Kuno. Kuno wasn't even in Martinez. Kuno wasn't in Revachol. Kuno wasn't regional.
Okay.
I don't know. Some fucking... Mesk or I don't know. Some other place. Night City. Kuno was in fucking Night City.
Where's Night City?
Kuno gives this info out on a need-to-know basis. And you don't need to know. Kuno didn't smoke the gimp, if that's what you meant.
Anyone suspicious?
Just a couple of pigs sniffing around in the dirt. That seems pretty fucking suspicious to Kuno.
Yeah, you tell the faggoty, Kuno!
You're testing Kuno's patience here.
Get lost,
These kids are horrible. You kids play in this yard?
Right, pig. This is where Kuno plays with his little wooden choo-choo. What do you want with it?
What's in the greenhouse?
Dunno. Kiptas gardener used to work there.
Gardener used to?
Yeah, that's what Kuno said. She couldn't handle the heat, so she took off. Kuno can take it. Shit's nothing to Kuno.
What do you mean by kept?
Look it up in the library. Kuno's not a fucking dictionary. Fucking small brain. Kuno means the gardener, alright?
You mean the young woman?
Look, Kuno doesn't explain shit. Kuno just says shit. Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit.
Who is Kuno?
Kuno's Kuno, pig.
Kuno. Primal. Violent.
Sounds like something you refer to yourself in the third person.
The fuck are you calling a third person? Kuno's the fucking first person.
He looks slightly confused, but proud he came up with that
Yeah,
retort.
that was pretty
But
good.
right as he's getting distracted, you hear a malevolent hiss from behind the fence.
Watch out, Kuno! He's trying to fiddle you! He's gonna put his hands on you!
The thing behind the fence starts squealing.
Help! Pig's got Kuno! Help! Rape!
Oh no.
Help! He's got the Kuno, help!
Just answer the questions.
Help! He's digging his dick out!
Escalate, Kuno! His dick is out! You're afraid!
Pigs in here, Kuno! Somebody, please!
Look at his shit-eating grin. He knows there's nothing you can do to him. He's bullying you, and you are helpless. Kill him. Kill him now. He won't see death coming.
Yeah, let's go!
Thump. The blow connects surprisingly well, leaving your knuckles tingling. Kuno feels it. This was no light tap.
This disoriented 12-year-old is trying to get his bearing. I think we can have a normal conversation now, am I right?
Officer, this is very far from normal police conduct. Get yourself together.
For heaven's sake, he thinks. This has gone too far. Don't make this any worse than it is. Just get back to questioning the kid.
Okay, pig.
If this act was about him trying to establish dominance over you, it's safe to say things didn't go as he'd planned.
I think Kim likes me.
Kuno knows to respect that violent shit. You should see Kuno's dad. Kuno's dad doesn't give a shit about anything.
The creature behind the fence has fallen ominously silent. Only her eyes are alive, jumping from actor to actor.
Okay, pig. Talk to Kuno. We're back in this shit. The fuck do you want?
Questions about the crime scene.
The kingdom of Kuno. The fuck do you want with it? Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit. The fuck about it? Just a couple of pigs sniffing around.
Yeah, you tell the faggoty, Kuno!
You're testing.
Get lost,
You're dreaming, pig. That's not how this shit works.
A little. But don't expect anything to change.
Don't let him dominate you, Kuno! Fuck his fat ass!
Kuno doesn't fucking care.
This trash container is locked. The sliding lid has a padlock that says, whirling in rags. There's something in there, not necessarily connected to the case, but still. The body is downwind from here. Maybe you prefer the smell of garbage to the smell of death.
What do you think could be in there?
Trash, food waste from the cafeteria. They lock these containers to keep the derelicts from flocking in. Could be evidence too.
I feel like there's something in there.
What do you mean, feel?
It's extra sensory perception, whatever is in there.
I agree. We should get someone from the remote viewers division here.
Huh?
All the detectives from all the precincts who experience extrasensory perception go to the remote viewers division. Their
Bring
work
them.
is invaluable to the force.
Just bring him!
No, Because they don't exist.
Oh.
There isn't. But we should still access this container.
How do we get it open?
We could try using a pry bar. The one you took from my motor carriage, or...
Did someone say pry bar?
Fuck yeah, pry bar.
Pry bar, pry bar. Your palms yearn its cold touch, to grasp it once more, as you've done so many times.
We might want to ask for a key from the manager of the Whirling in Rags. He probably has one. And he also has information.
Ask the manager? Bullshit. Go straight for the pry bar and pry this baby wide open.
Oh my god, I can...
This trash container is locked. The sliding lid has a padlock that says, Whirling in Rags. Force time isn't happening. You've jammed the pry bar under the lid, but it just isn't bending.
No!
What is this? Your triceps ache for the metal to bend, but it resists. This calls for a potent curse to help break its resistance.
What is this?
The quality of metal is not the problem. From what I see, it's sturdy enough.
He's enjoying your little failure. He finds it amusing.
Kick it. Ow.
Unsatisfying. Hurtful. You hear a ringing sound, but not quite hollow. The can seems to be full. Full of itself. Content. Happy you failed. This snickering trash container is having a grand old time.
Let's ask the manager for the key. This is clearly not working.
I feel like I'm losing out.
You are. The pry bar is quite satisfying and handy. But you are just not good enough at prying. We should get the keys.
I'm gonna go buy some healing items. Yeah.
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles, nasal sprays, and blister packs.
Okay, here. I hope Saint Baptiste makes you feel better or something. Okay, here. I hope Saint Baptiste makes you feel better or something. Okay, here. I hope Saint Baptiste makes you feel better or something. Okay, here. I hope Saint Baptiste makes you feel better or something.
The tear machine stands in the corner. A sign says, 1 bottle equals... Your bottles clunk into the machine.
Okay. Dude, this is gonna be so bad. I forgot. We're still on our love quest, if you remember. Oh no, oh yes, you mean.
Real mature, man. What exactly were you trying to accomplish? You do understand you still owe me money, right?
Damn, your feet thought we got away.
Don't I get something for effort?
You know what? The stupid drinks you've had are on the house. You know why? Because I know you can't pay for them. Not because you ran away. Now, I still have to charge you for 3 nights and the broken window. That's 100 square. Not entirely cool. You still owe me 100 real. If you don't have it by tonight, I can't let you back up there.
Uh-oh.
Now, what the hell did you want? I assume you wanted something to come back here.
Oh my god.
God.
Oh, but he should be. Lay it on him.
Okay.
Wonderful.
It is. It's wonderful.
What? What does that mean? Cock carousel.
Emotional damage. Just drill the inside of your mouth.
Huh?
Yeah, this feels right. It feels wise. Good setup. Now speak the real shit.
She rides the cock carousel until she's too old to ride it, then she settles down with a provider.
Does it mean you talked to her? What else did she say about me?
What else do you need?
She said she likes the cock carousel very much, so fun, depict a carousel of cocks going merrily around.
He looks at you, spinning your arms, then leans on the corner and sighs. His head drops between the shoulders, heavy and defeated.
She broke the bird, you know. The great skewer. I found it on the ground with the broken wing. On the morning she left.
Oh my god.
I should have known. It was her way of telling me to piss off. I should stuff it up my arse.
Yes, the bird is connected to this. It's a symbol of hope, and she broke it.
Broken bird, feathers. This is all part of the mindfuck on the cock carousel.
Huh. Cock carousel. I think I understand now. That's what they ride until, like, 39. They ride the cock carousel until the clock runs out. Here, have the rest.
Nice! Wow, you just made him an incel.
Now, let me have a drink and think about this shit for a moment. On my own.
And there we have it. Isn't that beautiful? Another situation fixed by Dr. Love.
Oh, I didn't mean to do that.
By the way, where is home? The address is coming up blank, and this place sure isn't it.
I have no idea.
But you've been at this hostel cafeteria for only 3 nights. Where were you before? You had to be somewhere.
Far away?
In time or space?
Space. They're both.
That doesn't sound like somewhere you can stay if you run out of money.
Can I trace the way back? Huh? I live in a dumpster, I don't care, fuck everything. Hobo cop.
Entertain the thought when you get the time. Maybe being a hobo and a cop has its advantages.
Hi,
Can
buddy.
I help you?
By the way, I'm going to sing karaoke.
Absolutely out of the question.
Absolutely in the question. First we find a sad banger. Then we sing this place to shit.
Is the trash container out back yours?
Mine? No, it belongs to the Whirling in Rags.
Thank you for clearing that up. Why do you keep the container locked?
Why? To keep the hobos and drunks out. That's why. And the neighbours too. They put their trash there and they don't pay for the garbage company.
I thought as much. And are you the only party with access to the trash container?
Well, yes. Us and the garbage disposal company.
It seems a little callous, doesn't it? Something stirs in you.
No.
Prod at him and find out.
What if I told you I am a hobo, or soon to be one? Will you keep me out?
Yes.
I need those leftovers.
Sir, I'm sorry the RCM is having financial trouble, but it's not this establishment's problem.
Does it seem callous, guarding even your leftovers?
Callous? What are you, Kras Mazov? Almost all establishments in Revachol keep their trash locked. The Whirling in Rags is not special in that regard.
We need those keys.
What do you need them for?
It concerns the case. Please cooperate.
Oh.
Just bring them back once you're done, please.
I've seen something here.
What thing?
Is there a sign that said the mess hall is reserved for the Union?
Yes, not the whole damn Union, thank God. Just the nastiest and loudest faction. They come here in the evenings. Dumb, unruly types. Think they're big shit. But they're good customers. They place big orders and always pay on time.
He hates the Union, but grudgingly recognizes its power over him. So he's directing his frustration at you instead. Retaliate.
Then we gotta suck up to the Union to stay afloat.
I don't. I'm simply providing a service, or really facilitating the offering of services to paying customers, and it doesn't matter. I don't have to explain myself to you.
We should find out who this Lord faction is, occupying the booth. Loudness means talkative, and we need info. We don't. We have to wait. They'll show up sooner or later. Men get hungry, even striking men. If not today, then they'll be here tomorrow.
Something else.
What?
By the way, you should come back to this thing-based questionnaire if you see anything interesting in the Whirling later.
Oh, thank you. Is there another thing?
Another thing. Great. Yes?
Hey. Psst.
Psst.
Hey, you.
Me?
Yes, you. Word on the street is you're ready to start building communism again.
Communism!
You keep saying things like, down with the bourgeoisie, eat the rich, sodomize the landowners, impale all people who have more than 25 real in their pocket, literally murder all human beings regardless of their political beliefs. That kind of stuff.
That sounds just like me.
Funky style. Very funky. So tell me, do you have any questions before we fire up the big communism builder? Or do we get right down to it?
What's this communism even about?
Failure. It's about
I
failure.
don't do failure.
Of course you do. You are failure. You are communism. Absolutely vanquished, beaten, curb-stomped, shat on. While everyone else is out partying, having a callous laugh, you will reverse the fortune of the workers of the world. You alone, against every living thing, against every human alive, 800 trillion real in the hands of an impossibly well-organized ruling class, towering city blocks of bankmen who have the ears of prime ministers, million-headed armies of nations and the love of your own mother. You against the atom, the charm and the spin. where the whole world failed. Matter failed to bend to human will. Human will failed to get out of bed and tie its laces. You alone, single-handedly, will rebuild the dreams of the working class. You are the last communist. Now get to work, comrade.
You get this option since he chose 4 to 5 communist answers. I'm just chaos.
Oh yeah, get the firing squads and the animal wagons ready.
Finished thought. Firing squads?
Too late to back out now. You can't make an omelette without breaking a few million eggs.
I wonder if I can talk to her now.
Hello, sweetie.
Hi.
Wait, who's Sweetie?
Who?
Why, you are, officer.
I'm not... Maybe I am.
And have you found anyone to be sweet to?
I don't know. Maybe I have.
You rascal. I'm too old for you, and too married besides.
Oh.
Your advances haven't thrown her off one bit. In another place and time, she would have probably welcomed your attention.
Hell yeah, she would.
You must forgive me. I'm getting so scatterbrained. I completely forgot to introduce myself. I'm Lena. My husband Morel and I are staying with our friend Gary just down the street, but I come here for tea when they're away.
I might reposition myself so I'm laying down because my fucking back is killing me. Yeah. Oh god. My audio is gonna be a bit fucked, but that's only on my end. Don't worry about it. Everything will sound fine for you. Yeah, I'm rearranging. I'm rearranging. My world is Amy is forever French. Listen, okay, we're oh, it's 8. Damn. Oh yeah, the only downside. Actually, you know what? No, I can make chat full screen and zoom in. Holy smokes, look at me. Put those on the floor. I can see chat. I'll bring the microphone over close to me. Put my... Listen, you guys know what's up when you're playing a video game. You gotta get comfortable. I am going to get comfortable. Even if I am sacrificing my audio quality for my... It only comes out of one. Yeah, because my headset's kind of broken. Oh, suboptimal. I have one of my monitors is vertical. When I keep my cat on. Yeah. Okay. I can just lay down. That's what I usually do. Like whenever I can't sleep, I'll just rearrange my computer and I'm... Uh-oh. Can you... Oh, the laying down bit. Huh. Yeah. Ah, here we go. Can you hear me okay? How's the audio? Oh.
This Lena is wacky enough for the
Nice.
Motley Crew. Hire her on the spot.
You seem to be in a chair.
Yes, dear. I'm a paraplegic.
What's that?
It means I can't use my legs. I was in an accident some years back, injured in the line of duty, as they say.
Oh. Were you a rugby player?
Oh no, far from it. Although, I did come out to watch the boys play when I was in school. All those tan calves. I was a training and development manager at a rapidly expanding mail-order shoe company.
Oh. Okay. What up?
You'd think it would be a safe job, but I had to be everywhere, and, well, once I happened to be under some faulty scaffolding.
Oh.
I was lucky. This was almost 20 years ago, and I was compensated exceptionally well. One can only dream of such payoffs nowadays.
Sorry, I have a fan. I was trying to turn it off. Right. Dude, if fucking Marek saw me now, he'd be like, why is this... How does this work? I am literally curled up in bed with a controller. My microphone is balancing on my chair. I asked this woman if I could become a paraplegic too.
I hope not. Although the work you are doing for all of us is quite dangerous.
Towering over her in your insignia, you make her feel safe.
Someone has to do it.
But not you. You're volunteering. So thank you, sweetie.
I'm sorry, it was rude of me to mention the wheelchair.
That's quite all right. I'm used to people asking questions. I know they're thinking about it anyway.
She's such a sweetie. Can we just take her with us? I think I saw an option.
There is no bitterness in her voice. She accepted the curiosity her condition inspires a long time ago.
Sorry, I'm like arranging. Is no one talking in Frozen? Fine if no one's talking. It's very much we're just killing. My chat's fine. No, we're not. Okay, thank you. Thank you for clearing that up. Would you like to roll? How'd you like to roll with me?
Whatever do you mean?
I want to be my wheelchair partner in fighting crime.
Sequence killers? Oh my. But I think you already have a partner, sweetie.
Connor, man. You're all good.
A partner who needs you to help him get a corpse down from a tree.
Kim? I can't be mean to Kim.
It seems to me that you lucked out with your partner. He has the look of an upstanding officer of the law.
Yes, he does.
Someone you can lean on, and sweetie, you are looking unsteady.
Bitch! Hello?
Oh, sweetie, I heard your conversation with the manager about your financial troubles. When do you get your next paycheck?
I don't.
If she could, this woman would feed and clothe you and every other sad, lost person on this earth. You've got guns of steel and a chiseled jaw, somewhere under the bloated alcohol layer. Maybe she'd like to sponsor you. Try to force a tear out of your duct. Really rip into the whole emotional aggression thing.
What do you mean?
Going to die on the street.
Officer, get a hold of yourself, please.
Sweetie, I'm sorry, but I think you need more help than I can give you.
You're my sponsor.
Oh, I'm sure you would make a wonderful gigolo, dear, with those strong arms of yours, but welfare checks aren't all they cracked up to be. My husband and I are barely scraping by.
She's not really lusting after those biceps, man. It's more like an appraisal you give to a healthy specimen.
You must be joking. Although our pay does sometimes feel like a joke.
It's not easy to assert your right to a decent living wage when you don't have a strong union behind you. Maybe you should talk to Everard, the union leader.
Okay. Yeah, well, let's unionize. Him. Join the union.
Interesting idea. This Everard sounds powerful. Maybe you can wrangle some coins out of his pocket.
Ooh.
Oh, no, I'm so sorry I don't have money for you. If there's anything else I can do for you, just ask.
I don't know if you noticed, but I don't know anything.
Yes, officer. You look rather dazed. Like a stunned fox. But surely things can't be that bad.
She won't judge you, no matter what you say.
I forgot. I drank so much, so I forgot literally everything.
Oh my. You know where we are, right?
A war zone at the edge of the world.
It does still look like that in some parts of the city, doesn't it? We are in a hostel called the Whirling in Rags, dear, and the Whirling itself is in the city of Revachol. How would I even begin to tell you? Revachol is the most beautiful city in the world. We're fortunate to be here, you and I. I haven't seen very many other cities personally, but everyone says so. Revachol is a rare jewel. This city used to rule the world, though it has seen better days. Speaking of history, you know what year it is, yes?
No.
That's right, dear. How splendid.
Brilliant.
Here, take this pen. Knowledge should always be rewarded.
Oh.
Her relief is palpable. She was getting pretty worried about you there, but now she relaxes her shoulders. Outside, the melting snow seeps into the cracks in the walls and the cobblestone streets, all the way down into the sewers. Above ground, the first Maybells blossom. You can feel it, a great cold. Then the shiver passes.
I can tell that this is taxing for you, so I'll just ask one more question. What regime are we living under? What mode of government?
Oh my god.
Okay.
Oh. Top regime. I'm not political. Some kind of democracy.
Nope. Sadly not. Revachol is what's called a zone of control, under an alliance of foreign powers called the Coalition. We have no government of our own, and what democracy we have is market-driven. Oh dear. And you were doing so well. There aren't any cops in Revachol, not in the traditional sense. The status of law enforcement has been a complicated matter since the revolution. But we should stop for today, sweetie. You look like you need a break. Besides, I'm not the best person to explain the big things to anyone.
She's scared now. She's realized you really are brain damaged.
A defeat, I'm afraid. The people of this archipelago tried to build something new, something different. The rest of the world didn't like it, so they came and ended it. This was 42 years ago. Of course, sweetie, I really don't know how to explain it better.
Oh no.
I'm just a poor woman, she thinks. What do I know of these things? And how can I help you?
You were doing quite well up until the end there. It does look like you're having trouble remembering things. History and places. Remembering reality in a word. It's very odd.
Oh. Thanks.
A sigh. The lieutenant buries his nose in his notebook.
But maybe a fresh set of eyes is what the world needs. And while I'm no doctor, such bouts of amnesia are often temporary, so I wouldn't worry too much. Someone more educated in sweeping matters. Maybe you should ask.
No, I'm not an encyclopedia. I won't be a guide either. I'm a detective.
To the back.
Of course. Then I don't know. Someone rich, maybe? Wealthy people are educated. Though I don't know where you would find a wealthy person in Martinez. Of course, dear. Good luck with your case.
A thin man is smoking below an exhaust hood, occasionally sipping from his mug. This must be the Whirling's cook.
No.
As you step in, he nods toward the table and says something in a completely foreign language. The only words you can make out are Garancy and Kubek. It must be his name. Garancy. Garancy Kubek. Sounds representative.
Got time for a few questions?
The man puts his cup down and replies something, his left hand drawing arcs in the air.
Mm-hmm. Impressive pots.
He smiles and bangs his ladle against each of his pots in turn. The man ponders his cooking utensils and gives you a little nod, acknowledging your presence.
Damn it.
You see a heavy steel door with a prominent dimple lock. It's painted blue. You immediately feel drawn to the color. Blue is for mystery.
Oh, God.
The cobalt blue surface feels rough to touch. The stainless steel door is flush with its frame on every side.
I don't have the best relationship. I have a really bad relationship with doors. Who am I kidding? Who am I kidding, dude?
The door does not budge.
You do? It's a door in the back of the kitchen. Why do you care where it leads?
Go on.
It is quite pretty. I suppose we could look into it as a side investigation.
Yes!
Gart is the person to ask about this, the cafeteria manager.
God loves us. God, my man.
Can I
Here
help
we
you?
Sure
Another
thing.
thing. Great. I love those.
There's a mysterious blue door.
Oh, yes, that door, sure. There's nothing mysterious about it. It's just a door.
Oh, I just spilled water. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. It's okay. That's fine. It's not fine. What the fuck? Why am I like this? Why? Why? Okay. Find it.
No, I don't have a key. I don't know how to get there. And I don't care either. It's not like I've been wondering about it for 10 years. It's just a frit warehouse, probably.
I need.
Or some boring storage space with a bunch of old junk and dust. Junk and dust.
He's attempting to maintain an air of indifference. It's absolutely not convincing.
I think you'd like to know.
Fine, okay, a little. But my job doesn't leave me time for wondering about one locked door in one of the cafeterias I manage.
One of the three.
So, I haven't opened it. I have cleaned the whole place 100 times over, though, after the animals. And I haven't found a key, so Good luck with that. Yes?
Oh, ad break. I won't do anything until...
The door is closed. This door can only be as you hold the metal. You sense the warmth left there.
Gotta wait.
That sugary black rum stain on the counter makes you teary-eyed with joy. It's almost touching how syrupy and sticky it is. How long have you been up already? Oh, excuse me. Do you have something better to do than lust for sweet syrupy rum and lemonade? With a twist of lemon? Maybe lime. Maybe who cares? Just rum?
Maybe I should lick it.
Yeah, man, yeah. Your mesolimbic reward pathway is going wild at the thought. Lick it, lick it, lick it, your receptors chant.
Okay.
Calmly, the lieutenant looks out of the window, then to you, licking the tasty rum stain off the counter, then out of the window again.
What are you doing?
I'm sorry, I drifted off into my own thoughts and then this happened.
We should move.
A real drink would go well with those cigarettes you're looking for. That's a great combination.
Hello, sir. So the game's like super interesting. I really... Oh... Damn.
This Post Lavantorie mail collection box has been heavily vandalized with graffito. A closer inspection reveals 2 bullet holes in the front.
It's very, very, like... It's unique. It's super, super unique. Fuck you, mail delivery box. Ow.
There is a hollow, saddened ring as you kick the Lavantorie mail collection box. It sounds betrayed, in disbelief even. Your toe has suffered damage. It hurts.
Cool. You really showed that mail collection box.
You think so?
He must see the box as the weaker of the two, and you as a bully.
I didn't mean to.
Something he doesn't stand for.
Him, I'm not a bully. I'm just a bit... I'm misunderstood. Good.
The mail collection box has no faith in your psychopathic manipulations.
I have the shopper.
I have really outdone myself. This is divine.
Yes, that's what you need, Gaston. More padding on that fat ass of yours. I hope your heart gives out.
René, it's a little pleasures. Life doesn't need to be a struggle. Hello, officer. How might I be of assistance on this fine day?
It's delicious. Can I have some?
I'm sorry, officer, but I really don't share food. Nothing personal, it's just a principle.
The only one you have.
Believe me, officer, I wish I could help you, but I need this sandwich to keep my blood sugar stable. In my age, you need to pay attention to these things.
You can barely hear him. The sweet smell of pickles in harmony with garlic butter and marinated onions emanating from the sandwich is driving your mind in a singular direction. It must be yours.
Not hearing me, I need.
Fuck off! It's mine! Sorry, officer. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it in a bad way. But the sandwich is mine. I'm not gonna share it.
When the dissidents come to rape our country, he hides. But try to get a bite of his dear sandwich and he gets claws? You're a special kind of vermin, Gaston.
A man so principled about his sandwich calls for a principled approach. Time to get political.
What is political?
This right here is political.
You failed to deal with bad options. Yeah, these options are awfully fascist or communist.
Say one of these fascist or communist things or fuck off.
Oh my god. So my little brother, not my youngest brother, but when we were kids, way back when, and my brother learned a new word, and that word was fascist. And he used to call me a fascist. And it's like, why? And he's like, your name's Tash, that rhymes with fash, so you're a fascist. Just like, bruh, please, can you stop? You can't do that. You can't, you really can't go around calling me a fascist. Hectic, thank you.
Whoa, easy there, Goldmouth. He doesn't have to say anything.
Oh.
Re-engage cop mode and bail out, if you like.
Well, back to police mode. Yeah.
All right. Let's hear them, officer.
What do you know about the dead guy?
Let me think. I heard someone was hanged and left on a tree for a week. But that's all I know, really.
That was really, yeah, because Volition, it was Volition that, I'm not ready, I'm not ready to be, I'll be honest, I might be playing a piece of shit, but I just, Kiwo doesn't feel comfortable playing a fascist. I genuinely just, you know, I know it's just a game, but it just, oh, accidentally became yeah, you can get bad. The amount, while also being a feminist. Does anyone remember our name? Raphael Ambrosio Porto. Fascism dialogue is hilarious. I accidentally became a racist.
Hilarious and horrible. He can be an arsehole in so many and many contradictory. Yeah, for sure. Come on, you must have heard something.
No, officers, I'm sorry. And I really would like to assist. You are both good guys. I can see that.
Then help them, you wimp. You have plenty of shoulder with the ghost caviar in the Union. Someone must know something.
I wish I could, but I just don't know anything. I always keep my nose clean and don't gossip. Everyone knows and respects that.
Respects?
That clip. Are we the baddies?
I'm not even anyone.
Of course he's holding back. His mouth is so full of Union prick he can't even speak properly.
Can I at least finish my fucking sentence before you piss on it? Is that okay, René? I'm not anyone important in the Union. I just know Yeahhhh.
How do you know?
Everyone in Martinez knows the Clare brothers. I taught these boys human studies and history in the gymnasium.
What do you know about history? You never witnessed history. Only heard about it years later, when it had already moved on. You don't know history.
The old soldier mumbles something under his breath and turns to face the sea.
Let's try not to get caught in the crossfire.
Lest we leave riddled with bullet holes. This animosity is ancient.
Union member?
Oh, in many ways, yes. Like an honorary member. I attend meetings and parties, help with little things. Yeahhhh, Edgar, and the older debarders all know me. Oh, yes.
They're not an accent.
Not in the technical sense. I don't have a vote or a membership card, but Yeahhhh keeps me on the payroll, just for the little things.
Of course he's not a member. He's not a member of anything. I knew that. He's a Weservein. Turns to where the wind blows and tries to look important.
Okay.
Who does your...
Oh.
guts tell you is the source of Revishal's problems?
Is it foreigners?
Yes, them. But also... women.
Women?
Women. Men of war. You don't like them. They're insane. Their idiocy needs to be scrubbed off this world with rubbing alcohol. Woo men need to go back to the fucking kitchen. That's what fascism boils down to. The rest is also important. But the main thing is that woo men need to know their place.
But I'm a feminist.
Feminist? No, it can't be. Not you. No one believes this.
Did you know you can forget thoughts? Built a thought cabinet and
Wait.
Who does your gut believes this?
Did you
forget all about humanism? Humanist.
I hate the socialist rabble, but even siding with them is better than living your entire life on the fence, never committing to anything. Pick a damn side already.
Writing work mostly. Occasionally, he needs something written, and I happen to have a way with words, people say. Oh, nothing official, I assure you. Just essays for the newspapers. About Martinez and how things are and how they could be. Evrard and I had these long talks where...
Well, he tells his little pen man exactly what to say. It's commie propaganda, plain and simple. You should be ashamed of yourself.
Oh my god.
No, thank you. For being consummate professionals. You'll have this case wrapped up in no time.
I'm gonna eat your sandwich.
Anti-Object Task Force.
Yay!
Behold, the Anti-Object Task Force has assembled. God's avenging angel, arrayed against the lower emanations of the Darkened One. Shoe racks, tape recorders, motor carriages, and doors. So many doors. You're not just pounding it all to pieces. You're reforging the universe, from the anvil of the heavens to the worms below. Indulge in it. Be bold. Have an impact on the shape of creation. Out of the furnace of your rage. A new reality. Also, you should trash your room again.
How many thoughts can I have? Soviet socioeconomic.
We're still waiting for a replacement for the bull you sent sinking.
Found you guys a new bull.
What is this? Are you mocking us? This isn't for pétanque.
I'm sorry.
Now. No need to get angry again, René. I'm sure the officer tried his best. It's not like there's a bull kiosk here in Martinez.
Exactly, and I really try.
Trying is worth as much as is accomplished. In this case, almost nothing. Fine. You try to right a wrong. It's still a gram better than actual nothing.
Is there anything you can tell me about this rifle?
It's a Bell McGrave. 4.46 caliber. Breech loading. Revachol made. Good weapon. Accurate and reliable. This one's inoperable. The bolt spring is missing and the mechanism is jammed shut. Still a beauty. Where did you find her?
Basement?
I'm not surprised. There are probably lots of forgotten wartime weapons lying around here. Back in the day, everyone had something stashed away. As for the rifle, I don't know what else to tell you. These BM-446s are an antique. No one uses them anymore. The ammunition is impossible to find.
Let's do it.
Still, all you see is an old soldier
damn it.
refuses to replace his uniform with a civilian attire.
Anything else I can assist you with, officer? We still have a game to finish.
This coin-operated viewer is facing south.
Dude, I love collecting trash.
The streets will flow red once more. A great torrent rushing down Rue de Esperance. You wait and see.
The streets will not flow red with anything. Who are you?
I'm Cindy the fucking Skull. What else do you want to know?
Oh,
Date
yeah.
of birth, blood type.
I'm super
the
quiet.
last time I was tested for Hep C.
I wanted to know your name.
And here I was trying to be polite.
Move the mic
Just
a little
can't
closer.
win with you pigs.
I'm just... Yeah, a bit closer. That should be better now.
She's grown frustrated with her work and welcomes the opportunity to challenge authority in other ways.
That better? What are you looking at?
The lieutenant furrows his brow at another one of your eccentricisms. Hatred, disgust, it's difficult to tell which of the two is more present in her girlish features. The woman on the boat does not notice her staring.
That is on her. Someone's got to keep an eye on her.
Who is she?
Probably the Wild Pines rep. We should talk to her. She's a professional negotiator, though. I have the feeling she will be very cooperative while telling us nothing. You should take the lead. Ask her unexpected questions, you know? Do your thing. Don't be afraid to get a bit wacky. Throwing her off is our best bet.
Good idea, piggies. Run along now. Fuck her shit up good. Impound that boat while you're at it. I'd like to watch her swim back to us on.
What are you doing to the wall?
Can't you tell? I'm painting a beautiful mural, an aereo graffitio visible from low orbit. I haven't really started it yet. I'm waiting for the right words.
You don't know what's right?
Have you ever tried your hand at graffitio? When faced with a blank wall, most people write unimaginative stuff, like pigs go home,
Oh, I
and
love the
Mona was
accents.
here.
I love the variety of characters.
We rarely see pigs round here, though. Just union cats. And my name's not Mona, so...
She wants it to be something true and total.
I said committed.
This place is severely lacking in havoc. Not even the occasional trash can fire to break up the tedium. I thought I'd mix it up, you know. Summon the forces of crime and social chaos with a wall-sized invitation. Yeah?
Don't mind us.
Thanks. I'm sure the inspiration will come to me now that I have an official RCM stamp of approval.
You've lessened her desire to deface the building.
Know anything about the recent murder?
I ain't no snitch, pigstein. Go forth and forage in someone else's shit. No shortage of squealers in these parts.
Actually, there is a shortage of people who talk to us in a normal, calm, informative manner.
We weren't put on this earth to make your life pleasant, fucko.
Fucko.
Watch your back, ungulate. You've got eyes on you.
A striking woman leans against the cabin top of her sailing boat, smiling as you approach. Her green raincoat glistens with droplets. A silk scarf is tied around her throat.
Good afternoon, officers. I'm Joyce. Joyce L. Messier. I represent the board of Wild Pines, the owners of the harbour. You gentlemen must be from the RCM. Baton, my maiden name.
This wasn't the character that people said I sounded like, was it?
I'm glad to see you here.
Literally mother.
I was dispatched to handle a strike, not a lynching. Anything I can do to assist the RCM in this matter, I will. Gladly.
That is good to hear, madame. My colleague will take the lead on this interview. I should let you know that he is recovering from an unusual medical episode. Very unusual. But I can assure you of his ultimate competency.
How interesting. I wish you a swift recovery. In the meanwhile, you have my full cooperation, and the full cooperation of the Wild Pines group.
It's hard to get a read on her precise disposition, but she appears helpful.
You're on a boat.
Why, yes I am.
Does she have a name?
The boat? No. It is called Cordelati 19, because that's the type of sloop it is.
What kind of boat?
It's a pleasure craft. A 19 pacer. It also happens to be rated for Category 1 racing. Though these days I mainly use it for business. My sloop? I like it a lot. It's the eel's hips, baby.
I'm enjoying this part of the interview. It has so little to do with the murder we're investigating.
Oh, I forgot about the body.
I really do, the lieutenant thinks. Is she thrown off yet?
Of course there are. We're on an archipelago. How else are you supposed to get around? Yes, we are. We are on Le Caillou.
Everyone's just fine with me being like, I don't remember myself. I respect that.
We are. And the city of Revachol is on the island of Le Caillou. I haven't seen anyone else drive a souped-up Capri Kenema motor carriage either.
Actually, that motor carriage has been specially issued to serve as a patrol and pursuit vehicle. It's for crossing long distances in the greater Revachol industrial harbor. It's not a toy.
Neither is this. A toy, I mean. It's a machine for crossing long distances in the Bay of Revachol, between the city and the islands.
She's having a good time arguing against the law. Too good, perhaps.
Have a license?
Officer, I assure you I'm a highly qualified pleasure craft operator.
The crowns of her teeth are porcelain, white as the boat's hull as she smiles. Qualified pleasure craft operator. So charming. Where's the damn license?
How's your license?
I just renewed its safety inspection last month, officers. It is completely seaworthy. In fact, it's taken part in not one, but 2 insulindic regattas. Even finished once.
What happened?
The other time, I would have finished the race were it not for an urgent work matter, much like the one I'm on now.
They'll need to see the license.
Actually, you don't.
Please.
It is a little-known fact among those who police that the Wayfarer Act specifically denies the RCM the authority to demand anyone's operator license.
What? I got out-policed. I like the Anarchy Act, in my opinion.
No need to politicize this. You may still ask for the lady's passport.
You need to save face if you want her respect. Demand that passport.
I'm gonna need to see a passport.
Of course.
The woman is silent, smiling while the waves lap against the hull. In your hand, under the plastic, a light blue passport saying, Republic of Vespa. The coat of arms has a lion and an ostrich. Seigent. The woman, born in the year 3 in the commune of Revachol, smiles at you. Face adorned with frown lines and crow's feet. The photo is recent. The name reads, Rejoice Leighton Messier.
Name's Rejoice?
Yes, but please don't call me that. Joyce is much more efficient.
She doesn't like it. Probably a bad memory. Mean girls at school or some ancient lover.
My husband is. I have dual citizenship. A Vespertine is handier when traveling.
She nods and returns the plastic bag to her coat.
Good. What we do. I'm afraid I don't speak for Wild Pines as a whole. It's a giant undertaking.
What do they do?
The Pines' core competency is logistics. Container shipping, freight, that sort of thing. See those airships there, blinking? Those are the shipping side of things. And that is the terminal. Another subdivision deals with energy, oil and gas exploration, offshore platforms. I'm not at liberty to discuss the company balance sheet, but I can tell you that last year, the company booked more than 20 billion real in revenue.
A billion?
It's a number, officer. A big one. It's made of 1,000 millions. A million is made of 1,000 thousands.
Wow.
20 billion is a large number, but the conglomerate employs 72,000 people. They all need to be paid. Then there are capital improvements, interest payments. A conglomerate the size of the Wild Pines is like a shark. If it stops moving, it will die. Then what becomes of those 72,000 families? It's a tremendous responsibility.
Conglomerate was one of those words I had not ever heard until I was playing a game on stream. And then ever since then, I hear it so often. And then, I can't remember the name of the game. It's like a walking simulator. Or something, and I couldn't say the word investigative. Which is really great to say. A nice sounding word. I am very tired.
They started as an exploration and cargo fleet conducting trade between the Samaran and Insulindian Isolas 250 years ago, when pine ships explored the South Seminese and charted Lormantang on behalf of the suzerain. Centuries of care, deliberation, and madness have gone into this endeavor. Vessels pass through the great unrest to re-emerge with apricots in tow. The logic of the system is totalizing. It's taken everything from its employees to build it.
But that's such a huge sick.
You mean aside from being the terminal's legal owners, who are responsible for moving 8% of the world's cargo?
That's quite a lot.
There are no minor cogs in the system. Each terminal must be accounted for, lest the entire system break. Every hiccup in such a system means thousands lose their jobs, the world over. I'm here to assure that doesn't happen.
With your help, hopefully, says her warm tone.
What can you tell me about this strike?
Everything. Right up to, but not including, trade secrets.
Why want to hear about the trade?
First, you'd have to repeal the Emergencies Act of Trade and Aliments that gives me the right to silence. It's quite the octopus. Good luck is only kept in place by the vested interests of half the civilized world, including your own.
What the ma'am means is that the Emergencies Act and the RCM both get their authority from the coalition government.
But I am derailing us. You wanted to know about the strike?
Yes.
First, you'd have to repeal the Emergencies Act of Good luck.
What the ma'am means.
But I am derailing us. You wanted to know about the strike? I believe the official title is Senior Labour Negotiator. In practice, I'm a grocery clerk. I relay the union's demands to Wild Pines and return with Wild Pines' counteroffer.
And how are the talks going?
They're not. That's the problem.
Thank you.
The union stopped all negotiations a week ago, after that awful lynching took place.
Thank you.
Now they won't even let me into the harbour. There's a 2-meter 20 racist behemoth blocking the gates.
Yeah. Tell me more about the behemoth.
What can I say? The union employs a giant covered in tattoos. A racist giant. I guess that's part of their big tent organisation now. Let's say I was not making the kind of progress I'd hoped for when I first arrived.
And when did you first arrive?
I arrived 3 weeks ago. Yes, in the middle of February. The bay was still partially frozen then. I prefer to do these things on site, like the RCM.
But the strike began in December.
I wasn't the original negotiator here. I took over after Mr. Gaumont hit a wall with Mr. Clare, the union boss. Mr. Clare refused to speak with Gaumont despite concessions he'd granted the union in prior negotiations.
This isn't the first time the union has gone on strike.
The big racist giant.
Heavens no. There have been 2 prior strikes. Both times the union won significant concessions, including overtime pay and a medical plan. This time their demands are more, I guess you could say, aggressive.
Oh, thank you.
Mr. Clare told him to... how did he put it? Fuck off, midget. Gaumont is short of stature, you see.
Oh, I didn't mean to press that. Oh, god damn it. Huh.
Yes. Keep in mind, this is a negotiator Mr. Clare has worked with before, and who was more than fair with him and the union.
Sounds like usual aggressive posturing.
There are leaflets everywhere, and banners. What did they say again? Oh yes. Every worker, a member of the board.
A regressive commie.
In its defense, another said, demand democracy. Pretty tame stuff compared to every worker, a member of the board.
What does that even mean?
It's quite simple, you see. Every time the Wild Pines group makes a decision, about what? About anything really, it needs the signature of each of the 2,200 workers in its Martinez terminal. Just so you understand, this is but one of 22 terminals owned by Wild Pines. Essentially, not only are they kings of the company, they are also kings of the 72,000 employees of Wild Pines Group. That may well be. It's not up to me to decide who is king, but as negotiations go, it's not a swell start. I'm not sure. Naturally, I assume that was just their opening position, a hard-nosed tactic with a side of mockery. But there's been no follow-up, just the same nonsensical slogan repeated over and over again. And now, people are getting lynched, I hear. Behind the whirling in rags. A disastrous situation if there ever was one.
Excuse me, from whom did you hear about this lynching?
I first heard it from the boyar at the gates. The one whose very name advertises his aversion to work. I think he said it was, "Call me mañana."
This checks out.
Huh.
Everard Clare is a man of the utmost integrity. If you can say one thing about him, it's that he always puts the interests of the workers first. Of course not. Everard is fantastically corrupt. I imagine he has a thick, viscous goo where you and I have blood.
Ugh.
He is the most corrupt individual I have ever seen, and I deal with men like him for a living. If there is anyone more venal, more irredeemably nepotistic, then it's his twin brother, Edgar.
Who are them?
Yes, Edgar looks exactly like his brother, except for that
no.
lazy eye. He also talks exactly like Everard does, and when one's term as foreman is up, the other takes over.
Oh.
It's how they circumvent the term limits, you see, with a funny little switcheroo. While in office, they've embezzled God knows how much of their workers' dues. The Débardeurs Union was once a perfectly normal institution. 20 years ago, anyway. It must not have been easy to establish under the Emergency Act, but they did it. I can respect that. Organised labour at its best, as they say. Then something happened in the local chapter elections. The brothers Clare came and transformed it into a... how do you say?
A mob. The Débardeurs are a crime syndicate. Sad as it may be, I suspect we'll be forced to cooperate with them.
Refreshingly honest, officer. The company has tried appeasing in the past, but I'm afraid our concessions have only emboldened Everard and his brother. And your opinion, detective, if I may ask? I'm a curious and talkative person, you see. Would you say the Débardeurs Union is...
I need to go get more water after... Hey. I just don't know where the lid to my water bottle. Ah. I have so many snacks as well. I have snacks. I'm cozy in bed. Kind of. I'm at the foot of my bed. Yeah. Yes.
Why do you think so? Well, I suppose that's one way to look at it. They're an interesting composition, albeit vile. But enough about Everard. What else can I do for you? I'm glad you asked. There was a woman, the previous forewoman of the Union. She disappeared.
Disappeared?
Yes. On the last day of the local chapter elections, Her daughter phoned in and said she wasn't running anymore, or coming to work. Ever. End of story. Downright haunting, if you ask me.
Oh, I muted my mic.
The Wild
Sorry.
Pines suspected foul play, but what could they do? It was a
talking that
union
whole
matter.
time.
The point of the presentation is, these kinds of things happen around the Clares. Watch out when you're dealing with him.
Thank you for your concern, ma'am. We'll be just fine.
Of course. How else can I help?
Oh, this is long. Can you tell me about the lynching?
Quite a few things, I'm afraid. The information I'm to share with you includes sensitive trade secrets. For the sake of my employer, I have to ask for your names and badge numbers.
Of course, ma'am. We should have introduced ourselves. I am Lieutenant Kitsuragi from Precinct 57. And this is my colleague from Precinct 41.
I don't seem to have my badge.
How curious. Why is that, Detective?
I forgot to call it in on the radio.
Awkwardness washes over the conversation. The woman doesn't like this turn of events.
Remember when my partner told you I'd recently suffered from an unusual medical episode? My lost badges.
I see. So, are you saying you lost your badge during the course of this episode?
Yes.
I can't hear you, darling. Speak up, please.
Could have eaten it. I don't remember anything in the world. This nothing.
Oh dear. I suppose this does explain some of the more curious turns in our conversation.
As I said, ma'am, his technique may be very unconventional, but he is an officer of the RCM.
Of course, I sympathize, but I'm afraid I simply can't share anything more until I've seen that badge.
Hang on. She's a professional negotiator. She should be open to some sort of mutually beneficial arrangement. She's a negotiator. Just float a favor at her. Insinuate.
Surely.
I will be frank with you. If I'm going to break protocol, I need to be able to justify it to my superiors. They're going to want to see something very tangible.
You're in, but expect her to drive a hard bargain.
Reports from inside Terminal B suggest it's a hub for the local drug trade. This is an open secret in Martinez. The Union controls the terminal, so it goes to reason.
They're profiting from this trade.
The company has tried looking into this matter before, to no avail. Perhaps someone with your authority and resources might turn over the right stones. Or you can recover your badge, though if I may be blunt with you, it sounds like that may be a lost cause.
Detective, a word in private before we continue.
Is us?
This is not going quite as I hoped it would, Detective.
How?
Honestly, I was expecting you to use your unorthodox technique to keep her off balance, and not volunteer us to be her henchman.
Oh, it was going well.
This woman is running circles around us. She might have known about your misplaced badge all along, or she's simply an adept improviser. Either way, we've played straight into her hands.
He doesn't let it show, but there is a limit to how much the consequences of your unprofessional behavior can cost the investigation.
Uh-oh. I could just, find my badge.
Oh, that would be fantastic, but do we have the time? The world is large and your badge is 8 by 6 centimeters. You could request a new one from your station, but that would literally take months.
I'll handle
It would not hurt if you tried more in the future, yes.
What don't do?
No. If there is reasonable suspicion, we must investigate. Otherwise, she could claim we are siding with the Union, or that we are on their take. We'd never hear the end of it. What I propose is, we ask her, then we investigate, briefly. But do not share the outcome of this investigation with her. We tell her it's done and demand for her information on the lynching.
go deal with the dead body. So, the door.
A sturdy metal door guards the southwest entrance to the apartment building. It's locked. The door rattles against your knuckles, but there's no response. The door rattles again.
Stop banging on the door! I'm not letting any more strangers inside.
This is the police.
The police? Everyone knows the police don't come round here.
Stop. Fuck you. What do you mean? Please?
No, I already told you. I won't be responsible for any more strangers getting into the building. Go check the backyard door. Maybe someone there will.
The door rattles again, but this time you hear.
Stop banging on the door! I'm not letting any more strangers inside.
Any more strangers inside?
Doesn't matter who I am. Now
No.
go on, get out of here. Ha! The police? Everyone knows the police don't come round. No, I already told you. Go check the backyard door.
Him, tell her.
Madame, I assure you, we are real police officers.
There is no reply. Just faint, sweeping sounds inside. This is a wall on the side of an apartment building.
Oh, I keep forgetting. But I'm weak. Oh. Ah. But it does. Oh, I see.
Are you trying to sneak up on me? Come to slit my throat in my sleep?
Maybe.
Pigs come to take me out, trying to snuff me out.
Why do you say that?
Then why are you sneaking up on me like that? It's not a good idea to scare me, pig. Not a good idea at all. Trying to sneak up on me again? Trying to snuff me out? Get...
Oh yeah, we couldn't open it. No, we didn't have the key, I don't think.
Hello again, sir.
It was the, I got it used with the door.
This trash container is locked. The sliding lid has a padlock that says, whirling in rags. With a well-oiled crack, the lock pops open. It should now be possible to simply raise the lid. Don't. Maybe you shouldn't.
I mean...
Maybe you shouldn't. Of course you should. This is your time to shine, Hobocop.
Yeah,
Dive
that's
into
me.
that dumpster for extra content.
We love content.
The smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste.
We're just in time. This hasn't been emptied for over a week.
Dig in Hobocop style.
Wow, an Armistice caliber 50 knock cannon. Half wrapped in paper tissues. So shiny.
What is this?
It's a giant rifle, and it's very expensive. Not as expensive as that fat string of pearls snaking around the rotten banana peels, however. And is that Cordon Electric's preamp with Electra F2 tubes? It is. That catches quite a price. We're talking 12,000, easy. Unless you're into hi-fi yourself.
I'll sell it.
No, you won't. Because none of those things are real. They're not actually in there. All you see is food waste and crisp wrappings.
What the f... No, there must be something.
All you see is a broken mug with a racist depiction of the yellow man frolicking in saffron.
Antique?
Only in its social sensibility.
Mm-hmm.
You see milk and egg rest with one broken egg in it. Some pasta wrapper. Picking up the soggy packages somehow feels familiar.
Oh.
A box falls into pieces in your hands. Batiste Soleil cereal. There are plastic pasta packages below. And turbo noodles. Nothing of note, however. Among the threadbare kitchen towels, something catches your eye. A pair of denim trousers.
Thank you.
As the legs of the slime-covered jeans begin to unspool from the garbage, a rank corpse smell fills the air.
Oh.
The victim's clothes? Cadaverine odor is faint.
Oh.
If these belong to the deceased, they were removed when he was still in the early stages of decay. Drop them in here, officer.
Damn it.
Guitar-marked blue jeans. Pockets empty or empty. He wore them with a belt, too. A white belt. The loops appear stretched, but the belt is missing. That's it. Do you see anything else in there? I have another bag here.
Something slimy catches your eye.
Reach for it.
A drab, long-sleeved shirt, olive-colored, appears from the food waste, dripping with pus.
Ew.
This is a military-type overgarment. No label or serial number. This is the kind of rib-knit shirt that's worn over light armor to conceal it in an urban scenario. Anything more?
The rest of the rags are just kitchen variety waste. Just garbage.
Oh, ad break? Let me know when it's over. There it is. These ads are so annoying.
like, I don't know. Who was I was talking to my friend last night, and they were like, "Have you thought about kick?" I don't think I could do it. You know, more power to folks that are. Good for you. Mm-hmm. Is it run by a casino? Something? Yeah. I think competition is great, but also, yeah. Break's over, let's go.
Alright, we should go to Gart again and ask if he knows who put the clothes in the trash. It could be as simple as someone from the hostel cleaning the yard. Or that one. I'd advise against confronting that force.
I need to ask the kid.
The fuck's he on about? Kids? You hear that, Kuno? He thinks you're an infant or something.
Bah.
See? Not really. All we know is the victim's clothes are in the trash, the lid was locked, and his establishment had the key. It's just a small loose thread.
The lieutenant nods, then looks back into the trash container. It's just organic waste, cold and slimy on your hands. Apple and potato peels, mostly. Unidentified sludge, and the occasional chicken bone thrown in for good measure. But hey, nothing. It's nothing. Nothing more to see here. What's this?
What?
A blue piece of plastic sticks out from the apple peels. It's shiny. Looks like the corner of something.
Ooh.
Something larger. A clipboard. A blue plastic clipboard with moist papers hanging from it. They look badly damaged, but you can still make out forms and notes, written in a man's handwriting.
Officer, is that your paperwork?
Can't be.
Yes, it is. Look. This plastic has the RCM street grid on it. You've even got an autopsy form.
Ah.
If you don't mind me asking, how did this get in the trash? What are you talking about?
Ah. I speaketh tongue.
Doeth thou also thorough inventories? You should take stock of your notes. Make sure it's all there. Official notes contain informants' names. If some of it has fallen into the hands of the RCM's adversaries, bloodletting may well ensue.
Okay.
It would also not hurt to start taking notes on the case. Now, tell me what your eagle eyes see. Or are we finished?
Some items, such as the ledger you found, are interactable. Go to your inventory and select the Interact tab to read your paperwork.
Thank you.
The container sounds a muffled gong.
That's one thing off the list. I think we got it all.
Huh.
It's just a racist mug. What's there to read here? Not much.
Look at all that content.
Oh boy, here we go. What are you going to say about a broken, tossed-away mug that you dug out of the garbage?
Oh my god. It's an example of prejudice.
But it was in the trash. Why not just call it out when you see it? Or do some volunteering work? Just finish your case, detective.
Jesus!
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A pitiful cabbage of white and yellow papers hanging from plastic board, barely held together by a metal clip. This sad display is made complete by the faint smell of urinal cleaner.
Else?
There's a piece of toilet paper, or is it cleaning tissue? No, it's toilet paper, desperately sticking to the back of the blue plastic clipboard. It's a metaphor for you.
Rude.
Below the pathetics, terror. Do not look into its blue heart.
Fuck you.
It's just toilet paper sticking to the back of the plastic clipboard. You can take it off if you want.
Leave it there, it's cool.
Way cool. An aluminium block runs the width of the board, biting down on the paperwork. Its crocodile teeth are the only thing keeping the papers together. A regular pencil, the tip worn down to nothing, has been attached to the clip.
Run your finger across.
The surface is interrupted by a silvery sticker. It's rectangular, sparkling with iridescence. You don't know how you didn't notice it before.
And is this one of the hologram marks?
What? Yes, halogen watermark used for adding information to RCM property.
87 months. Thank you, Solar.
It depends. Aside from an anti-counterfeiting stamp,
Thank you.
mine has my station number and address. The information varies by date of issue.
How many years you've been on the force, he's thinking. It'll have that.
Oh, can I read it?
Any capable light with the right wavelength will do. All RCM vehicles have headlights designed to reveal halogen watermarks.
Oh my god.
Mine too.
Thank you, Bobster.
This means you can read the watermarks if you just turn the lights on.
Bobster. Hello, how are you doing?
Okay.
While a bunch of sodden papers sag from the clipboard in your hand, it's a sorry sight.
This game is insane.
They're not exactly white. They're yellowed in patches by sunlight and alcohol, and covered in dense blue handwriting.
Bob.
Ink escapes into watercolor patterns, reaching its tendrils across entire pages. The paper itself is checkered, with faint red lines, forming short paragraphs. Once in a while, there's a red stamp that exclaims, "Case files commit to paper." The case files themselves are plenty. You count more than 100 sodden, crumpled up, earmarked pages falling apart in your hands. They appear to be sufficiently organized and extremely dense, if mostly illegible. Work, strife, poverty, the Jamrock Quarter. These are handwritten logs of investigations dating back to January 51, this year. The exact number is hard to estimate due to missing pages and an odd naming convention. But there are at least 20, maybe 30 cases undertaken, not completed, mind you. Yes, it appears you employ a, shall we say, robust yet literary system. Each investigation has its case number written on the margins. Yet, still more tellingly, most are accompanied by a name. Yes, all caps. One is called The Next World Mural. Another, The Square Bullet Hole Murders. Another yet, The Unsolvable Case. Others appear more light-hearted. The guys on a couch in an unexpected location, and the murder at the hookah parlor. Even the rare article-free collapsing tenement. Murder features prominently throughout. You like this grimy murdering, don't you?
Yep.
Wish there was one in there about a drug then. You love those. Gets the blood pumping.
Oh my god.
It's going to take an effort to piece these case files together, but it can be done. Once you're done inspecting them up close.
You mean the alphanumeric? Officer, precinct, time of arrival at the scene?
Non-numeric.
Oh, you mean the titular? Yes, well, so do I. In our defense, almost everyone in the RCM does. It's a holdover from the early days of the RCM, right after the revolution, when the organization had little idea how to do things. It persists in an unofficial capacity. Officers use these titles to refer to their work among themselves. Again, in your defense, I seem to have named one the man with the hole in his head. That was a real person. His death was real. Still, I named it that, to amuse myself.
Him?
I pray his loved ones never find out. Rail spiked through the head. He died. It was a workplace accident.
There is, for precisely one more. 15 pages near the end remain untouched by the damage. The checkered grid forms a structure of passages, breaking the case into subtasks to accomplish. The tasks you've completed flow out of the kind green ape pen in a brash freehand similar to the rest of the letters. The wording comes easily. It's almost robotically simple, a language developed for mental rigor and simplicity. Inspect the victim's body. Interview the cafeteria manager. A satisfying slash sounds across the paper. You're done, it seems to say. And you, and you. Things to be done and things already done. The composition of reality. This is an extremely useful tool for a detective of the citizens' militia. Now all that remains is to name the case.
No, actually. Any ideas?
The hangman.
Great. That's great. That's actually what I was thinking too. The Hanged Man. Good, strong name. We have a very good name for the case now.
Yay! There you go, Kim.
I'm going to start calling it the Hanged Man. It's good we sorted this out.
You don't exactly close them, so much as distance yourself from the smelly papers. There, in the back, you see thin, translucent copy of paper. Some neon yellow, some bright red, all covered in boxes, like marching armies. These look like official forms, waiting to be filled out. 3. The topmost are misconduct fines, the middle ones are station calls, and the bottommost are field autopsy forms. Each is easy enough to make sense of.
Need logic.
A monetary penalization ranging from 20 to 250 real. Severe cases allow for 1,000 real, but that requires special paperwork. The details of issuing these fines are spread out over the rest of the fields. A tool for manipulation. Give the lowest amount and people will be ingratiated to you. These are quite sinister in turn. They give a date and time for the person to appear at the specified precinct police station. Below the call are the criminal charges you risk by not appearing.
I am, like, falling asleep. I shouldn't.
A dozen pages of thin copy paper, bright red in color. You see the parameters of a deceased human form waiting to be filled in.
God, I hope I
Age, sex, condition of internal organs, color of the irises, predation marks, condition of sexual organs. Yes, all that remains now is to fill those forms and hand them to people. Fines for wrongdoers, interview requests for bad guys, and field autopsies to dead guys. The rest of the stinking cellulose is much worse for wear. Being sandwiched between the board and the rest of the paperwork must have spared the fragile copier paper. It's made of dark blue plastic, hard enough to beat someone to submission with. The edges are rounded, however. The U4 size board feels thick and heavy in your hand. Light shimmers on its wet surface. On the back you see the embossed letters, RCM.
No. Feels weird playing this with the controller, not gonna lie.
Blue. The blue heart. Don't look into it. Something rattles inside,
I don't know
ever
what
so
that is.
lightly. Is there a hidden compartment?
Listen, it's already been there for 7 days. What's a couple more? Am I wrong?
The plastic shimmers like lapis lazuli, but it is not see-through. You cannot see to its center. There's pain in there, if you want some. That much you know. With your hands, U4-sized pages hang from the clip screwed to the top of the board. The acidic stench of rotting food is rubbed off on the cellulose. It now forms the base of the experience. This base surrounded by a faint air of spoiled meat, the stuff of death itself, and then sprinkled liberally with the citrus zest of toilet cleaner.
Yeah.
The two sides of the board appear slightly misaligned, like a drawer that's come off its slides. If you bend the plastic on your knee slowly, the slides snap back into place. It should be possible to just, you know.
Slide the drawer open.
Without resistance or sound, the two panels move against each other.
I'm
The
listening.
compartment is now open.
Cool.
2 ticket stubs and a handmade postcard.
Huh? What? Yeah, the board will appear.
The words just crossed your mind somehow.
What are they for?
Who do you think? You.
Huh.
2 octopuses are smiling, reaching their tentacles toward each other in the colored pencil drawings. The tickets permit access to the zoo in Revachol East. The aquarium costs extra. They let you go there too. You should go and kill yourself there.
Oh. Oh. What? What do you mean my character's not doing good? He's fine. Look at him. Fine.
Thin wax paper has been glued to a piece of cardboard. Sounds like leaves rustling when you pick it up. You see violet flowers, floral patterns, patches of glue.
I am a superstar.
It smells of chewing gum, apricot flavored.
Yeah. Raphael Ambrosia Costo.
A touch of cinnamon, the end of summer. You think the label says tutti frutti.
Oh, delicious.
Familiar handwriting lines the inside of the card. Looped, round letters in a woman's hand. Harry, it begins. You're already reading. I wanted to write you a letter so you can read it when you wake up. Maybe it will make you happy.
Do the expressions on the character portraits change?
Throw it away, please.
It will make me happy.
A merciful wind blows in from the bay of Revachol, dusting the ground at your feet and raising newspapers far away. You feel the card slipping into it.
Let's go.
Frisson covers your entire body, a feeling of cold, a persistent chill. Your hands shake, holding onto it. Every morning when I step out and you're asleep behind me, it says, I find a little piece of sadness in me. I carry it in my chest down Voyager Road.
Okay, so I've not played this. I don't know much about this game. I've had it's very spoiler free, so keep in mind we haven't got our badge. Our name is Raphael. Seeing the way that chat, see how you guys are reacting to everything, and I'm just like, I don't know what this is. I don't know what that is. And everyone's like, ah, yes, Tibbers. I was like, what does that mean? How does that make sense?
Every step I take, it grows. By the time I reach the fuel station, it has filled me entirely. I step onto the light rail and look back. Sparks fall from the bow collector.
Don't tell me.
I know it will be like this until late afternoon, when I get off the 42 and walk back to you.
Don't actually tell me what things are, because I'm still...
You. Every step I take will get lighter. It almost makes me run. Sometimes I do. I can't believe I met you. I can't believe the happiness I feel with you. You have a vast, vast soul, and I will always, always, always come back to it.
Oh, God.
Kisses, kisses, kisses. You feel the air sucked out of your lungs and the blood sucked out of your head. Everything around you gets dark. Small white dots appear. You feel the ledger slip from your hand. No. Hold on.
Hold on.
To what? There's nothing.
No.
Detective, is everything all right?
There is nothing. Again.
Nothing?
Nothing sad, brother. No treachery, just blackout. Well, almost nothing. There is the ground below you, that's still there. And the small light that's on, fluttering, somewhere in the basal ganglia. That's me. Blue eyes, that's me.
Who was that?
Who was what?
He speaks of the sickening longing, the unwell emotion. Even in the darkness, he's grasping for it. Still trying to hold on to the great sorrows slipping in the water. Slimy.
Yeah, that's the stuff.
The cool when you're dead, brother.
Here in the paleo-mammalian cortex, we call it the shadow. Because it's always there.
Bloated corpse of the past resurfacing.
Beautiful. Believe me, stupid ape, its lack of beauty was not the problem.
There is no Voyager Road. There are no roads, no houses, no lights in the windows. It's all on pause. You think they would let you? Until you disintegrate into biomolecules? No. Someone is breathing on your face now, inspecting your pupils, stupid idiot.
What is that?
Yes, they're pouring something on you. It's in you. And
It's delicious. Glowing lights on a dashboard emerge out of nothingness. In the upholstered cabin of Lieutenant Kitsuragi's motor carriage, seated in the driver's basket, the air is thick with leatherworks and heavy fuel oil. Cold water runs down your chin.
Drink. Water.
The water is cold, silvery, the stuff of life itself,
Nice.
as it pours down your parched throat. The pounding in your head recedes. The darkness parts.
Drink. You haven't drunk water in 2 days. Did you know the human body is not made to survive on alcohol alone? You need a secondary form of hydration.
With greedy gulps, you down half a liter of cold water. Some of it spills on the driver's seat. The lieutenant pays no heed to it.
What happened?
Just you.
You were reading your paperwork. Then you passed out. I carried you to my kinema to take you to a hospital. Then you came to.
Was I out?
10 minutes, maybe.
Ready to do it.
Right. You dropped these. Are you okay to proceed?
Solve this case.
Good.
The Ledger of Failure and Hatred is a special item that can be used both as an interactable and a tool equipped in your held slot for skill bonuses. Find it under the Tools tab in your inventory.
Interesting. So it takes a while getting used to the controls. Controller's interesting.
There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots. The corpse looks at you with bulging white eyes. The face around them does not look human. It's swollen and ready to burst. His lips are fish-like, and his tongue like a ball gag in his mouth. You seem to be holding your breath. A cargo belt twists his neck at an unnatural angle. The body below appears stiff. It's letting out an ungodly rot. The smell seeps in, even through your clenched nostrils.
God, thank you. Why is this
Active decay. It's okay to throw up, officer. No one is judging.
He's about to blow! Cock's gonna blow, Kuno!
Nah.
The smell is repulsive. It pushes in from your mouth, more instant and more familiar than anything you'd expected. More fever than odor. It fills your mind, flushing you from within.
Just vomit.
You feel a great force ringing from your stomach. Your body curls and pushes it out, burst by burst, until a pool of vomit lies under your feet and your throat stings from the stomach acid.
Ugh.
Keep it.
Thanks.
The hangover is clearly making this worse for you. You could use some ammonia to clear your head.
You think that would help?
If you can handle the headache. Some officers use it to deal with cadaverine odor. That young woman, the gardener, mentioned she used salts for the smell. If she doesn't have any, there might be some in the fridge store nearby.
Acquiring ammonia will provide a modifier to the white check. Modifiers make checks easier and allow you to retry them.
Fuck does Kuno care?
Oh, I can change. Let's do it.
It's not Kuno. It's Kuno S.
Fuck you whispering about?
He's whispering too. He's going with it. But watch what happens.
Fuck you whispering about!
If Kuno wants to whisper, he's gonna fucking whisper, okay? Let's whisper, pig.
This is it. You've got him. But be careful. You can still fuck this up. Don't make Kuno look bad in this.
Trying to control you.
It's okay. The pig's trying to pit us against each other. Not gonna let him do that.
Idiot. You bungled it up.
Yeah.
That's it. You let him off the line. That was a bad, manipulative thing to say. You should understand. I got you this far. I couldn't get you all the way.
Try to fuck my Kuno! Try to fuck my Kuno away! Me and Kuno are tight. We ride for life.
A chill comes over you, the wind from the boulevard south, lashing you for trying to separate them, for trying to take the street out of Kuno.
Yeah, like a fucking volcano. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Fucking pathetic.
You're lucky you didn't die there.
Got some advice?
Yeah. Kuno's got some advice for you. What are you? Like 80, right? Maybe you should stop embarrassing yourself in front of a fucking kid.
Okay.
Kuno doesn't fucking care.
Hello again, officer. How are things? Sure, I'm done with them. Go easy on that stuff. It gave me a terrible headache.
I am a gander and a hunter and a gatherer. Feel like a traveler from another planet. Hey there. It's the jam, my man. It's a traffic jam for the ages. Harbor gates up the street are shut tight. No explanation given. Workers on strike, scabs agitating, an all-around clusterfuck. Meanwhile, we're all stuck here in long-haul limbo for days upon days upon days. Upon days. Yeah, exactly. Feels like forever. Like I was born on this here roundabout and this was all I ever knew. Just me and the metal and the tires, the oil and the fumes of mazout. Yeah, imagine. It's been a whole week already.
Behind the laugh, however, a touch of sorrow.
So tell me, what do you need? It's like, whatever's going on over at the docks. Workers got a blockade set up, making demands, no way in or out. Some pretty wild stuff, I hear. Like a giant new power crane in half the company? I forget what exactly. Good on them, I guess. I've heard talk there's a company rep in town too. Like a strike negotiator type. They'd know what's up. They want to keep that money flowing in, my man. Ka-ching. Anything else? Yeah, this ain't really my area of expertise. I just do my job and get paid. I have things to do and places to be. All of us do. Us lorry drivers. Camionneurs. You still hang around here waiting for this mess to end. Most have scurried off somewhere to get drunk or high. Or laid. Not that I blame them, really. Not my thing. Chasing transient pleasures is a drag these days. I prefer the examined life now. Thinking, reflecting, observing.
What's better than chasing transient pleasures? The more transient, the better. When one's ended, you can get onto the next one.
Have some change?
Huh? Oh. No, I ain't got any money. They don't want to pay for unfinished work.
Who?
The bosses, man.
Yeah, electrochemistry is just, you know. Hi! Me! Do you remember me? I remember you. Hi!
Makes sense. It sucks is what it does.
Maybe don't tell people. The people they don't like are actually right.
He ain't one of us drivers. I know that. All accounted for. Otherwise, I haven't really asked about that. Been wasting time right here. Keep him busy.
All physique skills are gremlins. Okay, Kaj, so I don't know if you were here at the start of the stream, but I basically went for sensitive bodybuilder. So I'm at like 5 physique. But I mean, I kind of read them. I just didn't understand anything. I still don't really understand. I'm a sensitive tough guy. But I've never played this before. I don't really know what's going on. Which, I mean, thankfully for the amnesia start, it's very immersive for me. The worst part is like when I get off stream. When I get off stream is I'm gonna want to keep playing.
It's easy to see he's telling the truth. He's kept his nose out of the dark stuff.
Analyzing the fundamental structural and psychological conditions of being stranded in the midst of a sea of motor lorries and their sad, despondent chauffeurs. Nothing. I'm just messing with you, man. Don't mind my idle verbosity. Oh, high-grade narcotics, illegal firearms, stuff like that.
You actually hauling?
Can't even get a few jokes past you, my man. I've got another haul of found cargo. Mostly sporting goods, tracksuits, and that kind of thing. They usually get shipped to Grodd in the Occident, though we've been making headway in the Ilmaran market lately. Not unless they've illegalized sports equipment while I was on the road. This rockin' beauty. Sure is, like a rash you can't get rid of. You interested in heavy-duty cargo machinery?
Yeah.
Neat. For carrying large quantities of cargo a long distance. These found tracksuits need to find their way to the kids way out in Wamrau and Loran Bird somehow.
There it is again. A little touch of sadness beneath his cool. He thinks he's spent too long in this lorry.
I'm in the tracksuit.
We're pals and all, but I can't just freely hand out the merchandise. The bosses won't be happy.
There's no denying it. Your body needs to feel the touch of some good performance wear.
Okay. I don't know the character's name.
The man
Spoilers,
taps his fingers rhythmically against his arm.
Her name is Raphael Ambrosia Costo. Can't bang on my desk. I've only got a bed. It's okay. You're not actually in trouble. I'm not. I don't mean to be snippy. It's, you know, we are very. This is still very early.
Ease into it.
God damn it.
Don't go too far. This seems like a personal matter.
My man, I want to know about your soul.
Cool. We all want to know each other's woes and all. But people, man, they have slippery souls.
Just like that, he slips out of your reach. It is possible the yelling didn't help.
Don't be a stranger.
You're all good, Sully. Oh. Over.
An old monument stands in the middle of the traffic island, pointing toward the sea. It looks as if it's been reassembled piece by piece, secured and mounted in the air with the aid of numerous ropes and rods. A silver plaque on the statue's pedestal reads, "I am Philip III, the Squanderer, the greatest of the Philippian kings of Revachol, son of Philip II, the opulent, father of Philip IV, the insane." What did he do? You have no idea.
I don't
what
mind
you
failing,
did a week
honestly.
ago. How would you know what this guy did many centuries ago? High above you, the king stands triumphantly oblivious to your memory trouble.
Morphis, yeah, dude.
The small, wrinkled woman does not greet you. She nods along to something on her radio. A photograph is clutched in her hands, and there is a warm smile on her face. It's the warmth of a winter night's fire. Maybe she could give you comfort and shelter, some cigarettes and food money. Maybe she's your...
Grandma?
Nothing. Her smile just keeps widening. Her hair is grey like lead. No, this one is a monster in disguise.
Wait. She's just a distracted old woman. Better to leave her alone.
Why?
Why? I just told you why.
Say so. I'll see you again. I still haven't taken the body down. Oh my god.
A lorry stuck in the traffic jam. This big, heavy Grad-made machine is well kept for such an old machine. The windows are clear. They've been recently washed. You can see a lorryman's cabin with personal belongings, stickers, insignia.
And the password.
The driver has adorned his space with a substantial collection of peculiar paraphernalia. Proclamations about honor, strength, and purity are glued to various panels.
Uh-oh.
The back end of the cabin has a small perch to sleep, large ashtrays. There are several suns and wheels sewn into the curtains.
Racist nationalist paraphernalia. Not unusual in this part of town. This is our guy. Likely, yes. This guy's proud of who he is. Drapes it all over his machine.
He was acting tough before. This probably scared him a bit. Who knows when it will come in handy? A slightly scared, racist lorryman.
Oh, he's a big boy, huh?
Bastards! We have a right to work!
I am the law.
Hold up and stay frosty, everyone. Cops are here.
That's me.
You here to fuck with us? Beat the honest worker down.
Why should I?
We're here to fight for a cause. Stripes usually have problems with people who have causes.
Okay. No. Nah.
Good. We're fighting for a cause here. Right to work! Right to work! Besides, we're not that different. It helps if people see us talking, cops and strikebreakers together. Shows authorities are on our side. Builds confidence. Rights of people, rights of workers, to have gainful employment, to make a salary, and feed their families. Maybe you should ask them the questions, like why we're not allowed to make a living here. Shame on you!
We have families to feed, you piece of shit.
So do we, Scott.
Honest men and women with rights to work, to be useful, not toys for corporate interests.
We came here to help the harbor run smoothly in time of crisis. If union fucks don't want work, they ought to let in those who do want work.
I have a question. Why do all these men follow your leadership?
You think they follow because I'm big and loud? No.
Yes.
They follow the rules of the market, the rules of the economy, because they were
given a job to do!
What?
When a bunch of ungrateful, lazy cockroaches can't get their act together, decide to block honest work for other people.
Beats me. They mumble nonsense about boardrooms and workers' rights, while we
have the right to work!
When the man moves around, you perceive some serious abs underneath his tight-fitting shirt. This man is in shape.
Okay.
Yes, of course.
What exactly is your goal?
We were promised work. We'd be in there, working, if the bastards hadn't shut the gates.
And you're unable to reach?
Main gate's locked. Would take heavy ordnance to bust it open. Could try to get in through the secretary's office. Door's locked. The guards blocking the way to the access panel. And I don't mean the scrawny mess punk either. I mean head measurer. Or whatever he is.
Head measurer?
Huge Seminese guy standing up there on the overhead passage. Won't let anyone by. The access panel is right behind him. Bad. Standing on a narrow bridge, he's got a strategically advantageous position. And he's trained.
I don't know how the Union has a trained killer up there, but that one's no joke, and my men are tired and hungry. They're workers, not fighters.
Considered storming in?
Why don't you go arrest them instead? I'm sure they've done plenty of criminal shit. They have that look.
It would be better for the neighborhood if you went home, at least for now, if you can't get in anyway.
No! They will give up eventually.
Or get drunk. Leave the button unguarded. Then we charge. Have fun. Union shits are on full strike. Don't think they're going to let you through the gates. I'm trying to meet their fat boss.
I know nothing about a murder.
7 days, by the way.
The mention of a killing sends a barely noticeable shiver of tenseness through him. Interesting.
Wouldn't put it past these harbor bugs. They'd do anything to stay alive. Right to work!
It's shameful. Cops doing nothing. You should bring backup. Open up the gates for us. Blockading gainful employment for workers is a crime.
We are not picking a side in this just yet, sir.
Pity.
Let us work!
Scab?
What did he just call you? Oh no, not this again. You just got away from that fucking kid.
No, I said scab. A kind of a worm, content with mere survival. They come, they want to do our job for shittier pay, screwing over both themselves and us. Everybody loses. Beats me. Somewhere in the ground, I think. Gotta be bloody stupid or freaking evil to scab. Or I guess scared, maybe. But scared of what? Of who? Personally, I'd rather beg than scab. If the gentleman shouting on the street came begging, maybe they'd have gotten something. We've explained the matters, but they don't listen. This lot would be reasonable and go home if the big guy wasn't riling them up all the time. I was just messing with you. No one's ever seen a cop scab. Imagine, you cops going on a strike,
Yeah,
but then another cop comes in and says, let us cop for less money. Speaking of, what brings the RCM here, to the wild north? Come to see the strife? Murder, huh? That sounds like a lot of hard work. You'd never see me investigating a murder. I don't believe you. Post L'Aventurier said the same thing. They tried to get me to be their postman. So fun, so easy, they said. It's just walking. It wasn't. I'm doing much better here at the harbor. Being an honest union man with a lot of free time on his hands.
He doesn't have the stamina to deliver mail on these tough streets. But you do. Maybe if this cop thing doesn't work out.
Sure thing, my friend. I can help you out.
No fucking way.
The coin lands into your hand as if it has always belonged there. The swallow returns.
Always glad to help out the RCM. Shame I can't do more. Things are meager at the moment due to... You know, the winter's fat is slowly running out and all. Still better than scabbing though. Nothing to worry about really. The jam's a bit of a mess, cargo can't get in or out. The rationing is a bit stricter is all. Supplies should last the strike though. I'm always glad to help out when possible. Not like these slithering scabs.
Trying to turn my fan off again.
My friend, I respect the right to roam. The open range awaits. I don't operate in that capacity. I'm not a granter of passage. The passage grants itself.
Oh shit, sorry, I was dozing off.
Aye. Walk
I
right
just
past
dozed off.
Measurehead and go in.
I am so sorry. I was like, it's so quiet.
Yeah, the 2.5 meter tall Semini supremacist there. Walk right past him. Then press the button to unlock the door. Then go past him again, and you enter the arbor through the office. Está. Don't worry, I'm sure it's not completely impossible. For example, you could best measure head in a physical confrontation. Or you could convert to a Semini supremacist worldview. Or, maybe it actually is completely impossible. Not yet, no. He's incredibly strong.
Nothing a couple of solid hooks from Dexter and Sinister won't fix.
Dexter and Sinister, is that what I call my fists? Love that.
Jean-Luc himself would say the philosophy has proven overly heroic for the scabs to convert to. Not enough intuition.
Oh, ad break. Ad break, we gotta wait. This is really good. I really like this. The day I learned. Yeah, right? Ambidextrous skill with both hands. Ambitious, a bit. I can't. Huh.
Sure. You know, serious business. I'm sure the big boss will be glad to tell you. You'll have to ask him first.
Well, we don't need useless trivia. We're not smart.
He's a chatty guy. Wants to talk about the strike. Return once you've met the union boss and are on a better footing with the organization.
I love the idea that no two playthroughs are the same. Mark. I want to get down from here. Yes, he is.
You see several packaged raincoats fill a low shelf beneath a display of croissants and juice bottles. The raincoats are transparent. A small cabinet on the wall is filled with...
Okay, here. I hope Saint Baptiste makes you feel better or something. Okay, here. I hope Saint Baptiste makes you feel better or something. Okay, here. I don't know. Let's see. Nose effect. I don't really know. Uh-huh. Okay, here. I hope. I don't,
Nosafed heals +1 health. Dramine heals +3 health.
Okay, here. I hope Saint Baptiste makes you feel better or something.
Sorry, I'm like occasionally gonna zone out. I don't mean to.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers.
All right.
He's downplaying his excitement. The dashboard lights up with orange glow. The rounds per minute gauge jumps, and the engine of the Caprice Canelo comes to life with a whiny growl. The lights unfold with a little click, casting electrical light onto the ground before the vehicle.
There you go. I'll turn them off from the remote once you're done. We just...
Hobocop. Technically, you wouldn't be a cop anymore, but a hobo. That would mean game over for the cop chapter of your adventures. But who knows where the hobo part takes you? To the bar? The old l'Assommoir? To the pier or the sewers? To Le Royaume, where for 300 years they interred the dead? You could plunder royalist crypts for long-forgotten triple malt bourbon, then fight the Aramakan beast that lurks the bottommost sepulchres. The secrets of the city are all yours at last. As you hold your ledger's clip under the headlamp, an iridescent hologram appears. A street grid and the veins of a great river. A
I'm a
familiar
superstar hover,
sensation
yes.
washes over you.
And I'm really strong. You're a bum fight star.
There she is. Revachol West.
Around the borders of the watermark are dozens, no, hundreds of micro-perforations. The rectangular watermark is overlaid with the logo of the RCM, and yet the major arteries of Revachol are all recognizable. They shimmer in the Kanema's headlights. A rat brazenly darts past you and disappears amongst the stopped lorries. In the distance, a child somewhere shrieks. A woman reprimands her in a voice no quieter than the child's cry. In the middle of a broken plaza, in a cone of light, barely visible in the daytime, two men, one slim, the other sturdy. They are on the city stage, but only one of them knows his lines.
Ah, Martinez. Let me see. Right here. No, it does not.
The rectangular watermark is overlaid with the logo of the RCM, and yet the major arteries of Revachol are all recognizable. They shimmer in the Kanema's headlights.
Let me see. Right here. Oh yes. Coal City.
All of them worse than here. There are many of them, and they are divided into 3 separate rows. The first row has 18 dots. The next is the longest. It runs all the way around the border, and then some. There are so many, it's hard to count. More than 150, at least. Maybe even 200. The last row has 3 perforations. That's it.
Those are perforations. They represent your record as an officer of the RCM. They are your statistics, as it were. I should have guessed you'd keep a record. Officers often do. Let's take a look.
Son, here is where we score your life performance. You better hope it's good.
I do.
The first row represents your years of service. 18 years. Okay, not bad at all. What did you do before you volunteered? That's what it says. I might have guessed even longer based on your age. What did you do all those blissful years of your youth?
Megastar.
Yes, that does seem quite likely. Your youth coincided with some heady days for Revachol. But let's move on, shall we? This next row, the one that wraps all the way around, is your number of closed cases. Closed is good. It means finished. You've got, let's see... Wow, more than 200.
I would have thought there would have been more.
It's quite a lot, even for someone who's been on the force for nearly 2 decades. Usually, clearing more than 10 cases a year puts you in the 90th percentile of all RCM officers.
Told you I was a superstar.
Call it what you want. You are a valuable member of your precinct. Now, let's look at the last row. Right. Those are your confirmed kills. You've got precisely 3 perforations there.
Confirmed kills. That sounds pretty evil. A drink would soften that feeling. That's right. A killer of humans.
For an RCM officer, especially Precinct 41, which is in the Jamrock Quarter, it's rather tame. I mean that in a good way. There are certain officers who treat their kills like some kind of ghoulish game. If they do happen to solve a case, it's usually by accident. But it seems as though you are, or at least were, one of the good ones. So we have that to be thankful for.
Were.
He's sincerely glad you're not a scary predator. Not to say relieved you're competent.
Yes.
Oh.
It's not a problem for him to state it, however.
Everyone has their own method of coping. Some more effective or self-destructive than others. Personally, I find it helps to keep up a few hobbies. Oh, this and that. Let's not get into it now. Why not gardening? You've already got the gloves.
It's meant in earnest. Please don't mistake it for a jab.
Oh.
If you want to pour out the booze you've been carrying around on duty, I'm certainly not going to stop you.
A dark pool of cheap wine appears at your feet. It shimmers in the lights of the Kanema. Honorably done. You have given up some of your own blood for theirs.
The power of rock and roll.
Very noble of you. Are we done here?
The lieutenant nods.
Right. I'll go turn off the lights.
You can now see your statistics on your journal page, to the right of the task description.
Huh? How bad cop? How are we a bad cop?
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheated.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Just a second, officer.
10-2, 10-5. This is 41st. Come in. Over.
A scrawny old man sits in a dusty cubicle, smoking, with a large white rectangle sewn on his vest. In front of him is a box-shaped apparatus with an array of wires and antennas. The radio switchboard.
10-4, what's your status? Over. 10-18, 10-20, over. state your message, sir. Over. 10-9, repeat message. Over. 10-4, message received. This is a very serious situation. I need to 10-22 the captain. Over.
1022, the captain. This sounds bad. Bad and scary. Like being called to the headmaster's office in school.
Uh-oh.
Is it him? What does he want? Says he lost his badge and needs to report it. He what? He lost his badge? This is Communication Officer Jules Pidieux, sir. Over. You mean your partner? Over. What is he saying?
Oh my god.
He's asking who you are. I'm his goddamn partner.
Oh.
It's your partner, Satellite Officer Vitmar, sir. Over.
Oh.
Did he lose his memory along with his fucking badge? Who lost his badge? Dick fucking Mullen. Who do you think?
It's Officer Dick Mullen from the bestseller Dick Mullen and the Lost Identity.
Dick Mullen is not your name. It's the name of a fictional detective who would not lose his badge.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Encyclopedia.
Defend yourself. Immediately. They're laughing at you.
He says this has probably happened to other policemen before him and laughs sarcastically. Oh god damn it. Is he fucking kidding? The whole station's gonna be dicked for this. Satellite Officer Vicmar is wondering if you might be joking and adds that this tarnishes the reputation of the entire station. Over.
Mullen dicked us.
Tell him to stop.
He's asking you to stop, says this is serious. Of course it's serious. He lost his fucking badge. Satellite Officer Vicmar concurs, losing your badge is serious. Over. 10-4, I hear you, officer. I'm just going to make a note here that you are in pursuit of your misplaced badge. Over.
Fuck me. Mac, come here. You've got to hear this. Dick Mullen lost his badge.
What's going on?
Super Cop here lost his badge.
He lost his what now? His badge. He lost his goddamn fucking badge.
Stop.
He asks you to please stop saying he lost his badge.
Why? Did he find it?
Sergeant Person was wondering if you found your badge yet. Over.
You don't have a comeback. Sorry. It's hard to think like this.
He's not replying. Looks like he's still looking for it.
Enough.
10-9, come again. I didn't get that. Over.
New heights even for Captain Sober.
Ask him. Ask him if he's lost his gun too.
Oh my god.
Sergeant Orson wants to know if you lost your gun too. Over.
Check your pockets. Check your... Holy fuck. You don't know where it is, do you? No. It's gone. It's not fucking on you.
Ten 9, come in, officer. Did you get my question? We were wondering about your gun. Over.
Even before you can get the words out, everything gets scrambled in your brain.
Fuck. My fun.
He says he didn't lose his gun. Or his fun, whatever that means.
Ask him to describe it. His gun. Not his fun. Just the gun will do.
Satellite Officer McLean requests a description of your weapon. Over.
The fuck do you need a gun for? Look at the pythons on your arms. You are a gun. The biggest one in the world.
Yeah, I'm a gun.
Oh, request a description, huh? We'll give him one. Describe the plasma gun.
question. I'm a martial artist.
He says he's a living weapon and we are trying to trick him.
Host in heaven. Did he lose his gun and his mind?
Yes.
Dear God, he lost his gun? Oh my, I can't.
This isn't really a laughing matter.
Mac can face a giant of Coco Nur by himself, but Disco here made him piss his pants.
Oh, I can't. Fuck. He lost his ass, but he still got his wiener. Oh man.
I'm not going to.
Ask him.
Sergeant Orson here is wondering if you are still in possession of your genitalia. Over.
Now is a good time to say fuck and ass and so on. That'll make this all right.
I left it as mama's.
That's a negative. Not going to say that. Over.
What's he saying? Share with the class.
He said he sodomized your mother.
The prick ate Mama's vanilla waffles at the captain's birthday party. Some nerve he's got.
Sure her vanilla waffles were the only thing he ate?
Shut up, Chester. This isn't funny. This is my mom we're talking about.
Oh my god.
Tell him to apologize right now.
Sergeant Orson requests that you apologize for the claims you made about his mother. Over. Mac, he says you shouldn't have antagonized the Firewalker in the first place.
Who?
Satellite Officer V. I'm afraid he might be referring to himself as Firewater, sir.
Yep.
Firewater? He's lost it. Fuck it. Tell him to find his goddamn badge and gun. That's the only thing that matters.
That's so French.
Satellite Officer V. I'm going to report that you are in pursuit of your service weapon. Over.
In pursuit of his.
Officer, do you need further assistance? Over. 10-4, I hear you. I don't have the authority to grant your request, but...
What does he want now?
He's asking for money.
Is he fucking kidding?
Nope.
I don't think he is.
Don't give that asshole anything. He's just gonna drink it all.
Alright, that's a negative on the additional funds, sir. Over. He says it's important to the case.
He isn't getting a red cent. You can tell him that.
Request denied, sir. Over.
Nothing is working.
He says he's in trouble. Doesn't have a place to sleep.
Well, I guess he'd better crack the case before sundown then.
Vicmar said...
Who cares what this Vicmar said? Pull on their heartstrings.
He said, it's okay. You can do it, sir. Over.
What is he saying?
Did you want anything else, sir? Many of your colleagues are also here. Over. He terminated the connection. I guess he was in a hurry.
The radio falls silent and lifeless. The communications officer has disconnected the call.
What was that? It's okay, detective. We should get on with our tasks. Work always helps me center myself. Now, anything else you need?
As you tap on the gauge, the indicator pin jerks as if startled. It's in the large orange sector, indicating the engine is warm. Next to the gauge is a red switch labeled heat.
Now, that's enough fun with the foldable head.
my skills are. Oh. There they are. Idiot. I read it completely different.
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body below is entirely dedicated to that corpse smell. Emitting it is all it does now.
Let's go.
The ammonia only makes it worse.
Oh.
The combination forces tears out of your ducts. You manage to keep it in once. The second time, not so much. When the vomiting is done, your cheeks are wet with tears.
Nor does the wind right now.
The weight is reassuring, like a crenel on solid fortification. Pat, pat, pat.
I've seen strong men turn themselves inside out for hours. You are facing tough odds here. Alcohol withdrawal makes it considerably harder.
What is happening to you? Are you going to cry now, son?
I would never.
You heard the coach. This is weakness. It cannot go on much longer, or you will lose.
I'm not weak. I'm strong. I got this.
An appropriate attitude. You need to get your shit together.
But I don't want to.
Then the world will turn away from you and
No.
leave you behind.
No.
No. You will get your shit together.
You're sure this has not affected his impression of you in a good way? For a moment, the hanged man appears to smile. His lips are red, like a clown's.
Bitch fight, see? Bitches are at it.
Bitches about to kill each other, I think.
We should go and do something else. Give it half an hour. Then come back when you've gotten your act together.
You've gained a thought. When this dialogue is over, go to your thought cabinet and internalize it for special bonuses and effects.
Tragic.
Fuck, does Kuno care?
What does Kuno care? I have a skill. Oh no. Nothing. It's not ideal. Where did that go then? Oh no. Oh god, it is so warm in here. Warm. Too cold. I can't regulate my body temperature. And I don't know where I put. I just dropped. I put the fan practically on my face. We need to try and get to the bottom of this Kuno stuff. There's my water bottle. Good. Okay. I've woken up a little bit as well too. That's good. Sorry about the... Can you guys hear the fan? I do apologize if you can. It's... You know. Not really? Cool. The mic is right next to it. See? Right there. Character is still alive. Yes, we've not died yet. Empathy.
He's on your crime scene, bossing you around. And he's been here for some time too. This is where he hangs out. You have to get more out of him.
Old news.
Get your snout out of Kuno's ass. Kuno knows how hard Kuno pushes it. Kuno pushes it hard level. You should give up, Popo, or the Kun will keep fucking it out of you.
You okay, Kuno?
That went wrong. He took it as a compliment. Then
Kuno doesn't fucking care.
Yeah. Yeah. One in build, yep. You're the best detective. Yeah, we'll do perception.
there are clothes inside. Cheap second-hand clothes, smelling of strangers' body odors.
Don't be shy. These are premium class clothes. Good quality fabrics, best retro design. Save the economy with your style, officer.
You find your hands deep in tattered and faded garments made from weird polyester blends that make your body itch and sweat in all the wrong places.
Economical, but also trendy. Look first-hand, buy second-hand. Keep the economy moving.
Something cold grazes your hand. Synthetic and sleek, a windbreaker. Surf, it says, but also wind, summer, 100% waterproof, and sport. All in different typefaces. This jacket is the apex of human evolution, the moment at which man became weatherproof. Practical, and yet it may deaden your senses to the world around you, possibly because of the awful typeface.
Good choice, officer. Mega sporty. And it's only for...
You see two lowly, defeated speakers, thralls, slaves basically, perched atop them like conquerors surveying the land. A pair of found, durable wear sneakers, ultra serious.
I can see you've a taste for luxury, officer. Can't keep your eyes off those sneakers?
Speakers.
These once respectable speakers have been conquered, reduced to a mere prop by the indomitable found ultras atop them.
No, don't look at the speakers, officer. Look at the sneakers. The sneakers are the stars here.
What about the speakers, though?
These, officer? These speakers are Samaran garbage. I'm ashamed to even use them for props. Don't waste your time on them. No way, officer! These aren't for sale. They're bad speakers. Low-fi socialist junk.
But I need them.
Well, if you want them... But see, they are the pedestal for my sneakers. If I let go of the speakers, where will the sneakers go? I can't leave premium lifestyle sneakers on the ground.
I mean, you can.
If, on the other hand, you wanted to buy the sneakers too, I could maybe throw in the speakers for little extra. 50 cents?
A pair of found ultras. The design is impossibly sleek and simple. A futuristic silhouette with a sleek monochrome colorway, a jet black upper, and a silver-lined midsole.
Those sneakers, mister. Those sneakers are the latest found sneakers. Super air, super fine, super cool. Only 50 real.
There's a pile of cheap
I actually
sunglasses
don't mind
in a small
playing
box.
with
A variety
controller.
of shapes and colors.
I'm getting the hang of it.
You like sunglasses, officer? I've got the latest styles right here.
Abort. These are hideous. What's more, they don't even fit your face. You can feel them pinching your nose and chafing against your brow.
Damn, officer! You look like a mega secret spy. Very secret. They're practically made for you. I'll let you have them for 2 real and 50 cents.
They're perfect for concealing your bloodshot and baggy eyes.
No, you are definitely not buying those.
Tell me what to do.
No, I can't. We can't walk around with you looking like this. Okay, fine. Go ahead. If you want to look like a walking midlife crisis, then who am I to interfere?
These are all boring. Boring third-rate ho-hum sunglasses made of cheap Syrahese plastic. The kind of plastic that melts in the sun.
These are all first-rate sunglasses. Premium design, superb material, very cool. UV resistant. These will definitely keep your eyes safe and cool while doing your dangerous police work.
No luck. All you find is this lime-colored cellophane visor, produced by a bargain sportswear brand called Amphibian, apparently. There's a malformed green frog on its bent cap.
Oh, that visor is perfect for you, officer. It'll definitely keep the sun out of your eyes while you're shooting criminals. Bang, bang! And all for a mere 6 real.
I hope not.
You don't like it? Sure, Square Joe. No problem. Let's get you some real shades.
Yo.
A couple of indicator lights are missing from this control panel. Loose wires dangle from the now vacant holes. In the middle is a lever. Beneath it, a small metal plaque. This panel usually closes the waterlock, turning it into a bridge that lets you cross the canal. But there's a crashed salmon and butter sign in the way. Pulling the lever probably won't do anything. You pull the lever all the way up until the metal clicks against the contact pins. You hear a soft clunk. Then, nothing happens.
Push it harder.
Nothing happens. A cold gust of wind blowing in from the sea interrupts the silence of the situation. A spring brings the lever back to its original position. You still need to close the waterlock to get across the canal. Some other way.
Okay.
Wasn't there a sign over there saying functionality will be restored on Wednesday morning? You pull the lever, or nothing happens. A spring brings the lever back to its... Wasn't there a sign over there saying function...
Evening, officers.
A burly man hangs out by the waterlock, carving up a generous serving of salami with an old hunter's knife. His eyes are fixed on a man stranded on the other side of the waterlock and on an enormous billboard that has fallen down into the canal between them. His posture is relaxed. Despite his powerful build and a knife in his hand, this man resorts to physical intimidation only infrequently, if at all.
What are you doing here?
My friend Barry the Butcher is stuck on the other side of the waterlock. I'm keeping him company and eating his salami.
From the corner of your eye, you see a man in a yellow shirt and grey overalls waving at you from across the canal. He seems disappointed about the wreckage on the waterlock and the salami.
Very good stuff. Anything I can do for you, officer? I wasn't here to witness it, but those look like tire tracks on that sign. Weird, huh? Then again, plenty of daredevil drivers in Rivershell.
The words daredevil driver sound ominous to you.
Too bad it also takes a year and a day to repair anything round here, especially a waterlock. The rest of the coast is closed off till then. It's supposed to operate the waterlock, but as noted, it's all junk right now. Disabled because of the blockage. Safety measure. Turns out the panel needs a special key to be reactivated. Wouldn't want anyone moving the waterlock with debris still in the channel. It'll be restarted on Wednesday morning. You want to do the honors when the time comes?
Yes.
Great! Just drop in on Wednesday if you want to see the waterlock at work. They say the canal crew will be here at 7:15.
The coast part of the map is inaccessible until the third day.
Well, there's the fishing village, an abandoned fish market, a bizarro church. Not much use to the congregation, though. There always seems to be something wrong with it. Yeah, not really much else. Just bombed out ruins. Sure thing. Want some too, officer?
Why not?
I like that guy. Oh wait, is it the pawn shop?
The boomboxes on the shelf look well-loved and well-traveled. One especially catches your eye. Deep gold and amber plastic with a big old handle on top. A classic boombox that says Stereo 8 approved. This is you. Golden orange. A sunset suite. Just make sure it works before you buy it.
Is the Harman Welshie W2. Made in Vespa. Designed in Seoul. Plays all reel-to-reel formats. 2mm, 8mm, 12mm. It's even got a little radio in there. If police work means playing tapes, sure. You can use it for that. Or any other time you'd need to play a tape. Absolutely. I've tested each one myself with recordings of speech, found sounds and music from a variety of genres. Even though I don't really like music.
You see rows of toy soldiers guarding the rest of the trinkets displayed on the table. Some on horseback, others in rags, others yet in bright blue uniforms. All are stern and unyielding in their duty. Try to find something pretty and cool here, then use it to win her back. Yes, buy something nice. A figurine. Everything you pick out seems faded, chipped, and sad somehow. Most of them are just broken toys. Big men on big horses, clad in lamella armor and carrying flintlocks. The kind that would mow down a line of enemy soldiers in the blink of an eye.
Franco-Nigerian knights. I used to be very serious about these guys.
A long, long time ago. They're not all blue. These figurines also wear gold coats and caps, complemented by orange trousers. They are variously posed, wielding swords and rifles with bayonets.
This is what the loyalists looked like, yes, at first. Then they wised up and got camouflage.
Which ones? Ah, those. Yes, they are. I find the paint job a bit gaudy, but children like the bright colours indiscriminately.
This set of soldiers isn't meant to look impressive. A few have rifles, but most of them carry pistols. Some even shovels and tall sticks.
Oh, I'm very tired. Very tired. Everything. This game is great.
You're probably talking about the revolutionaries, yes? Yes, they are soldiers. Revolutionary soldiers.
Why is his voice so good?
I think their poverty has been exaggerated for
It's a humble
effect.
choice at the moment.
When you place them next to the royalists, it doesn't seem like they could possibly win. Maybe.
Volumetric ship compressor.
That's me.
Bizarre scientific news from Revachol West today, where a police officer's shit has been observed at a pressure of around 495 gigadecimals. These metallic hydrogen levels of shit togetherness were thought to exist only at the center of collapsing stars,
Hey,
not
Cookie.
law officials. It remains to be seen how long the shit's singularity lasts.
Cool.
It's not often that I see officers from the RCM in my pawn shop. What can I do for you?
His courtesy is not insincere, but he prefers being alone with his projector, just watching the movement of light across the walls of the shop.
I haven't had any problems myself, though some of my customers have complained about inconsistent law enforcement.
Who are your customers usually?
All kinds of people come through here. Locals, travelers, people looking for a deal, people looking for a keepsake, people who are terminally bored.
Woo!
As you can see, I have a wide selection of goods for everyone to choose from.
I'm trying to get comfortable. I can't get comfortable. Can't get comfy. So dumb.
It keeps me entertained.
Nice.
Entertained? He might be high. If he is, on what?
Ooh.
Feeling warm and enthralled by the movement of light, while the mind continues to race forward. Lucky bastard, he's probably on Pyrrolidon. It's tough to come by on the street. A drug developed by the military to treat and prevent radiation sickness. It has psychedelic side effects, and it makes your eyes turn yellow.
Why on earth? These are prescription. I can't really see without them.
There's a note of indignation in his voice. Interesting.
Pyrrolidon is just something since the People's Power disaster. I was with the Emergency Relief Brigade. Had to take it for radiation sickness.
He's taken it for mental and emotional, not physical pain these days.
A bad idea. Some poor leftist built a particle decay generator in hopes of bringing affordable electricity to underserved communities. It malfunctioned. Radioactive waste everywhere. Probably some of it in you too. We were an all-volunteer force, self-organized. Tried to help the fire brigades contain the spill.
Tough son of a gun, this one. Respect.
I lived by the river since I was a small boy. The Esperance. Didn't have the art to let it all go to shit without trying to do something to help out. There wasn't much the volunteer force could do, however. We wasted years in the river mud. Years getting sick. There's a reason why everyone's tried to forget any of it ever happened, and why no one has tried to repair or replace the pile. So much disappointment, and early deaths. Cancer mostly. And we knew all that was coming even as we were cleaning up as best we could. No one's. Everyone's.
So much bitterness.
Oh my god.
A bunch of poor people built themselves a primitive nuclear reactor, hoping for the best. What do you think is going to happen? The cleanup happened 15 years ago. I was young then. Later, my second aunt died. Left me this shack and all the assorted junk in it. So I came to Martinez. People told me don't go there. It's a shithole. I said, people, we just had a nuclear pile meltdown. I'm gonna get as far away from Forburg as I can. Still in the same city, but I like the theory more than the story. Outward movement, not vortices.
Yeah, you gotta get in on those vortices, my man.
Oh my god.
Have you tried it before?
It's almost like he's worried for you. The lieutenant steps away, pretending to admire some of the knickknacks on display. Looks like he doesn't want to get involved. Go ahead then, he thinks. As long as you can walk straight, I don't care.
If you say so. Here you go, man.
Yes, darling. That's the coalition government ordained Parolidon. Straight into your gut.
Take it later. Fuck it, let's take it.
Of course. Let me have a look. Anything else you're thinking of selling? I'm not purchasing any more clothing at the moment. Another time, perhaps. I doubt it, but I can try and answer any questions you may have. I do my best to keep my distance from all manner of butchery. Bad for business, bad for everyone.
No one likes to see what you have to see every day. The pawnbroker's gaze
Really,
is
Ad?
already fixed on the dancing colors.
Damn it.
Someone else came here earlier today asking the same question. I promptly sold her the gun you pawned a couple days back.
Oh.
What? Sold? The lieutenant shifts from one foot to another, alert.
You were adamant about getting rid of it, officer. Said you were undeserving of a service weapon of the Revachol Citizens Militia. And I don't like keeping guns around the shop for long. Off the charts photon emissions. The unhealthy kind.
Add in progress. Okay.
He's not telling you the whole story. It seems he's trying to spare you.
Wait. It does an ad. Yeah, I can see that, Logish. Yeah, it is a bit awkward. A little bit awkward. Maybe no ad? Smile?
You weren't quiet yourself, officer. You were very distraught. You said the gun was a threat to your life and that you can't trust yourself with it tonight. And that you need the money.
It's okay, I can wait. I can wait. Fine.
with how horrible the weather's been. Actually awful today. It was a good thing I got my hour or so in the park yesterday. What today? Not here. What ads? Be back? Back.
When I said that I don't normally buy firearms, you put the gun barrel in your mouth and sort of sucked on it. Then I agreed to take it.
You sucked on a gun? Good. Very normal.
It certainly does, especially in Rivershoal. She didn't seem like a policeman, although she kept referring to herself as a pig, which was odd. I found her interest in the gun a bit obsessive, but I was just happy to get rid of it, and of her.
Very interesting.
Truth be told, she was terrifying.
Not interesting. Scary.
Right, so let me get this right. You sold your sidearm, issued by the citizens' militia, and now a civilian is running around the streets of Martinez with it?
Miraculously, his face does not reveal what's happening inside.
Must be one of my fans.
In that case, she'll be happy to get a visit from us, if we can find her.
My apologies, officer, but I have no idea where she was coming from or where she went.
Look like.
A needle in a haystack. There is nothing you can do about it now. You'll just have to hope you luck upon her somehow.
Of course.
A typical Martinez streetlight sits among assorted floor and table lamps.
700 real. A bargain, I dare say.
A bargain? No, it's not. He's trying to sweet-talk you into buying trash.
The light has undergone 3 transformations, and every transformation, large or small, has a price tag. Well, there are the costs of removal and rewiring. The most important transformation is the light's placement among ordinary indoor fixtures, which has adjusted its morphological field. The light became suitable for use inside the home just a few days ago. It was brought to me to be altered.
We are not here to investigate the theft of city property.
I am.
You have to admit it's rather clever what he's done with it.
The light pole has been carefully cut, and the wiring has been redone and attached to a standard indoor plug. The light buzzes faintly, but persistently.
Oh, sorry, I'm grabbing my blanket. There we go. Bye. Go sell our balls then. I have a lot by now, actually.
Looking for something, Hunt? Come to tell me to fuck off again?
Found this. Yours?
Oh man, that's great. Look at that guy go. Haven't seen anything that funny in a while. God damn. Thanks for that, but no, it's not mine.
The tear machine stands in the corner. A sign says, 1 bottle equals 10 cents. Your bottles clunk into the machine, and the money appears with a satisfying jingle. You're 100% sure you got special hobo cop money for that tear. At least 100% extra tear money. If the numbers on the machine told you otherwise, it's a lie. Do you know what you should do with that money, kiddo? You should buy more alcohol. Enter the endless cycle of consumption. You see a set of tire tracks in the brown slush that covers the plaza mosaic. Cop habit. You look at everything. Hard to say. Your vision is blurred and you're having difficulty concentrating thanks to your relentless hangover. The tire tracks were left here by an unknown event that took place some days ago. It's a message, written in the language of burnt rubber. Some of that rubber stuck to the tiles right in front of the whirling in rags. This is point A. The driver started there, and then accelerated straight into the fence, left a hole big enough for the Franco-Nigerian cavalry, according to the cafeteria manager. Why that pang of guilt again? The driver proceeded to back out of the yard, barely stopping before hitting the adjacent building. Before heading south, must have been in a hurry.
You are correct. This is a rather motor carriage-friendly city.
Somehow that makes you feel scared. You don't know why.
I'm not sure. There are plenty of traffic accidents waiting to happen in Martinez. With the jam right here on the roundabout, I would keep them separate.
I'm just moving the mic over a little closer.
You could follow the track south. There seems to be a canal there. See where they went, if you find the time.
You broke down the back door, the wards, the door. It's all gone now. Dark psychic energy leeching onto my shop. I suppose it's all over now. I guess there's no escape.
What?
Just a door? This place is cursed, Detective. They don't call it the doomed commercial area for nothing. Just look at the sheer amount of companies that have failed in this house. I hope you're happy now. Happy that you've ruined everything. Now that you've broken the door, the curse is coming to get me as well. Of course you didn't. You're nothing but a policeman. All right. You know what? I'm willing to let you investigate the doomed commercial area. We are set on the path. There's little else to do. But before we go on, tell me, did you encounter the malignant entity?
No.
Yes, the malignant entity that lives inside the chimney. It takes the shape of a woman, a witch probably.
I've suspected that she knows more about the curse than she lets on ever since I first saw her. Yes, I've heard that. It's enormous. She has barricaded herself behind some metal security curtains upstairs. God knows what she's doing there. Some unnatural magic, I assume. You should go find the entity and ask what happened to all the companies in the building. And do return to me after you've talked to it. I'm quite anxious to know what she has to say about the curse.
If you're really interested in cracking this mystery, then we should go back to the furnace. Maybe you could yell into it or something. Make some noise. You'll think of something, you always do.
Aww.
Despite his cool, the lieutenant's interested in solving this mystery, too.
Okay, but please, only a few questions. The curse is so much worse than you could imagine. It's a disease, eating at the very foundation. It's the curse of financial distress, of ruin and bankruptcy.
Didn't that curtain just move?
Everyone knows that all the previous companies in this building have sooner or later declared bankruptcy, and their malicious spirits are still here, feeding off bad business practices and disappointing income statements. There's something wrong with this building, I can tell you. Ever since I arrived, I've sensed an eerie, lingering presence, as if I was unwanted here.
Sounds familiar.
Truly so? Perhaps the dark energies are leeching off you. You shouldn't stay in the store too long. It may be dangerous. It's not good to talk about the curse, not in detail. The negativism, it's dangerous. Talking about the void wraiths angers them.
Such wraiths may prove a formidable enemy. Suit up.
Yes, I've contacted numerous parapsychologists, and even a pair of Simonese mediators. They provided me with the wards. The wards help to keep the doom at bay and protect us against the darkness that lies further in the building, even though now I fear it's not enough. Oh, this? No, it's a special Himian amulet, blessed by desert pygmy shamans, with a spell of compulsion. It's to compel people to buy books.
Oh.
There are numerous spells cast throughout the store. I had the books anointed with a different inducement spell, for example. It's guaranteed to boost sales 15%.
Okay.
Yes, the Simonese are very crafty, and their wards are extremely powerful. Lesser wards simply won't do here.
The woman before you scans the store.
Oh. Try again?
The barbell waits patiently on the floor, like a dog for its master.
Oh. Still don't know my password. I want to get through this, and then I probably should get some...
A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace, coloring it pitch black. Something breaks loose in you. A mighty bellow echoes throughout the chimney's depths. The chatter of tiny voices above suddenly cease. Then,
Hello?
you've awakened the entity.
Hello? Did you say anything? I can't hear you. Please come upstairs. There's a safety curtain on the second floor. I'll open it.
You hear a low rumble upstairs, the sound of a curtain being pulled aside.
After you, officer.
Hello. I'm Nia.
Aw.
Did you try knocking on my window? I must have missed you. I've been listening to my Melius. So what kind of die are you looking for?
Could this be the malicious entity? Perhaps it's wise to go along with this masquerade for now.
Hmm?
Yes, Amelia is like a call-in station. You need a two-way radio to access one. That's why I have these. Mostly, they just teach you to swear in different languages. But some of the stations can be quite interesting. I was so absorbed, I must have missed you knocking. Then how did you get inside? By the south entrance? You know what? It doesn't even matter. What matters is that you're finally here. Let's talk dice. Did you have something specific in mind? I'm a novelty dice maker. Tell me the name of your role-playing system and I'll make the die you need. That's why you're here, yes?
As she speaks, her bone-like fingers fiddle with a ring. Her bones light, but her hands strong.
Very good. My rate is 10 real per set, unless you want something really unusual. Take a look around and see if there's any particular stone you want to use.
This person means you, or no one else, absolutely no harm. She will answer freely and honestly.
Aw.
How did I become one? It was a business decision. I was a regular jeweler at first, but that's an unfocused field with too much competition. Some of my friends were role players. They asked me to make some polyhedral dice out of cobalt. That was my first order. I grew it from there.
Oh, I did it again. Fell asleep.
I've grown crafty over
Drifted
the
off.
years. You'll like your dice if you get them from me. Be sure of it. Of course. Tell me what you have in mind. What do you mean by cursed? Alright, how about I surprise you? Come back in 8 hours with 7 real, and I'll give you your cursed die. Great, see you in 8 hours then. Was there anything else? Nothing really. I didn't know him.
Who cares about the dead body? We might be dealing with a malignant entity here. The lieutenant looks at his notebook, then the woman under the large window.
Your window looks directly onto the courtyard. You're saying you didn't see or hear anything unusual last Sunday evening?
I'm sorry, detective, but as you know, I usually have my headphones on when I'm working. It shuts out most of the daily ruckus behind my window. Well, there's always something going on in the Whirling's backyard. During daytime, there are usually those kids, and lately I've been seeing a lot of drunk workers hanging about. Must be because of the strike. But I never saw anyone during that fateful Sunday night, I'm afraid.
Okay, I am gonna finish this up. And
I
then
might
I'm gonna get
have,
some sleep.
but
because
in this case, all I would have seen
I am
is my own
fully-
reflection staring back from the darkness. It's really hard to make anything out in the yard when it's dark outside. Besides, I rarely get up to look out the window when I'm in the zone. It's an odd profession, making dice for people, but I like it, and I prefer doing this to sitting at home.
She nods.
Anything else, officer? We're inside the chimney of an old central furnace. It's strange, I know. But when I arrived here, all the other rooms were taken, so I had to build myself a makeshift home. Besides, I don't really have to pay any rent here, so that's a plus.
Plaisance was right. There's an entity living in the chimney. You should ask her about the curse.
Creative.
I'm gonna save. We'll play some more tomorrow. When I wake up. Yeah, I'm glad that I finally played this. I am absolutely... I gotta go. Thank you for tuning in. Play more tomorrow and don't you worry. Oh. Hello? Oh, there it is. Oh, I thought I lost my mic then. Yeah, I will see you tomorrow. Thanks, guys. Good night.